What is going on, everybody? Shout out to all those in the chat already waiting up in here, man. Welcome back to Sixers Takeover, RB, DJ Eastwood, Romp 2.0. Shout out to all the channels down on the banner below. Go give everybody a like and subscribe. What's going on? We got a lot of channel members in here. Let me just put this background up real quick.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys? It's been an eventful day or two, and I remember the last time we closed off, Steven was saying, shout out to Steven who's not here today. Last time we closed off, he was like, yeah, hopefully next week when we start up, he'll be gone, he'll be traded, and we'll be talking about some new stuff. But I think he jinxed us. Yeah,
it's all Steven's fault. You're absolutely right. It's all Steven's fault. He jinxed us.
Fluff Steven.
But listen, I know like every week we're talking about Ben Simmons and it seems like it's a long time, but once this is over, this will be a distant memory and it will just be a short period in the history of time, and we can laugh about it.
Yep.
Shout out to all the 100 people up in the chat already, guys. Drop a like, subscribe, give us your thoughts, instant reactions. How do you feel about this team going forward? What are your instant reactions to the news last night? Obviously, we've all talked about it on our separate channels. Someone in the chat says it never gets old. I mean, it really doesn't. Like, I promise you, like, I've been saying this on every piece of content. Like, I don't want to keep talking about it, but there's a new story every day. And it's something like that is essentially important to like the timeline of what's going on. And we're less than a week away from the start of the season. Like, I can't, and someone on the ESPN broadcast last night, I turned it on for a second and they're like, yeah, now that he's back, they can start repairing relationships. I'm like, what are you talking about? We play in 5 days, or I'm sorry, a week.
Yeah, they just have to say stuff like that. That's the same as them saying Dwight Howard was going to be the starting power forward.
Shout out to Gossip Girl with the super chat. I got my man to admit that 2.5 is a fraud. Thank you, guys.
Nicely done, Gossip Girl. Nicely done.
Shout out to him. Hopefully he can start watching our channels now, because I remember last time you said he couldn't handle the truth. It's all good though. Shout out to him. Shout out to you. You know what? I'll let you guys go first this time. Like, obviously, if you guys are living under a rock, 2.5 is back. He came back in the most like stealthy way. It reminds me like of a movie scene, like secret agent showing up, like doesn't tell anybody. Obviously we know like the guys tried to fly out to see him. He doesn't say a word, comes back. Elton Brand lets him in the door. I don't know. You guys go first.
Dude, you know what it is? Like, this was not strategic. He wasn't like, all right, I got to get back there without telling anybody. This was simply the fact that Ben Simmons lives in his own world. When it comes to professionalism and communication and just being like a human being and like enough to like, text somebody on the team, like tell somebody. He actually doesn't think rules apply to him at all. He's been like this his entire life. He's at the, like, he told billionaire business owners, I'm not coming to work. And he thought that was going to work. And then they were like, we're going to find you. And he's like, go ahead. And they were like, boom, here's your fine. And he was like, all right, I'm coming back. But he didn't tell anyone because he thinks he's above everybody in this world. It's the craziest thing ever. He's literally a robot. He doesn't have blood in his body. He doesn't have a heart inside of him. He's a robot, and he got fined, and he was just like, I'll just fly back to Philly. Boom. Rent a car, drive to the arena, walk in. Like, what? That is just the most insane thing I've ever heard, man. It really is.
Yeah, all that's true. Ben lives in his own world. But I'm going to be real. At this point, it's just ridiculous. It's gone too far. The Sixers, I honestly think they want him back, which gives me hope. No hope for this franchise. Like, I understand, like, you want to fine him. It's all funny in the beginning. But then how do you not expect him to come back? Like, there was reports that they were unaware. Like, what is this franchise doing? Like, you're going to fine him. So obviously there's a chance of him coming back. So, like, if you actually want him back after what he did against the Hawks, after what Joel Embiid has been saying in media day after the game yesterday. Embiid obviously doesn't want him back. He'll say he wants him back, but nobody wants him back. It's ridiculous. And now he's coming back to ruin the chemistry, ruin the spacing, ruin everything. Just because we're playing this fine game just to get him back. Oh, we're fining him. That's all good and dandy. But now when he comes back, what are you going to do? You're going to put him in a locker room and ruin the chemistry, ruin this season, ruin the first half of the season because Daryl Morey is a spoiled little brat and trying to get 5 first-round picks from this guy? It's gotten too far. We got to get this man out of Philly. You could blame Ben Simmons, but at the end of the day, it's time to blame the Sixers organization. Fine him. I mean, don't fine him. Just pay him and let him sit out. And when teams get desperate, make a deal. But if this guy comes in and plays for us, this organization has no clue what they are doing. It's ridiculous.
I think it's a slap. It's a slap in the face to the fans, but I think it's Daryl Morey and company saying to themselves, like, the fans don't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, our job is to try to get this guy some type of trade value if he wants to be traded. And the players on the floor can be professional and play with, I mean, they're not going to be out there like butthurt about it. I really don't think, hey, here's a ball, let's go play together. It is what it is. But I just think they're like, yeah, the fans are going to boo. Everybody's going to be mad. The sports radio is going to be going nuts. These idiots on YouTube are going to be screaming about it. But I don't think they care that much about what the fans or us or anybody actually thinks. They're just trying to get the job done and raise his trade value.
Yeah. I mean, this is really like a tough situation because it's really never been seen. I can't really blame Daryl Morey as much as other people are blaming him because, when it comes down to it, after that Hawks series, like, we know that things kind of crash into the ground, but I feel like with the way, if he would have just done what he's doing now at the beginning, like just came in, kept his mouth shut, did it behind closed doors, it would have been so much easier in terms of the process. I don't even think Daryl Morey expected him to act as much of a clown as he has throughout the process. But at the end of the day, I'm on DJ's side with this because, Daryl Morey, like, if you've ever, like, bet money on sports or you bet in stocks or something, like, Daryl Morey's thinking back to last season, what he could have got for this guy. And I know we're very emotional right now, as we should be, but in the grand scheme of things, this is our last trade chip. And trust me, I don't want him here. None of us want him here. Nobody wants him here. He doesn't want to be here. The way he has handled this now is just a complete joke. And you know what? I actually think Doc does want him back because I'm starting to draw the line on Doc because I don't think Daryl Morey wants this guy here. I think he wants him to come back, work on the public perception, and facilitate a deal. But then again, like, I don't think he had any value. I'm starting to think that all the offers we saw or that we heard, I don't think they even existed. I don't think they existed.
It might have been just made up rumors just to get something out there. You might be right. It's a good point. It's the last trade chip. And yeah, if you let this guy go for way less than he's worth, or than he was worth, at least at the beginning of last season, then the process is a major failure. So, but I'm on like both sides. I'm struggling with this because is it possible to raise his trade value? Is it even possible? And does he actually care enough? I think the way that he came back just tells me he doesn't care enough to do what has to be done to raise his trade value. He just knows what's in the contract. Okay, I have to go be inside that building to get that money. That's what I'm doing. I'm not even going to tell anyone I'm coming. I'm just going there because I have to go get my money. Like, that's all there is to it. I can't handle this guy anymore, man. I absolutely can't.
DJ, you just nailed it. You just nailed it, DJ. You just said Ben Simmons is not willing to put in the work to up his trade value. So you're bringing him back with all the outside noise, with all the chemistry issues that there's going to be, because Joel Embiid, yeah, he said it's not going to be awkward. But guess what? You can't avoid awkwardness. Awkwardness just happens. And after what happened, what transpired this offseason, they probably don't like each other in their minds, and people, it's just not going to work out. So this idea that you're going to up Ben Simmons' trade value, what is he going to go out and shoot threes? And then if he does shoot threes, if he does shoot threes, he's probably going to shoot 20%. So like, you got to sit him out, just pay him. Who cares? Just eat it. Just pay the man and get him away from this team, because that's when his trade value will go up, because the Cavaliers will start losing. The Kings will start losing, and they're going to be looking at their roster. They're going to be like, oh, there's a 6'10" point guard over there. Oh, if I fix him, I save my job. Teams are going to get desperate, and just the idea, the mystery of Simmons, that's what will rise his trade value. If you send him on the court, we're just going to start losing, and it's not going to do as much as people think, in my opinion.
That is crazy that we've gotten to the point where we were like, okay, don't come to work. We're not paying you. And now we might be like, wait a minute. We'll pay you to not come to work because this is bad. I don't know.
Unbelievable. I do want to add one thing too. Like, I feel like everybody, it's crazy to me how as soon as this report came out about him coming back and all, it's like everybody's just already feeding into it. I'm on your guys' side. I'm not buying it. I'm really not, because why would he sell both of his properties? Why would he come back without telling anybody? It's like he's tiptoeing within the guidelines. You know what I mean? He's here to get his check. He's going to do every little caveat to get paid and not really play. I really feel like that's where he's at. And, people are ready to like welcome this guy back and, see how it plays out. I don't think so. I'm not buying it at all. They can talk all they want. Oh, he met with Doc and Daryl today. That was the newest report. He got a COVID test and all. I'm not buying it though. I'm really not.
I think the people that are willing to welcome him back, I say this a lot, that's just people on the internet. It is not Philadelphia at all. The sound that the Wells Fargo Center is about to produce is going to be off the charts. It's not going to be good if this guy shows up on the court. It's just not.
Yeah, I don't anticipate him even playing. I really don't, because like you said, it's just going to be, everything's going to come down in that place, and that's just not. It's not going to look like a good product.
Do you want that? Yeah, like when KD went back to Oklahoma City, they had the signs with the cupcakes on them and all. Do you want that? You want that in your own arena? You want that on TV? Yeah.
And the funny thing is that KD was going back as a member of another team. He's coming back as a member of our team. So, yeah,
exactly. It would be the first time. I mean, the Timberwolves booed Jimmy Butler, and then he went out there and got buckets and booed the crowd back, and they were chanting MVP by the fourth quarter. That's not going to happen with Ben Simmons. He's not going to go out there and shut up the crowd and win them over in 3 quarters. He had 5 years to try to do that.
And that's the funniest part. Let me get to these super chats. That's the funniest part of this whole thing, is because, he sat up there after game 7 and he said it to us. He said, I am who I am. It is what it is. So my question is, when he comes out and he acts like the same player, what is the next excuse going to be? What's the next thing in line? Because I feel like everything has been an excuse in line. When he comes out and he's doing the same thing, not taking jump shots, then what do we say? And if this isn't enough motivation, this situation, to push something out of him, he never will. He just doesn't want it at that point. And at that point, I agree with Romp. Then he will be in the dirt. That'll be the worst. It'll be a Ryan Howard-esque contract. If you remember that contract we had, we couldn't move him or any. So that's just
guy was batting like 205, making $25 million a year.
RB, can I just ask you something before the super chats?
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't you think you just said what excuse is going to be next for Ben Simmons? But at some point, you got to flip it around and blame the Sixers for wanting this guy back. Why do we want him back? Stop playing this little game where you're acting like you want him back. And if they actually do want him back, that I have no faith in this franchise if they actually want Ben Simmons back, because it makes no sense. We're just going to be a second round exit again. And like I said, I don't believe his trade value is going to skyrocket that much if he comes back.
Yeah,
so
I agree with you. I
have a question. Do you blame the Sixers for the handling of them saying, oh, we want him back, when we all know that they probably don't?
I don't. What I blame the Sixers for is the past 5 years of coddling and letting we let this guy sit here and do what he wants for 5 years. And now, we'll obviously get to the Joel Embiid comments and all, but I feel like everybody, again, is just feeding into this guy, right? He shows up at the building. Why did we let him in? He just shows up out of nowhere. Let me in. Oh, here you go. Everything has been handed to this guy, and we continue it. And I know if he comes back, I believe that Doc does want him back, and Doc's not going to make him shoot. So he's going to be the same player. In terms of Daryl Morey, though, I do think you're giving him a little bit too much blame because, it's not like Daryl Morey was the GM 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he paid 2.5. I don't think Daryl would have ever paid him. I think he would have got rid of him. I think he tried to get rid of him. And I do agree about the point at the deadline last year with the whole Larry thing. You could have argued that we should have gone all in there. But in terms of right now, I feel like he's trying to make the most with what he can, and that's little cap space, a terrible contract in 2.5, a pretty bad contract in Tobias Harris. And yeah, I just don't think – I think if you give up 2.5, if we get an average starter and we don't pan out, then where do we go after that? I think Daryl's trying to look at it long term.
Yeah, but if you trade for a star with Ben Simmons, you're going to have to give up more. You're going to have to give up Ben Simmons and Maxey. If you trade Ben Simmons for Brogdon and Karis LeVert, you're only giving up Ben Simmons and you're keeping Isaiah Joe, you're keeping Maxey, you're keeping Thibault. If you want a superstar, you're going to have to add your young guys. And do you really want to do that?
If you're getting a superstar, yes.
But then we have the same issue we've had before. We have no depth, and we're going to lose because when Joel Embiid goes out, we suck.
Trust me. Stars heal all. But here's my point. Like, I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I don't even think Karis LeVert and Malcolm Brogdon's on the table. I think that was all made up. Because think about it. Why would the Pacers give up two scorers who can pretty much handle the ball, play off each other, and can lead that team? Why would they give that up for Ben Simmons?
Well, I think a lot.
Why would the superstars teams give up a superstar for Ben Simmons then?
It's not just about him, though. It's about him, Tyrese Maxey, Thibault, picks. I don't think there's been anything in terms of the plan, and that's why I don't think he moved him.
But asking why a team would give up something like that, over the course of this whole thing, I've watched a lot of older Ben Simmons highlights, and I don't think GMs are stupid. I think a lot of them know what he is still potentially capable of. You know what I mean? With running a floor with 4 shooters on the floor, the 15-game win streak or whatever they were on where he averaged a triple-double at the end of that season. Like, I think a lot of people watch the older stuff and say, this is what this guy can do. Maybe if we just get him out of Philly, he can do that. And somebody like Indiana, like, yeah, it's not a perfect fit with some of these players, but they might look at it like we're better off getting the guy and restructuring this entire team than what we have right now, because we're not contenders at all. Are we contenders with TJ McConnell and these guys?
I definitely agree with you, but I'm just saying, if you're Indiana, you're willing to take on $31 million and give up Malcolm Brogdon and Karis LeVert. Take on $31 million. That's alongside Domantas Sabonis and Miles Turner for a guy that won't shoot. I mean, it's not like they just brought in Greg Popovich. They brought in Rick Carlisle. He struggled coaching Luka. So maybe if it was like the Lakers or something, but I'm sorry. I'm starting to think that there was no offers at all because of how bad it was.
I think you might be surprised what a small market team will do.
Yeah.
Detroit traded for Blake Griffin. They knew that was a horrendous fit, and they just didn't care because it was Clippers, Blake Griffin, superstar, boom, he's on our team, sell tickets, sell jerseys. They knew they weren't going to win anything with that team.
Yeah, he was a superstar, though. What is 2.5?
That's true.
What I'm saying. Like, this
That's true.
I'll give you the Malcolm Brogdon and Karis LeVert, but I think that Malcolm Brogdon and a first-round pick was on the table at the beginning, and that's what I think we should have took right away. And I've been saying that for I think it
could have been. Yeah, no doubt. Let's get to the super chats. Pope Platinum with the $5 super chat says Brooklyn and the Sixers are going to swap their space cadet for our cowardly spoiled brat. I really hope. I hope not. I don't want Kyrie, and I don't even think he's going to play. I think he's going to retire, honestly.
Do you know what? It just came out recently, just a couple minutes ago. Apparently he said the reason that he's sitting out is not because he's anti-vax. It's because he's angry that people in this country are losing their jobs over state mandates. That's my thing with this guy. Like, I'm not even disagreeing with what he's saying, but you're being paid to play basketball. You're not a politician. You know what I'm saying? You got paid to play basketball. You're if you want to be a politician, retire and do that, bro.
I don't think he's going back. I really don't. Shout out to Carlos for the $5 super chat. Says the irony of a man being 6'10" who never had legs to stand on. This is going to be a problem deep down. The guys don't want to play with him. I agree 100%. We're going to talk about it, but Joel Embiid, let me just say, I am not buying what he said either, because it's like he just found out yesterday. He was forced into that question. and he's like looking down at a piece of paper, and he's like, yeah, I'm happy we're back. I'm happy it's resolved. This is after a week ago where he said, this is so disrespectful to us. This is immature. Like, Joel's not buying it one bit, in my opinion.
I wish, and he's not going to say it publicly. He's never going to say things to the media that I want him to say. But I hope that he's against it, and I hope that he was talking to Daryl and Doc and saying like, nah, bro, I'm not playing with this guy. And then they kind of told him like, listen, just say this when he comes back. We'll work out a trade, something like that. Like, I need Joel Embiid to be a little bit more like forceful and angry.
Yeah.
Because his whole prime's going to go by and he's constantly like, this guy's great. Everything's fine.
Yeah, and it's funny how people wanted to try to paint him as the bad guy, yet all he's done is show me more class and leadership than he already has before. But I agree. I think he's frustrated inside, and I think he's been backed into a corner, and he can't really say much right now. But I think he's frustrated. I do.
I hope he is. I really hope he is.
He has to be. I mean, you saw what he's been doing with shooters around him. Shout out to Aaron with the $5 super chat. Says, don't forget in one offseason, Daryl traded Richardson for Curry, Al Horford for Danny, and drafted Maxey, Joe, and Reed, who were all steals. I agree with that. And that's why, again, Daryl's come in and he's got some of these contracts off the book. So until he doesn't trade them or until it gets so sloppy, like, I can't not put at least some faith into Daryl Morey. What do you guys think?
Yes, except for Reed.
Yes.
I just don't see anything. I consistently don't really see anything that tells me he's like an NBA level player. I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I mean, if you hit though on a second round pick like Isaiah Joe,
and hell yeah,
Maxey, I mean, a 53rd overall pick, and still at least he's showing a little bit more upside, especially than Jaden Springer.
Richardson for Curry might be better than Al Horford for Danny Green. Like, Richardson for Curry is ridiculous. Josh Richardson is terrible.
Yeah, Morey did that in a snap of his fingers as soon as he came in here. And I don't know. I just don't think he's afraid of doing things like that. So
speaking of that trade specifically, like, what do you think it was that the Dallas Mavericks wanted? Like, unless it's this whole obsession in the NBA until you see it on the court, this whole like, this guy can't play defense, so we have to get a guy that's good defensively. And then they realize like, oh, he kind of sucks in the half court on the other side, so he's no good. Like, we overrate this one-on-one defense thing when a guy can't actually score on the other end.
Yep. Yeah,
that's probably what it was.
Let's see. I think. Oh, there we go. Shout out to Philly Mike, Philly Talk Podcast. What's going on, man? Says 2-5 to come to your crib without calling. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, this dude really showed up. We started to hear the reports, and then he shows up without notice. And it's like, it's funny how he did it during the game too.
But
avoiding everybody.
But what did you expect? I mean, they were fining him. He's gonna come back
during a game.
It's Ben Simmons. You got to expect the unexpected. Like, this dude is different. I'm sick of like blaming Ben Simmons. Like, obviously he's an idiot, but like, now you got to flip it on the Sixers. Quit playing this game. You don't want him back. You want him back, and you're fining him. And then when he does come back, now it's all of a sudden, oh, well, why do you do that? Why do you do this? That's why I'm mad at Morey, because he should look at this situation and be aware, oh, if he comes back, the chemistry is going to be terrible. It's going to be an awkward situation. Just pay him and make him sit out. That's why I'm mad at Morey, because this situation is just a mess.
Yeah, but again, if you pay him and sit out, you're exactly feeding into what the NBA doesn't want. That is why this is happening, because you can't let the guy have all the leverage. Any player in the future is going to say, all right, I'm just going to sit home. I don't like my team anymore. Give me my money and I'm out.
It's different, though. The Sixers don't want him back. And if they do, they are idiots. If he fit the team and if he was a good fit next to Embiid, I would understand that point. If he was just sitting out to sit out when there was no chemistry issues, no spacing issues and all that, then I agree with that point. But the fact is, when Ben Simmons is on the court, it affects our best player. So bringing him back makes no sense. And then fining him when you don't want him on the team makes no sense either. And then you get mad when he does come back. He did it in the wrong way. He came back in the wrong way. But once again, it's Ben Simmons. So I'm pissed at the Sixers. I'm on Ben Simmons' side right now. I'm pissed at the Sixers. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of blaming Ben. At this point, the Sixers got to get their act together and get this guy out of town.
What do you think the best offer is right now for 2-5? What's on the table?
I don't care. Get this guy out of here.
You have to care. The Daryl has to care. You can't trade him for Carl Landry and Luke Mbaramuta.
I understand sitting. I understand sitting him out. You have to
say Carl Landry. Oh my God.
RB, you have to sit him out at this point because now you got to wait for teams to get desperate and start losing. But in the beginning, right after the playoffs, that's when you needed to trade him. But
what does it say about him, though? What does it say about him if you sit him out, though? Like, he's just sitting there. Why are you guys not playing him if he's so great? If he has this much trade value?
The mystery of him. If he comes back, how much do you think his value is going to go up? I don't see it going up that much.
He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. No, he's not going to shoot, but he just has to play defense and do what he did last year. He just has to play defense and run the floor and give us 15, 10, and 9.
Just seeing him in the game is going to provide like that fresh taste. Just like, he's not out
here. Whatever erases that passed up dunk in Game 7 from people's minds. Like, that's really, be aggressive. Take a dribble and dunk on somebody. And just play your game. We don't want you to add anything to your game. We don't want you to develop anything. Just play hard so you look a little bit better than you looked in Game 7 against the Hawks, and then we'll trade you.
Yeah, and we're not. We're not saying it's a good fit. We both want them out. Everyone does. We're just talking about in any possible way to try to help this situation out because it's really bad for us.
So now,
literally 2 weeks. Play three games, and we'll trade you.
Yeah,
we're going to waste more time of Embiid. We're going to waste more times of Embiid's prime, putting him next to this guy who's going to mess up the spacing, mess up the chemistry. And also, if you bring Ben Simmons back, that means less minutes for Tyrese Maxey, less minutes for Isaiah Joe. So it's like, what's the point?
I don't think it's going to last that long.
Would you rather sacrifice a couple weeks or would you rather sacrifice the next 3 years? If we get a starter back that can't play or someone that gets injured, then I'm a
believer that we're better without Ben Simmons right now because of the spacing.
Are we a championship team if we get back a regular starter with the guys we have now? No,
if we get Brogdon and LeVert, I think we're up there with Brooklyn. The mess they are right now, they're not a threat anymore because Kyrie is probably not going to play. Milwaukee, we're not better than, but we have a chance in a 7-game series if we have Malcolm and Karis LeVert. The goddamn Hawks beat us, for Christ's sake. So, like, anything could happen. Giannis could get injured.
And I'm not that scared of the Nets because they can't defend anybody. And they definitely can't guard Joel Embiid in space.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, yo. We're not beating the Nets fully healthy with Tobias Harris, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey. We just got to wake up and smell the flowers here.
Did you see the Nets center yesterday? Who was their center?
Hey, did you see Kevin Durant, who doesn't miss shots? Like this guy.
You got your boy Thibault to stop him.
You see, people's mistake is that they keep viewing what happened last year as the precedent going forward. No, last year was the biggest outlier ever, right? LeBron didn't make it past the first round. Stars didn't go further. COVID happened. Injuries. That's not going to happen every year. LeBron, Steph Curry, those guys make the finals every year. We're not going to get to that point without another star next to Joel. It's just
I'm not a believer that the Nets are as dominant as people make them sound. I'm just not. The Bucks have a lot of different defenders, a lot of size, a lot of athleticism. I'm not scared of the Nets at all. It's just divas who shoot the ball a lot. Yeah, they're great at scoring, but there's so many things that go into a basketball team. I haven't seen it yet from them. I mean, obviously in the preseason they either weren't trying or they just if they were trying yesterday, they embarrassed themselves. They had Joe Harris, James Harden, and Kevin Durant on the floor. They should have won by 200, and they were down by 20 to us without 6 players. Like, I'm just not scared of the Nets. The Bucks are a different story.
What about Miami?
Miami's scary, definitely, with Kyle Lowry for sure. Yeah.
And even Chicago is
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago's scary
all
too.
These squads, and then don't forget out west as well. Like, trust me, I want to get rid of the guy. I want to make the championship right now. I feel like this year is going to go back to the regular direction of each year where the stars go deep in the playoffs. And I believe Joel can take them on, but do we have someone else that can do that? If we get Brogdon and LeVert, yeah, we might be able to, but I don't think we're getting that. I don't.
There's always injuries though. The Raptors won with injuries. Kyrie and Kevin Love got injured that year. Like, there's always injuries. So, like, people don't understand. Like, this was the first year with MVP Embiid. This was the first playoffs where he was at this level, and he's only going to get better and smarter. When you have Joel Embiid on the floor, I'm telling you, with spacing, you have a chance against anyone in a 7-game series with Joel Embiid, because this was the first year last year where he took his health seriously and he improved his game and took it to an MVP level. Because if we had an MVP Joel with Butler and all them, we would have won the championship way back, but he just wasn't mature back then. So I'm telling you, get rid of 25 because we have a chance against anyone with Embiid.
Dude, I also think having Andre Drummond as a backup center is way bigger than we think it is. Like, I really do. I think that guy would be, right now, he could probably be an all-star level center on the right team at 28 years old. And you know, how many years was it where Embiid would go to the bench and the team would just fall off because we couldn't run the same system that we wanted to run? And he's definitely not on Embiid's level, but just like you saw yesterday, Drummond comes in, they run the same 4-out, 1-in system, and it's like hard to stop. The guy's too big, too athletic, especially for the Nets. But you know, it's going to take like the Bucks and a couple other teams that might be able to put up a fight defensively. But I think with Drummond, like and if Maxi's coming off the bench, we might have a strong starting lineup and a strong bench that a lot of teams don't have. So,
yeah.
But are we a championship team? I don't know if I can agree or disagree. Like, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely a good conversation. Shout out to Andy. I think he became a channel member for you. Shout out.
What's up, Andy? Shout out to you.
I think someone else had a super chat. Sorry, there's 600 people in here. So the comments are kind of moving fast.
We're not used to the fame yet. It's TJS, man. He said, "I miss Jimmy buckets. What a catastrophic mistake."
Shout out to
catastrophic.
I agree.
Oh, God, what a horrible mistake.
Losing Jimmy was the downfall of this organization, and we overpaid Tobias Harris. We ended up paying 2.5. Everything happened because of that. And you know what? If we go back to 2018, guess what? We win the championship if we had a point guard. Even any point guard that Romp can name. If we had a point guard that year, we win. I'm sorry.
Furkan Korkmaz at that point?
If you could have taken that team, and built it perfectly, I would have traded Ben and Tobias. I would have been like Embiid and Jimmy and whatever other players fit perfectly next to them. Get these other two guys out of here, and that would have been an unstoppable team. But that was Elton Brand being obsessed with big names. They were star hunting. You know.
Oh man, that's great. Shout out to all 600 people in the chat, guys. We're live on 2 channels. Check out all the channels down below. Give us a like, subscribe. We're, a lot of people in here. Give us your thoughts. And yeah, come out every Tuesday when we do this. Definitely. A lot of good debate. Going forward though, like, I guess we'll go around. Like, actually, hold on. We got a super chat here. Shout out to D'Angelo. It says, DJ, why'd you keep Drummond for 1 year?
Why did I say keep Drummond for? Well, because he's not going to sign back with us. We're not going to pay the money he's going to get next year because he's going to get money. He's a starting center, so you got to take advantage of this 1 year, having that guy in the middle of his prime as your backup center. You can't pay him next year. He's going to get a 4-year, 100 and some million. It's just the way that he looks, as good a shape as he looks like he's in right now. And Drummond looks incredible so far. Maybe it's just the preseason and he's playing against a bunch of nobodies. I don't know, but I think he's going to get paid after this year, and we're not.
Yeah,
we're not going to pay backup center.
I knew when we signed this guy, I told everybody to chill out because, this was just a backup move, and it's kind of like that transition phase in your career where he's trying to get back on his feet. But I think he looks slim. I think he looks great, and he's just out there doing what he has to do and more. So, yeah, we'll definitely talk about the bench. Let me pull up this one comment real quick. First off, shout out to AAA, always showing love. Explain to me why we got swept by Boston in 1 game away. Just like a quick summary here. Like, you guys have to stop. Like,
there's no way nobody's explained this to this guy yet. There's no way we've gone. There's no way it's been 2 years and nobody explained it yet to the point where you have to ask it in this show. There's no way you don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I don't even feel like explaining it anymore.
My answer is his username to his question.
That's crazy. Oh man.
Al Horford and Josh Richardson. There's your answer.
There you go. Let me ask you guys this. Like, I'm interested to hear your opinions. Like, what do you think is actually going to happen? Like, we can chime in and stuff. Do you really think this is going to carry on to the trade deadline? Or do you think this is just a business move and in a week or two, out of nowhere, blockbuster trade. What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Romp, because I'm struggling.
I hope we trade him. I think
not what you hope, what you think,
I
because those are different things.
Sadly, I think he's going to play, and I'll say this: I don't care what the chat says. If he plays and he's on the court, I'm not voting for the Sixers. I'll vote for individuals when he's on the court. I'll vote for Maxey, Embiid. When he's on the court, I can't do it anymore. I'm so sick of this guy. But I think he's going to play, sadly. And it's just going to be annoying because I'm sick of watching him drive and then pass it out when he could dunk it because he's 6'10". And then eventually we'll trade him at like the midpoint, probably like 15 games down the road. That's my prediction.
You think it goes that far?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm struggling with what to think about this. I'm starting to think that I know Ben's a smart guy. Like, he's not an idiot. Even though he had a 1.8 in college, it's because he didn't go to class. He said it on the documentary. Like, he had no interest in going to college. He only went there because he had to. I don't think he's an idiot. I think he was at least smart enough to call Rich Paul, to call some lawyers, and be like, what do I have to do to get the money? Like, what's the minimal thing I actually have to do to qualify for them to have to pay me? You don't have to be a good basketball player for somebody to pay you money that they put in a contract. He just has to be in the building. I think he was just like, all right, then I'll just go. And he just went, and he just showed up. And he's like, they told me I just have to be here. So I don't care. He actually doesn't care about anybody or the team or anyone so much that he didn't even tell anyone he was coming. He just, all right, I'll just go then. And he just flew here and showed up. So I'm starting to think it's just like, he had the meeting with Daryl and Doc, and I just think maybe they were like, all right, listen, you don't want to play for us. We know none of the players want you to play for us. Don't get us wrong. We're lying to the media. We're not going to lie to ourselves or to you. Just play for 10 games, play hard, and we'll trade you. I think that's what's going to happen.
Me and you were on the same track until that last point. I'm telling you, here's my hot take, yo. I don't think he's playing a game. I don't think he's suiting up. I think this is all speak, and I think the media is trying to paint it up. And, Brian Windhorst and Ramona Shelburne and Woj, I think they're all trying to paint this up. I don't think he's suiting up. I don't think he's playing a game.
Good.
I really do think he is terrified of playing a game here. And unless they play him only on the road, there is one of my subscribers that comments on every video and says, let's only play him on the road. Unless somehow that happens, I don't think he suits up. I think in about a week and a half, or even before then, I just think something's going to happen out of the blue. And I think that all this is just to try to make that perception, and boom, it's going to happen out of nowhere. That's my hot take.
I hope you're right, man, because he should not step on the floor ever again for the Sixers. And I'll be if Morey doesn't play him, I'll be happy at Morey. I'll be a Morey supporter again.
I'm scared one of him playing because Doc is literally going to take this guy under his wing. If he babied him before, and after one comment, like Doc's like, wow, like all this happened. I think he's going to take him under his wing even more. And I think Joel's going to get frustrated. So
I think Doc tried to get the best out of him. I can't bring myself to say that Doc is actually as stupid as he sounded to the media this entire season. Like, there's no way he actually believed all of the stuff that he said. I think that he thinks Ben Simmons is kind of like weak mentally and like, okay, well, he still has all of these skill sets and stuff, so let's just talk him up to the media so people aren't mean to him, because he's not good when people are mean to him. He's not, like, I just think they were babying him because Doc like felt bad for him or something like that. Like, there's no way he actually believed that you don't have to be able to shoot a basketball to succeed. There's no way he thinks he's worth a max contract being a defender and a facilitator. I really hope he doesn't come back and Doc like continues this nonsense. Like, when? I hope you're right that a trade's going to happen, because I need it to happen for my own sanity.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Sir says, y'all got to stop asking the man to shoot. Yeah, let's just not ask a basketball player to shoot. It's the right approach. John, I agree 100%. I think he's not going to speak to the media. And that, If he does, that will be the most anticipated press conference maybe ever in Philadelphia. But I just don't see him doing it. I don't see him.
He has to talk to the media. I mean, he'll get fined for that too, but that's not a $1 million fine. So maybe he'll be like, all right, I'll take the $15K or whatever that is.
What if he does what John said and he comes out to the podium and he just sits there and he's like,
just here so I don't get fined.
No, he doesn't even say a word. How do you feel? He's just looking.
No, you have to say something. That's why Marshawn Lynch was doing that. It's like in the contract. He had to speak to the media. That's why he was only saying that one thing.
Oh, I can't wait for the question. It should be the first question, right? He comes out. You know, Ben, what made you want to leave Philadelphia specifically? What can he say to that?
You know who's first up to bat, right? You know who's first up to bat, dude. It's Howard Eskin, man. He's first in line. He's gonna be throwing bows to get up there. There's nobody stopping Howard Eskin.
Can you even play that question off? Like, what can you say to that? Unless he strictly takes accountability and says, like, you know, I was immature, this and that. There's no way you can play that off. Not at all, because now you're back. So obviously something stemmed you to make that. This is going to be bad. Chris with the super chat says there's zero chance Ben gets traded for basic NBA players. If it's not Beal or Dame or an insane offer for first and a good player, they will let him sit. Well, I think that ship has sailed, Chris. I don't think we're getting that. But I think Chris is onto something with the draft picks. I think we could see him for like a regular vet and a bunch of draft picks, because Daryl might be like, you know, that's how we're going to land a better player. Maybe we'll offer 4 picks, not all that we get in the trade, but some of our future picks as well. Maybe a couple picks we rack up, Tyrese, something like that, you know? Maybe he's on
RB, I literally said that like 6 months ago, and I got laughed at.
Well, that 6 months ago was a little bit different than now. I mean, we've watched a clown circus go on the last couple months.
All right, so do you think he's going to play? Or because this let him sit thing is getting me, because did he show up and like say, like, listen, guys, I don't want to play, but I'm here. And are they going to agree? Like, all right, we'll do a what did Oklahoma City do with Al Horford last year? We'll sit you until a trade happens. Is that really, you think that's what they're going to do?
Yeah, but you have to pay him to do that.
Yeah. But then you end this circus.
Yeah, please.
And you know, it's not a thing anymore.
Listen, are you telling me that he comes back? Like, let's think about this. He comes back yesterday, unnoticed, right? He doesn't even talk to the players. Like, he still has not talked to Joel Embiid. Isn't that kind of weird to you guys? Like, I don't feel like he's going to talk to anybody. I don't feel like he's playing. Don't you think he would have at least texted him or something? Like, yo, time to talk. Let's talk business or something.
Nah, because in his head, he's at no wrong. I'm not surprised anymore. Like, in his head, he's thinking, oh, yeah, it's just another day. It's all good and dandy, bro.
So they said he showed up to his Morristown home with a security team and took the for sale sign down and just walked in the front door. He didn't. I don't even think he told the realty company that was trying to sell the house. He was coming back. He's above everybody in his own mind.
I don't know what to say. Joel Embiid needs to call this man out. Okay, I'm tired of Joel getting spit on for no reason when this guy continues to defend and say the right things.
He needs to stop doing that. I want Joel Embiid to hit a breaking point where he gets asked a question and says, "No, I don't want him back. Our team's great. He chose to go to LA. He doesn't want to play with us. Our team's we're building chemistry and everything. We don't want him back." Like, I just wish he would hit a point where he would say, "I don't care anymore. I'm saying this."
Yeah, I feel you. I feel like he trying to do that. Like, he throws in these little like answers once in a while, and I feel like yesterday he went out to the podium and they're like, "Yeah, he's here. He's getting a COVID test." And Joel Embiid's like, "Oh, damn. Well, you know, I'm glad he's back." Like, I don't know, man. It's rough. Shout out to Connor with the $5 super chat. Says only way Simmons can redeem himself in the NBA is if he shoots 5+ jumpers a game. If not, he's the same old dude and valuable drop. I agree. How about the fact that? How about his inside game? You know what I mean? Like, is that even polished enough? Like, I mean, he doesn't have a really good touch at the rim.
I don't even know what position he plays. I don't know anything about him. He's just a transition guy that can pass the ball. Outside of that, it's like, you won't shoot from the outside. Okay, that's cool if you want to be Zion Williamson, but you won't even shoot from the inside.
Guys, I got news for you. The Ben Simmons fast break transition assist is one of the easiest things to do as a guard who can dribble. And this notion that we have been painting that is hard to do is just ridiculous. You get a rebound and you dribble and you find the open man. Anyone who plays basketball knows that, and it's ridiculous.
Right, I don't think it's hard to do, but I think he's naturally better at doing that than most people in the NBA. He's 6'10" and really fast.
Shake Milton had 2 of those the other night. I think it was like the second preseason game. He had 2 nice passes to Seth Curry and another guy. And I was like, is that Ben Simmons out there?
Romp, I'm the biggest Ben Simmons hater in the world, but I'm not going Shake Milton comparing him to Ben's ability to run the floor.
I'm obviously Ben is another level to it, but we're not going to miss that much.
Let me ask you this.
Fair point.
Because I kind of just thought of something. Do you think 2-5 is this much of a troll that he saw us doing good and he saw us really playing our game and was like, you know what? Let me go stir up some controversy. Any possibility?
No, not at all. He saw when it came out that it seems like Rich Paul was telling him they could get the money back. Just sit out. When you get traded, you'll get all that money back and then it came, no, you can't get that money back. It seems like that's when shit hit the fan. And they were like, wait a minute. I actually just lost $680,000 in 2 games and I can't get it back. And then he flew to Philly right away.
True.
Yeah, bro. You can't keep a whip collection and all kinds of stuff if you're losing $1 million a week.
Yeah. Kat, I agree. That's another thing too. Like this potential press conference he may have will determine a lot as well. Like, will he come out and take accountability? Will he actually go on the main stage and say, like, this was my fault, or will he deflect it all? Because that would stir up even more. Man, it's crazy. We got 700 people in here. Shout out to everybody watching from everywhere. Drop a like, subscribe to the channels. Give us your thoughts. 2-5 stand, not a 2-5 stand, doesn't matter. Give us some thoughts. Let's talk for a second about what we saw yesterday, because
Sixers.
Before
talk about the team.
It's hard. It really is hard. Like,
it is hard.
I still don't know how the season is going to go, because I don't know who's going to be on the team. But man, yesterday before this whole thing happened, like, we looked pretty good with space. What was your guys' main takeaways from yesterday?
I think you still need a point guard, obviously. It doesn't look like Shake and Maxey are both just – Maxey's young. Shake is just a backup point guard, in my opinion, as far as the NBA goes. I think Maxey can be great someday, but it's like I think Joel Embiid's so good with this much space that it can hide the fact that you don't even have a point guard on the floor. You know what I mean? Like, he had, like, who was even on the floor yesterday? It was like Danny Green, Isaiah Joe. Like, I don't think there was a point guard out there. And it just give it to Joe. They either bring a double team and they swing it around, or they don't bring a double team and he scores on everybody in the world. He's so unstoppable with that much space. So it looked better than, of course, the Nets probably, A, weren't trying, and B, Blake Griffin's their biggest player. So he has stood no chance. But I think it looked better than it's going to look against a lot of teams, but it looked pretty damn good, at least without having a point guard. But you add a veteran, solid point guard, I don't know, man. It might be a lot better than we all think it is.
Isaiah Joe, it's very simple. If Doc Rivers does not play him significant minutes, he's officially senile, because that dude he can do it all. He really can. I have a hot take. I think he should start over Seth Curry. And the reason being is because he brings defense, and not only does he bring defense, but he plays super hard defensively. Like, he'll get beat sometimes because he's scrawny, but he plays super hard and he goes after every rebound. And that's something we've been lacking from the guard position. Well, besides Ben Simmons, but like, he goes after every rebound and he does the little things. Plus his offensive game, he's got the best shot on the team besides Seth Curry. And I think with that shot form, he's going to be a consistent shooter. He's obviously going to have moments where he's struggling, because every shooter does, even Steph Curry does. But this man, he can run the point. He can run the point sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should start him, but that's going out of control. I understand if some people are like, "Yo, dude, slow down," but I don't know. I just see a lot of good things from him, and he has the IQ. He's just a basketball player, and we've been lacking basketball players in Philadelphia. So,
Dude, I actually think his jump shot is so perfect that it's more than just IQ. It's the fact that he can just catch and shoot anywhere. Like you can't give him 6 inches of space. It reminds me of, and again, this is going overboard also, it reminds me of Ray Allen. It's so quick and square and accurate when he catches the ball and shoots it. There was plays yesterday where he wasn't open. It wasn't a play where he came off a screen and was open. He just catches it and shoots it. You got to guard him outside the line. I don't know about starting him. I want to see him probably half the season. I want to see him probably half the season with significant minutes, though, because not just his jump shot. Like he's showing ball handling skills. He's showing pick and roll ability, throwing lobs to Drummond. He's showing a lot of things. And yeah, he might be a starter halfway through the season if Doc isn't stubborn.
He won't play him. He's too young.
It's a beautiful day. Romp has onboarded the Isaiah Joe train. I would like to say that I was the first upon this last year. I thought the guy should have played a little bit more, and Doc never even considered him, except for the third unit. But I've been talking. I was naming this guy as a draft target last year. Not only is he a good shooter, the guy can defend. Like you said, he's got IQ. He averaged, I think, 2.5 steals in college. Like this guy has a lot of upside, and the fact that we got him in the second round is a steal. I'm not ready to say let's start him yet, but I do think he should be a key bench player. And if Doc does not play him, I will be severely frustrated because you can just see when certain guys have it. Like he just has it in terms of he knows his role. He knows how to fulfill his role. He doesn't try to do too much. And he's just a great 3-and-D future player for us. That's what I'm seeing. And Doc better not mess with him. That's what I got. But shout out to Romp for joining the Isaiah Joe train.
Hey, I've always been on the Isaiah Joe train.
But have you been on it as much as the train?
I support the reason I support Furkan is because I realize Sixers fans treat him unfairly. If he misses a shot, you'll see it on Twitter. Oh, he sucks, blah, 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 blah. And then when he drops 27, you won't see a peep about him. But shout out to DJ for on his stream. He was giving him credit. And then I
always give him credit. I'll make a whole thumbnail with fire in the background and everything. When he's good, I hype him up. When he's bad, I unleash on him. So.
Hey. Oh yeah, when he's bad, I call him out. He's been pretty rubbish this preseason. I'm kind of disappointed in my guy Furk. I'll be honest, but you look at Matisse Thybulle. The things he gets away with is just it's ridiculous. He has no offensive game, and people are crowning him as a freaking generational talent. When he has no offensive game, I don't care about his defense when he literally can't dribble. When you can't dribble and take it off the dribble, teams are going to play off of you, and it's just another Ben Simmons on the court. But the thing is, he's not even near Ben Simmons' level, so it's like, dude.
He said he was fired up today.
We need to trade Matisse Thybulle with Ben Simmons because having a player like that with Joel Embiid on the floor. Now, if Matisse Thybulle upgrades his shot to 38% from 3, then I'll get off of him. But if he's shooting 30%, get him off the court because he's just a liability offensively. I would rather Furkan out there to spread the floor than his defense. I'm just being real.
I think you are speaking facts, and we can attest to it when you go back to that Atlanta Hawks series. What amazing defenders did they have on the floor to win that series? None. They had shooters all around the three-point line, and we couldn't stop it.
Y'all got to chill, man. Y'all got to chill. Come on now. Furkan has one good – all right. See, I was giving him credit yesterday, too. I even tweeted out, I said, Furkan's the point guard we always needed. But come on now. Really? We're talking about 1-7 Furkan games, and we're crowning this guy the next best bench player ever? Come on.
No, I was agreeing with the Matisse.
I wasn't crowning. I'm just saying,
I was agreeing with the Matisse take, not the Furkan take.
Matisse offers 10 times more than Furkan does on a consistent basis.
Oh, he doesn't.
He doesn't?
Not offensively.
So when Furkan's not hitting shots, what does he do? He wastes space.
He spreads the floor. At least he'll actually shoot it and take it off the dribble. Dude, Matisse Thybulle is the guy you guard to just take breaks at the gym. You guard Matisse Thybulle because you know he's not going to do anything. Whenever Matisse Thybulle drives, he looks to pass it right away. And when he catches, he doesn't even look at the basket half the time. And when you have a role player like that, let me just get this straight. There's a reason he only plays 20 minutes a night. There's a reason he didn't start on the Australia Olympic team, because his offense is rubbish and he needs to improve. And the thing is, he's like a 24-year-old rookie and he still hasn't improved his jump shot. His mechanics are terrible. And no one gets on him besides me. But then when Furkan misses a shot, it's like, oh my God, Furkan sucks. Like, that's all I'm saying. We've consistent.
Gotten on Matisse, but the fact of the matter is that he's at least attempting. He's growing. What can Furkan's hit his peak? We know what he is. Matisse Thybulle has years to grow his jump shot.
Bro, it's been 3 years now.
It's been 2 years.
I think we're arguing about two players that are not NBA starters.
Yeah, I'm not arguing Furkan. I don't care. If Furkan doesn't see the floor, I don't care. But the thing is, this notion that Matisse Thybulle is this great role player is ridiculous when he doesn't provide anything offensively. When he dribbles,
he's a flash kind of guy. He's a 10 to 12 minute kind of guy, because when he does come in, he can change a game with some huge defensive plays really quick. 2 steals in 2 minutes kind of guy. But you're right. When it's half court and the plays and it's crunch time, you can't have him on the floor. You probably can't even have him on the floor like in the fourth quarter. But I think he adds more than, you're making it sound.
Right. Like, are we going to sit here and act like Furkan Korkmaz is going to be any more consistent in 2 years than he's going to be right now? No, he's not. And the guy can't defend a lick. You could probably dribble drive right past him for a layup. I mean, it's just who he is. Now, when he's on, I want him out there 30 minutes a night when he's on. But that's here and there.
All right,
that's here.
He is wildly inconsistent. He is
inconsistent.
I agree about the offense, and I agree. Like, if we're having the same convo next year, like Matisse still can't shoot, then yeah, we need to have a conversation. Let's not act like he will still make an impact on the floor defensively.
My thing with Furkan, the reason I like him is because he's not afraid to look embarrassingly bad. He'll get the ball with the shot clock running down and run a pick and roll and look like a dorky white dude. But Matisse Thybulle, he's running away from the ball. And when he gets it, he's hesitating to shoot. I'm fine with Furkan on the court because I know he's confident that he's going to make the shot. He thinks he's the best player on the team. Like, I'm fine with that confidence. I need Matisse Thybulle to have that type of confidence, but he doesn't, and it hurts the team offensively. And what has been our issue? Inconsistent offense and not having shot makers and shot creators.
All right.
And they're both 24 years old, by the way.
Furkan you're right. He does have that confidence. Matisse Thybulle has that confidence on defense. The guy was in the top 5 defensive player of the year rankings. He played 20 minutes a game.
Why did he play 20 minutes a game, though?
You know why? And why did Furkan Korkmaz can't defend a lick? Because he stinks. Like, but it doesn't matter.
The maxi game, the maxi game, everyone forgets that Furkan had like the first 13 points. No one ever talks about that, but they talk about Matisse like he's the next Jesus Christ. Like, I'm just saying, stay consistent. You could get on Furk, but you also got to admit that Matisse is way less good than what people make him out to be.
He's way less good on offense, but
I'm running out of words.
In terms of defense, this guy has shown insane flashes. Has Furkan ever showed insane flashes on offense to say he could be the next top 3-point shooter in the league? No, he hasn't.
Yes.
He has.
Because he's got unconscious, and he's got a quick trigger. He's got a quick trigger shot. One of the only players on the Sixers who has a quick trigger shot. Him and Danny Green and Isaiah Joe, by the way. But last year was only Furkan and Danny Green who shot it quick. And when we would rotate the ball, there would be so many times where Seth Curry would pump fake, Matisse Thybulle would pump fake when they had a shot, and it took away assists from Embiid. I'm telling you, we got to get rid of these freaking Matisse Thybulles who can't do anything offensively.
You're telling me that at one point you looked at Furkan and was like, that guy can be the next top 3-point shooter in the league.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, you guys act. So my thing with Furkan, you guys say he sucks and all this, but you guys have like superstar expectations. When he misses 2 shots, it's crazy.
I have Robert Covington expectations. If you're gonna be a wildly inconsistent shooter, at least be a good defender.
That's fair. That's fair.
Robert Covington would go 0 for 12, and I booed the guy to his face, and he actually pointed at me in the crowd, and I tell people that all the time because I was almost courtside, and I booed him, and he looked right at me. That's my claim to fame as a Sixers fan, booing Robert Covington. But at least he played good defense when he was 0 for 12. Furkan's either 75% and a superstar, or 1 for 95 and doesn't give you any defense.
I'm not arguing Furkan playing. I don't care if Furkan plays, but I would rather him playing than Matisse Thybulle in the playoffs, because guess what? The Hawks put freaking Danilo Gallinari on him. They put Solomon Hill on Thybulle, and they were just helping off of him, daring him to shoot. And that's another thing. Fluff the Sixers organization and developmental staff. The fact that Matisse Thybulle still has the same shot, that ugly form after 3 years, is ridiculous. When are we going to develop players? Like, this is
I agree with
crazy.
that. We can all agree on that for sure. So speaking of that, like if Lonzo Ball was drafted by the Sixers, would his jump shot be fixed, or would it look like it did when he was a rookie?
No, he'd be out of the league. That's another thing. This franchise is trash, and at some point we got to look at the inner parts of it, and we can't keep blaming the players. Like Shake Milton, yes, he's wildly inconsistent, but if you look at him, he'll look so good some games, and it's just like, why can't our coaching staff get him more consistent? Why can't they get Furkan more consistent? And
because he's not that dude.
This has been happening.
That's good.
Yeah, but this has been happening for like 7 straight years, where a player has flashed some good greatness, but then 2 months later, all of a sudden he sucks. At some point, we got to look into the organization. What are they doing? Are they really making their players better, or is it just a shitty program and everyone hates each other in it?
It's because we don't draft the right guys, man. Like you've said it before. Like we drafted Jaden Springer. We could have had Jared Butler. We could have had Sharif Cooper. It's
Jared Butler.
You don't draft guys. You don't draft the right guys. Chris with the $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Says, boys, let's be honest. We're a much better team with 2-5 than without. Only reason we're really mad at him is because he won't shoot. That being said, let's just hope he found a jumper and he plays.
Dude, let's hope that Megan Fox leaves Machine Gun Kelly for me and says, hey, you don't make music. You're totally not even close to as talented or cool, but I love you, and I marry Megan Fox. Let's hope for that. Why are people still saying just hope he found a jumper? I'm blown away by that. Why would that happen?
I think he's going to be the same player.
How would he have a jumper?
Well, I think he has some form of a jumper. He just doesn't feel like playing. Like, I don't think he tries. I don't. There's no reason he would put out videos of him shooting the ball and then he just doesn't try. He just doesn't. I don't think he wants to. And I think he's just satisfied with being mediocre on offense. And like, it's never been put out into the spotlight in the mainframe, at least. We've seen it for years, but you know, it hasn't been put out on the top stage until these playoffs, and now he just backs away from it, you know, and it's embarrassing.
I'm sick of these one-dimensional players, man. I really am. Like, my boy Sean Ford said that in the chat, and we were talking about that on my stream a couple days ago. Like, Isaiah Joe can do it all. Is he like an amazing defender? No, but at least he'll give effort. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he could take it off the dribble. Is he amazing at taking off the dribble? No, but at least he's a threat to do it. We got Furkan. He's not a threat to take it off the dribble like 24/7. He'll do it though, but he's not good at it. Then we got Matisse Thybulle, who we know he can't dribble. It's like, what's with these one-dimensional players? Can't we just get like players who do it all for once?
No, I agree with that. We've always had one-dimensional players. The whole process era, we've hardly ever had a guy that is just a basketball player. You know, you go to the park and you just see a basketball player. Dude shoots the ball, dribbles the ball, drives to the rim, passes the ball. We've always had these guys that can do one of those 5 things and none of the other 4. And like every time I see one of them, like I'm happy. But every time I watch another team, they always have a new guy. You know, they always have a new guy that's a combo guard that does all of these things that we still can't find in 6 years of the process. I think Isaiah Joe's becoming that. I think Tyrese Maxey's a steal, but it's been so many years of us having those one-dimensional players for sure.
I'm with you guys. I agree.
I'm going to say one more thing. Also, you could just tell from the outside looking in that Isaiah Joe and Tyrese Maxey, they love the game of basketball and they want to get better. You can just tell that. Now, Matisse Thybulle, Ben Simmons, nah, they don't love the game of basketball. I'm telling you. You could just tell that. And that's another problem with this organization. We just got to get straight up players who actually love the game. And that's why I want Isaiah Joe to start, because you could tell he's right now, he's probably watching film. You know what I'm saying? While Matisse Thybulle is doing an Instagram photo shoot. So, like, I'm sick of these one-dimensional, non-passion-driven players. Sorry, I'm fired up tonight.
I'll give you that on Ben Simmons, that I think his potential outweighed his mindset and his attitude, but he's had the same attitude his whole career. You know, at LSU, everywhere, he never seemed really passionate about the game or developing his game. He didn't care that they weren't in the tournament. He's always been like that, but he was just a physical freak that you might never see again. Literally 6'10", 240, that can run probably a 4.3 40-yard dash. You know what I mean? So it was like that potential was outweighing that. If he was 6'7", he wouldn't have been drafted number one. You know, his attitude, all these things would have taken into account. So I just think we got screwed. Another way that Philly sports just got screwed, basically. That's what we do.
I agree. And the chat saying that Romp's a Matisse hater. You might be, honestly.
I'm not a hater. I'm just pointing out facts. He's not a good offensive player. How is that hate? When is that hate? How have I been hating?
I mean, you just said the guy had no heart. Like, he didn't even do
Well, has he improved his jump shot mechanics? No.
I mean, he hasn't. But at the same time, has Furkan improved his defense?
No.
So maybe he doesn't like the. See what I mean? So
yeah, I blame Furkan too. I'm not saying Furkan should play.
It's not just Furkan. I agree with your point about the one-dimensional players, but I don't know, man. Like,
I think Ben makes that a thing. You can't have a player that can't shoot with Ben on the floor. I think with a point guard that can shoot, you can have 15 minutes of Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah. I'm not saying Matisse doesn't have
Matisse
heart.
Is a role player. That's what he is right now.
He has heart. He plays hard. But I'm saying I don't see that drive of him ever developing an off-the-dribble game or changing his shot mechanics. Because if he did develop like 38% three-point shot, I would be his biggest supporter. But I just don't see it because his mechanics haven't changed in 3 years. And that's why I'm talking about the drive to be great.
It's been a year and a half, essentially, because we had the bubble year and then we had this. I just, again, like, this guy does a lot of things that don't even show up on the stat sheet. And again, he's a year and a half into a career. I'm just saying, look, if we're having the same conversation in a year or two, then yeah, we definitely should, if he's not shooting at all. But I don't know. I feel like there's bigger issues on the team. You brought up Shake Milton, and we just don't have that consistent guard off the bench. And in fact, I think Doc's going to bring Tyrese off the bench. There's another hot take for you guys to play around with.
I think so too.
I think he saw him in the second game, and Doc was like, you know what? He's too, like, even after the first game we talked about, Doc was like, yeah, I thought the moment was too big for him. Then he brings him off the bench and he goes off. I think he's going to bring him off the bench. I do.
Because, like I said, Doc Rivers was in his head. You could tell from the beginning of that game that he had a wide open lane. Like the first 30 seconds of the game, he had a wide open lane and he kicked it to Danny Green. He was trying to be a facilitator because Doc Rivers told him to. You know what I mean? So he got in his head. Don't do that to a young player, man. And then he brought him off the bench and probably said, hey, just play your game. And, oh, boom, look. It's not rocket science, but Doc Rivers is now acting like Shake Milton is some kind of – he's got to know that he's not, but he's just talked up Shake Milton so much more than Maxey. And I'm like, I don't know. I didn't see anything that much better from Shake Milton, except the fact that he passed the ball more than he shot it. That's Doc's obsession as far as point guards go, because he'll never get over Rajon Rondo.
Yeah. Let me read a couple comments. D'Angelo, you got to do your math, bro, because first off, Matisse played all 4 years in college, okay? That's why he's an older player. Number two, he played all 4 years. and then he's been in the league a year and a half. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's
but
crazy.
I'm going to be a Matisse hater again.
Go ahead.
But if you're coming in as an older rookie, like, shouldn't you be more defined as a basketball player? Like,
he's one of the best defensive prospects in years coming out of the draft. I agree. He needs to shoot the ball. At least he's attempting it. At least he's trying to get better. Like,
I mean, sometimes he has the open look and he hesitates. I want when he gets the ball, just shoot it. If he develops a 3-point shot, I will back off of him because he's that good defensively. But right now, I don't give a lick about his defense because of that shot, and he can't dribble.
Hey, how many players we got? How many people we got in the stream? We need a thumbs up. We need
650 people in here, man. Rocking strong with us.
We need like buttons. We need like buttons.
Drop a like on both streams. Subscribe to all channels. We may even take a few calls in a little bit. This comment right here is another one that frustrates me. Why are we arguing about bench players? See, we talk about 2-5. Then you tell us we're talking about 2-5 too much. So we talk about what we saw in the game yesterday, given the fact every player was essentially out. Tobias, Seth, all them. And then it's like, why are we talking about the bench? You see what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just frustrating. This is why it's hard to talk about the team.
Well, that's why you can't. That's why, like, realistically, you can't read all of the comments because most of them are just going to be just total, nonsense. No offense to somebody, but yeah, don't talk about Ben, and then don't talk about bench players, and then why are we talking about the coach? Why, like,
let's just not talk at all. Imagination Studios at the $5 super chat. Shout out to you. Why not hire AI as our development coach? Have him sign a contract that says no BS. Have Iverson work with Joe, Korkmaz, and Ben until we trade him. I mean, I would be down if he actually his head is in it. But then again, is his head going to be in it? I don't know. Those are some interesting comments. We didn't really touch on that, but pretty much said, he wanted to pretty much said, like, you guys should hire me at this point. But what do you guys think about that?
I hope he is at a point in his life where he's ready to be serious about something like that. Like, I clearly he was in the NBA based off of his natural talent that was so good it was undeniable. He was not mature enough to handle his finances, his all kinds of things that happened in his career, and even after the NBA, I mean, people called me all kinds of names when I said what I said about him. Why are you judging his past? Why are you? Well, like, bro, like, how do you think somebody gives you a credit score? By judging your recent past with your finances. You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I judging his past? Because I'm trying to analyze whether or not he should have a job with the team. Like, you can't just be like, well, everything you did in the past is okay. You're hired. Like, it doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? I hope he is, because I think he does have something to offer the team. As far as, I don't think you can teach Ben anything. No offense, Imagine Studios, but you got to just delete Ben out of that comment right there. Nobody can get through to Ben Simmons. He's above everyone in the world. He's above Allen Iverson. He's above Barack Obama. He's above Saddam Hussein or anybody else. Nobody can tell him anything. With Joe and Korkmaz, sure. But I don't know. Allen Iverson just never seemed like a guy. He's kind of Randy Moss to me when it comes to basketball. He's my favorite player ever, by the way. But I keep it real. He's kind of Randy Moss to me. He kind of just showed up. He was that good naturally. He's almost Kyrie Irving, really, if you think about it. Like, yeah, I'm here and I'm better than everyone, but I'm not going to, like, put in the extra effort outside of the game. I'm going to give my heart, my 100% on the court for sure. But I've just never seen him really give 100% off the court, so I don't know.
Yeah, I would hire him, not as like a developmental coach, but just him being around, and like maybe he could scrimmage with the guys, because like maybe that'll be more enticing for him to stay focused, because he could probably dog some players on the Sixers still. So I don't know. I would just like him to be around, and then he could give some advice to guards, because he has all the skill in the world to do that, and he said he wants to do it, and he's like, why haven't I been hired yet? So, I mean, it can't hurt having him around. It's better than nothing.
What the heck is up with Sam Cassell? Like, I thought this guy was going to have a huge impact. Obviously a former guard, but who knows? Imagination, shout out to you. W Boys with the $5 super chat. We appreciate the support. Shout out to everybody who's showing love in here. Still a ton of people. I got to stop reading this chat, to be honest.
I think it speaks volumes to how self-centered and arrogant Ben Simmons actually is. Years, some of the best coaches, especially Sam Cassell. All right, he's going to come in and they're going to be in practice and he's going to be like, all right, this is tomorrow's game. You're going to shoot the ball from the corner 3 times and we're going to get you. Nobody can make this guy shoot the ball. He is the most stubborn, selfish, arrogant player I've ever seen in my entire life. Allen Iverson can't get through to him. Nobody can. He doesn't. He just came back to the team without following basic professional rules.
I'm just sick of this franchise is ruining good talent. Like, I get you guys think Shake is like inconsistent, but like I've seen just his talent to get to the rim. Why can't we get through to him? That's an 18 point per game scorer. We've seen it for 2 months of last year. He was closing games for us in the beginning of the season. Why can't we get through to him? Why do we always ruin players? There's a bigger issue going on in this organization, and it starts from the top. Because you said, Sam Cassell came in, and every like guard in the league gives him props for developing. Just look into Sam Cassell. So this organization there's something going on bigger than we could know even.
I agree with you that you don't see players like Shake like advance. And I think in other franchises, maybe you would have seen Shake 2 years ago and he would have advanced as the years go on. So I agree with you. Like, does every player that come here not advance? Like, does every player that comes here he is who he is and he just kind of stays at that level? Like, how many players have we seen really advance since coming here? Or they leave and they're better somewhere else.
Oh man,
Romp, why do you got to be the smart one on the stream?
Dude,
Romp is smart. The other two will make fun of you if they don't agree.
No, I mean, me and RB have been arguing for like the whole stream, and I mean, he doesn't agree with me, but he's fine. So I appreciate you calling me smart, but like it's a respectful conversation. Like, we're still boys, you know?
No, that's how people are. That's why, I'm a debater, and I'm really a debater. Like, I like yell, I get loud, I'm just like that. And a lot of people can't handle it, and they think I'm being disrespectful. They think I'm making fun of them. They think I'm not, bro. Just say your piece then when I'm done talking. You know what I mean? Cut me off, do whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know. But the same guy that just called you smart, somebody else said, Romp, stop talking, you're awful. So it's just what it is on the internet. You can't please everybody. Everybody's going to have a loud opinion about you.
Someone said, stop calling him Rump.
The thing is, like, they could say whatever they want, but like, I have a problem where I always think I'm right. So like, no matter what they say, I don't care because I think I'm right.
That's why we're here. That's the only reason any of us made a YouTube channel. We were so fixated on us. We were so like, you know what? I know more than everyone. I'm going to make a YouTube channel. That's exactly why all of us did this. So, you know.
Man, these people are crazy. But yeah, none of us up here hate each other. We're just talking. We're talking the stuff. You know what I mean? That's what we do.
That's why you got to take phone calls. That's why phone calls are the new thing on here, because a lot of people that want to be all big and pop off into chat, they won't pick up the phone and call. They won't do that. You know what I mean? I've been waiting on these call-in shows for somebody to call and be like, you're totally wrong, and here's why. I can't get a single person to call in and argue with me, but all day long on Twitter and in the comments, they're there. Not only they won't show their face, they won't even show their voice. There's a stink bug on my light.
Someone call in and argue with me, or any of them, or come support me.
At the end of the day, like Eric R, what's going on, Eric, in the chat? All of us just want to win, man. Like, we just want to see the team do good. That's it, man. But yeah, exactly. Like, if all the content creators said the same exact thing, like, would it even be interesting? Like, why even watch other people? You know, like.
That's why I love collabing with you guys, because you know, it's so much different than it actually gets boring when you're just doing a show by yourself and all of your subscribers agree with you. That's the only reason they're subscribed to you, and you're just kind of saying your thoughts and everyone's like, yeah, you're right. And it gets like kind of mundane. It's nice to have different opinions and have people that aren't afraid to share their different opinion.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Chris with the super chat, appreciate it, says, what's the number? I'll argue. I guess we can open up the lines for a little bit.
Let's
DJ,
go.
you wanna what's the
Yeah, you can put it on the screen. 717-297-6748.
717
297
297
6748.
748?
Will it come through though if I have? Yeah, it should.
It usually works on mine, so it should work. Shout out to W with the
There it is. There's a call.
respect.
Let's take it, man. What's going on, man? You're on Sixers Takeover.
Let's take it, man. I'm on.
Hello.
Oh, you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Ben Simmons situation with him coming back and like the concept around like raising his trade value. I mean, there's really no shock that. I mean, there's nothing that the NBA GMs don't already know about Ben Simmons. Right? He's already played for years of his career. People know what he tends to do in the playoffs. Like a 20 game span of him playing well is really not going to change anything either way.
Yeah, I've said that before actually, and I mean, you're probably it's not a bad take because when you really think about it, like who are we trying to fool? You know, like when I say raise his trade value for 10 games, like I see your point. Like they already know who he is. Everybody's already seen him play good and play bad. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I'll ask Romp and RB what they think about it. But yeah, I kind of agree with you on the other side. Like, who are we trying to fool? They all know he's capable of this, and then he does this. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's really not too much that we can just sit here and look and we're like, yeah, he's going to drastically improve this or change this. But at the end of the day, I guess it's like we said earlier, just to get that like dirty taste out of our mouth and just say like, all right, at least he's back trying. I guess. I mean, I just don't think there's any offers on the table. I really don't. I think we've been trying to fool everybody in the media and it hasn't worked.
I agree with you. And that's why I want him away from the team. So great call. Are you still there?
Hey, thanks for the
yeah,
call,
I'm
man.
still there.
Is that all you
Yeah,
had?
thanks,
You got something else?
Yeah, actually, I really want to say in part, like, yeah, it's not about, even no matter what he does in the regular season, it's not about the regular season because unless he's going to play in the postseason, right? Unless we show him that, then like that's really what the problem is. So there's really no point in playing him in the regular season, and like, there's a chance he can get hurt, and then he's getting exactly what he wants, right? He doesn't play at all, and he still gets paid, and it's like a legitimate reason now too, because like, he'll be injured.
That's a good point. Maybe you don't play him at all just because you don't want the possibility of him getting hurt and then he gets what he wants. Maybe you sit him out. Maybe you pay him, you sit him out to avoid this chemistry issue, this whole nonsense, and then you just trade him.
Bro,
Yeah.
imagine he tears his ACL.
Go ahead, Ron.
Imagine he tears his ACL or something crazy. Like I haven't even thought of that. That's a great point.
What if he starts saying like his back flared up or something and he just sits out?
That's what I mean. That's why
Yeah, does he have to be real?
Yeah.
If he's playing, that's all the credibility he needs. Like, oh, okay, well, then obviously now it's something because he's been playing games now. Like, he can be aching, he can say whatever if he starts playing.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you think that it comes to a point where maybe he thinks himself like, let me just go play as hard as I can so that I can get out of there as quick as possible?
No, I don't think he thinks that much about it. I think I've said it a million times already, but I really just think he was like, what contractually do I have to do to not lose another $330,000? It's the only reason I think he's here.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, take care.
Plus, Ben Simmons like is gradually getting worse every season. So like, should we risk it? Because like his points might go down to 10 points per game. Like he's gotten worse every season. So it's a risk.
Going back to what DJ said before, like what if Rich Paul just went up to him and he's like, you know what? You're not that good, bro. Like you got to go out here and like help us get you out of here. Like, but then again, maybe he just doesn't care. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
I think Rich was like, yo, sit out. The other team will give you all your money. And then they were like, oh, we were wrong. We can't get the money back. And Ben was like, now I have to go there. And he was like, yeah, you kind of have to go there now because they're not trading you and you're going to lose a lot of money. And then he just showed up. All right, let's take another one. Yo, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? Joe Castro, what's going on?
Joe Castro, what's up, man?
Living the life. Yeah, I know I'm a Nets fan, but I do want to ask y'all a question. Real talk. Because I know y'all dealing with this whole Ben Simmons situation, right? But I want to know, with the team that you have, do you think your team is a competitive team without Ben Simmons, or do you think it's based on what you get for Ben Simmons?
Competitive. I say yes, competitive. I don't know if it's championship level.
That's the better. Yeah, I think more so on that, because last year I think that's what you guys were cusping at. So more so to that, the championship part of it. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's what I'm struggling with every single day. I wake up with cold sweats. I feel like I have the flu every day because of this team. I can't figure it out. You want what you want in return for Ben Simmons, what you think can help your team be a championship level team. But then I'm also battling myself, like, just get this over with. But it's like, is that good enough? I actually don't even have an answer to your question, Joe. Maybe one of these guys do. I'm so struggling with the whole situation.
I'll answer it. No, we're not. We're a competitive team. We'll win games. We'll win a good 40, maybe 50 games. But when push comes to shove, we're not winning it with just Tobias Harris and Joel Embiid and a bench of Furkan, Shake, Matisse, Andre Drummond. Like, that's just not a championship team in my eyes. I think we need at least another starter back and someone that'll help facilitate. I mean, it seemed like everybody was ready to jump off the Maxey train after one game. And, who knows? Like, we're saying, like, he needs some time to develop. I don't think we're ready.
I think we're a notch under championship contenders. I think fully healthy Nets, and then the Bucks and the Heat, and then we're like right there. And it depends how good we look without Ben Simmons. I honestly think we might be worse in the regular season with Ben, but in the playoffs, I think we're going to be better with Ben, just because of the spacing issue, and teams actually try in the playoffs and they exploit that spacing issue. But I think people are underestimating like how truly good Embiid is. And I still have hope that he's going to only improve and improve. And that's why I believe like anything could happen with injuries and stuff like that. But no, we're not championship contender, but who knows, Yeah.
Shout out to us.
Another question I want to. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead.
No, another question, like a follow-up on that, is what type of player do you need? I know we talk about, big names and stuff like that. Like, everybody wants them, a Damian Lillard. Everybody wants them, a superstar player. But realistically, what type of player do you need? Because I do think you guys are a very good team. Amazing big man, obviously. But what kind of player do you think will fit into this team and push you to that next level?
I've been stuck on the Malcolm Brogdon, Karis LeVert thing. If that was actually offered, I think we have a shot against anyone in the East because, like you said, amazing big man, but I really think the rest of the NBA and everybody, just the way that they talk this offseason, they're underestimating the hell out of what he's about to do without Ben Simmons standing under the rim. Like, I think it's going to be totally unstoppable with just a player that can run the half court and shoot the ball. So I just want a point guard that can shoot. That's a level of like experience, and plays good defense. I think Malcolm Brogdon's a perfect fit, and Karis LeVert on top of it. And then if the bench is Maxey, Isaiah Joe, Furkan Korkmaz, Andre Drummond, like, that's a deep team. That's what I think.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. We need a solid point guard that's not going or not afraid to shoot, in my opinion.
I would take Brogdon straight up, honestly. I think that would be great. And also, I would rather, this is a hot take, I would rather Brogdon and Chris Duarte instead of Brogdon and Karis LeVert, because Chris Duarte, he's a rookie, but he does everything. And we need a player like that. He's like Isaiah Joe, but on steroids.
I like it.
I respect that. Hey, I do want to. I know RB, and I know my guy DJ and everything. But My man's at the bottom. You said something about, the Nets ain't even going to be, they're not a threat now because we don't have Kyrie. I'm just letting you know a little bit. Was that you?
I say it every year. I'm not scared of that team at all. It's a bunch of divas that can score.
Well, I apologize to the dude at the bottom. I'm sorry for coming at your neck like that, bro. But
No,
DJ, come on.
I don't care, man. You saw it last night. Their biggest defender in the paint is Blake Griffin. That's been their issue for a long time. They should have traded Kyrie Irving when they had the chance. All you need is Kevin Durant and James Harden. You don't need Kyrie Irving out there. Trade him for some interior defense, and you got a well-rounded team that can beat anybody. I think Kyrie Irving's an issue.
I agree. I'm not a big Kyrie fan.
I actually disagree with that. Kyrie's an issue, obviously, but if he was fully engaged, I think he's the most clutch player on that team. And that's another hot take, but I think Kyrie's more clutch than James Harden and Kevin Durant.
No, I love it. I love his offensive game. I'm just saying, I don't care if I don't care if you have 3 Michael Jordans. You need balance. You got to get rid of one of these guys and balance the team a little bit. There's no point in having 3 of them because it's just taking shots away from the other guy. If those 2 drop 40 and then they got all 3 of them and they all 3 drop 27, what's the difference?
Yeah, I just don't trust the leadership.
Is that good math?
I don't trust
almost, yeah.
I don't trust the leadership of KD and Harden. Not saying they're bad leaders, but I don't think they're championship level number 1 leaders. KD had to go to the Warriors to learn that. Maybe he did learn that, but I have to see it in action before I believe it. And there's just so many dynamics with the Nets, especially with this Kyrie drama. That's why I don't believe in them.
I think they're leaders. I just think that Kyrie is he's like that chemical that just blows everything up. I think him just being there is just distracting, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kyrie. I agree with what y'all saying, man. Hopefully Nick Claxton can be a big man for us, but I just wanted to come on here and bother y'all a little bit because that's what I have to do. But great stream, man. I appreciate y'all having me on. And go Brooklyn. You already know.
Yeah. Joe, they got to play Claxton, bro. They got to play Claxton. They gotta.
They do. Claxton was locking up Giannis on the low, but that's another story for another time.
No, Joe, I forgot you were a Nets fan. We should have you on a pregame when we play the Nets or something like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, yes, sir. You already know, bro.
All right, man. Philly the podcast. Subscribe to Philly the podcast. That's my man Joe Castro.
Shout out to Smug with the super chat. Says, I'm so upset with Ben Simmons. I didn't mind the process draft strategy, but I draw the line when players tank their play and become brats. We didn't say it.
Yep. I didn't mind the process draft strategy. I did. I minded it then and I mind it now. I hated every second of it. They were calling us the Philadelphia 7-footers. Nothing made any sense, bro. You drafted Joel Embiid. Your next job is to draft players that fit. Sam Hinkie had this, I'm just going to draft all the best players I can, and then when they're all healthy and they don't fit, then I'm going to trade them for the right players. That sounds good, but it's not as easy as he made it sound. So then you had Okafor, who looked good his beginning of his rookie year and then fell off completely. Nerlens Noel, the same situation. And now you have 2 players that you could have traded for players that fit, but they're behind Joel Embiid now. They waited way too long. The whole thing was a disaster.
Part of it is bad drafting, and part of it is just this little curse that we have. Michael Carter Williams. I know you guys remember his first game ever. I don't think I was ever more excited for a game watching him ball out like that, go the length of the court, slam it down, and then
LeBron.
Yeah, and then he comes out after his rookie year, had a quiet shoulder surgery, done. Markelle Fultz, we know what happened. Now 2-5. Why does this keep happening to us? We have the perfect player in our hands in Mikal Bridges. Do you know how much of an impact this guy could have had on this squad? And
now we're hoping
we end up with Zaire Smith. Where is Zaire Smith? Is he even playing basketball anymore? I don't know.
Yeah, but you forgot the curse affected Bridges early on in his career. He had a hitch in his shot his rookie season, before it, because he got drafted by the Sixers. But then when he was on the Suns, it kind of it disappeared. He got over it. So even that, he was affected by the curse, but he got over it.
The answer is owners of this team have no idea what they're doing. They don't. They don't at all.
So
The profit margin of a basketball team, it's like owning a nightclub or a bar. The markup on the alcohol is so high, you literally have to be a complete failure to lose money. You know what I mean? You can own a basketball team and double the profit in 10 years without doing anything right. They hired Brett Brown to lose. Then not only did they give him more years once they had good players, they made him interim GM.
Dude. Do you know how I can't even remember how many draft picks we had for like 8 years. And like, look at the players. Like, imagine if you gave like a super GM, for example, James Jones, right? Like all these picks, like imagine what he would do with that. Like,
Scott O'Neil left because he saw like all this stuff we did for the past 8 years is about to implode. I'm taking my cut and I'm out of here. What do you guys owe me? Like 50 mil? Give me the check. I'm out before this shit falls on its face and everybody has to pay for it.
oh my gosh.
DJ, I can't believe you're criticizing the golden boy, Sam Hinkie.
I was a Sam Hinkie believer. I hated the draft. I hated his drafting. I hated every second of it. And when we waited too long to trade those guys, I hated it even more. But it was like we were bad for so many years before that the fact that he got Joel Embiid and Joel was calling himself the process. So I still was shouting out Sam Hinkie just for getting Joel Embiid. But now I see like you could have put better fits around him throughout that entire process, and you didn't do that at all. And then you draft Ben Simmons. I don't think Sam Hinkie actually drafted Ben Simmons, but I mean he would have. Anybody would have at that point, which sucks too because your other number one pick doesn't fit with the other guy.
You know what the problem is? We got a bunch of businessmen handling the organization, right? Rather than like basketball businessmen. They're just businessmen.
Yeah, they're trying to create that regional sports network.
Yeah, they're just businessmen, but most owners are just businessmen. Like who is lucky enough to actually have somebody that knows basketball who owns the team? Like Mark Cuban is a big fan of basketball. Do they ever win anything? 2011. You know, so I don't actually know if the owner being a fan of the game and understanding the game actually hurts or helps. But I think they're businessmen that don't even know how to run a good business because they're seriously they were born rich, mega rich, and all they did was invested money into something that's going to make them more money. They're not actually good businessmen because they would have never put Brett Brown in the position he was in. Somebody that owns a local business in your town is not going to hire someone to be the manager unless they have 5 years experience and a degree and all this. Like, I don't even think they're good businessmen. I don't think they need to be a fan of the game or understand basketball. They at least need to know, I don't know what I'm doing. I have to hire a GM and a coach that knows what they're doing.
I agree.
So sad. I hate this team, bro.
Josh Harris is a dork.
Sell the team.
You know what's crazy too? Like when it comes to Elton Brand, I actually liked his approach at first, you know, like going out, pushing the chips in, right? Like making a couple of trades. How did it get so bad with Elton Brand? Like every person, it doesn't even matter if you're a player. Like if you come here, you get cursed. Like the guy doesn't have a lot of experience. He makes a couple good trades and then he can't even sign the guy. He can't re-sign him and pays a terrible extension. Like,
I can't blame it on Elton Brand though. The owners, they wanted to coddle Simmons.
what about not re-signing?
Another position hired with no resume at all. Elton Brand.
Yeah, but
and he was handed all the assets and blew them all for big names that don't fit together.
Yeah, Joel Embiid said, "Yeah, we signed Horford for Simmons," and the owners were like, "Oh, let's coddle Simmons. We gotta get a stretch five," which is the dumbest thing ever because Embiid is a stretch five. I'm so confused about that notion. Like everyone's like, "We need a stretch five." Dude, he's playing with one of the best stretch fives in the league. He does more than a stretch five.
I know Joel said that, but I don't think that's actually why they did it. This whole bully ball thing that they were on that year, they thought, let's get the only guy that can defend Joel Embiid and put him on our team, and then we'll be able to defend everybody and nobody's going to score any points. They thought they were going to out-defend everybody. And actually, they were one of the best defenses in the NBA. But guess what? shockingly enough, they had one of the lowest scoring offenses. Like, bro, you have to score points in the damn game.
I agree with the chat. I think that we had so many assets and so much cap space, and we had no plan whatsoever. We had absolutely no plan, and we said, "All right, let's just go draft this, and this. Let's pay as soon as we can." Tobias Harris, like, didn't Tobias Harris's dad negotiate his contract? Like, this guy was going to get significantly less, and I feel like the conversation went like as soon as Jimmy left, Tobias Harris's dad was like, we're gonna leave. We're gonna walk. And Elton Brand he crawled up in a ball and said, "All right, here you go. Here you go."
It sucks. We'll never get to find out if Sam Hinkie actually had a plan. Like, I don't know if he had a plan or not. He was good at stacking draft picks for sure. He fleeced the Kings like 10 times. Like he like pick swaps for years. Like, we had so many. He won so many trades for a bunch of nobodies, and then the NBA ran him out of town before he got to actually use the assets. So we'll never know.
Someone made a good point. They said, maybe Hinkie had that attitude. Like, he dumped Michael Carter Williams, and everybody was like, "Yo, what? Like, this is too soon." And everything. He had that aggressor mentality where he was like, "Nope, this guy's done."
Yep.
He would
have traded Ben for 7 draft picks, like year 2.
You know what? If the GM of the Sixers is listening to this, go to Sixers Twitter, Daryl Morey, and whatever the popular opinion is, do the opposite. It will work. Trust me. Sixers Twitter is wild. Also, I want to bring up a point that I've been thinking about that I have a real problem with this, and I want to get your guys' thoughts. I hate our offense. Like, I'm going to be real. I think another problem that we haven't realized yet is one of the reasons why our offense doesn't work in the playoffs is like, it's literally like, yeah, Joel Embiid can do everything, but when you're asking him to do everything, like 75% of the time, when you're asking him to run the offense at the top of the key 80% of the time, that's not going to correlate to postseason success. And I've already seen that in the preseason where half the time our half-court offense just stalls, and it's literally we're just trying to post up Embiid. And that is so easy to game plan against. Like, I want to use Embiid more as a traditional center than ever before this season. Yes, he could do everything else, and maybe his points will drop down to like 26 points per game, but I think it will be more beneficial to the offense and will actually get movement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think that, honestly, although we put so much criticism on Doc, like, I think Doc tried to come in and like implement a new system. And I think in part we did that, but I feel like Doc just coddles people too much, and there's flaws in terms of the players that force him to kind of change his system a bit. And I agree with you. I think we need someone to take that pressure off Joel. And I think, again, there's doors to his game that haven't been unlocked. For example, the pick and roll. Like, imagine what else this guy can do. And like you said earlier, like, he's already at an MVP level. He can be a great, but he needs some help, man. And I'm tired of him getting neglected. It's not fair to him.
Dude, yeah, and I think every year people see how great he is on the block, so they kind of just go all in on that. And you're right. Like, over the course of a whole season and the postseason, you kind of need more than just running the game through your center on the block and banking on him dominating double and triple teams. You know what I mean? Because he's going to have the game then where, like Toronto Raptors, where he scored 0 and everyone was on him. Like, he's going to have those games then where he gets triple teamed every time he touches the ball and he's not having a good game. Nobody else can step up. So, yeah, I agree. We rely way too much on him being amazing. And his numbers are always going to be that high because of his usage rate. But, yeah, maybe that's not how you win.
I think it's I sense a lot of like just laziness from the coaching staff where it's like, oh, you have Embiid, so like let's just let him do everything. But like there's no like innovative stuff in our system. There's not much ball movement. It's way too stagnant at times. Like, go watch the Warriors Trailblazers preseason game from like a week ago and fast forward to when the scrubs were in. The scrubs of the Warriors, because of the system they built, they had ball movement and it looked better than it actually looks like an offense, even with the scrubs. So that's what I'm trying to say. Because they built that system of ball movement. And we got to do that more rather than just post up Embiid and we're too predictable.
We were right. And even lineups without Embiid, it's like Embiid's not on the floor now. What's the offense? And it's kind of like we try to do the same thing without him. It's like, yeah. It's like,
Drummond.
there should at least be. And Drummond commands attention in the paint too. But, yeah, you have to be versatile, especially if Embiid's going to miss 20 or 30 games a season also. It's like we're always like Embiid's going to dominate, and we're just going to kind of suck when he's not on the floor, and then we're going to survive. And, yeah, I agree.
I think another issue with that is, like, I still don't think we have the best personnel to run that kind of system. Like, I feel like we need guys who are just ready to let it fly and who just, like, are just, I guess, smarter and also more experienced. Like, I don't know. Like, I watched the Warriors. Yeah, their system is beautiful. And, you know, when you have Steph Curry dishing off the rock, like, it just looks too natural. We bring in some of our guys, and it's like, sometimes, like, you're right, like, they don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah, they're just standing and watching.
Around. Yeah, and it's like, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's why I've been saying we need that leader off the bench. Maybe Drummond can be that, but I think we need a guard as well to do that.
I mean, George Hill came here for 1 year and left as fast as he could. He came here, and for the first time in his career, he looked like he didn't have a role on a team. He looked like he had no idea where to be or where to go or what to do.
Yep. And
he left right when he had the opportunity. So it's like, we couldn't even get a veteran point guard like George Hill to understand what his role was in the offense.
Yep, I agree. Asia says, do we want to take Kyrie? I'd be happy to give him to you. No, thank you. Too much of a head case for me.
Yeah, it's like it's like if you could get Kyrie without all the stuff, like, yes, obviously, but there's just too much stuff that comes along with Kyrie. Gardock, I feel like you were maybe in my Eagles postgame live asking me why I was being mad about the Eagles when they beat the Panthers the other day because they played a horrible game for 99% of it. I mean, come on, bro. The preseason game?
We're not negative. Like, I'm tired of people calling us haters because we just want to see the team do better.
No, I am negative. This team has lost for my entire life. That's why I'm negative, Gardock. I haven't seen a championship. I'm 35 years old. I'm going to die without seeing one.
I feel like some people just came in here and, like, we literally preached earlier how much we enjoyed watching Isaiah Joe play and Tyrese Maxey and, you know, Furkan looked great yesterday. Like, we talked about some of these other players. Steph Curry's like, come on, man.
Bro, people who analyze, this is why people like this who don't actually analyze the game over the course of a lot of years, they think the media is negative. They think the YouTubers are negative. They think everybody that talks about it is negative. What do you think the reason for that is? Because these people actually analyze the game in detail, and it's not good. That's like there's not great things to say.
Right.
That's why they're negative.
Like, think about this. Like, if our team was one of them teams that was in the Eastern Conference Finals every year, yeah, we'd be on here just pumping our chest out. Like, we would expect it. We just want to see the team win. That's it. I don't want anything more than to see this team holding up a trophy. I want that for Joel Embiid so bad. I want that. Come on, man.
I want to say Asia Roberson, thank you for being a member of both channels, by the way.
Shout out to
Appreciate
Asia.
you.
Shout out to Asia.
You are haters. You hate your team losing.
Damn right, we're haters, because I'm gonna quote it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna quote your video from when you're ranting on the Eagles. Doc Rivers sucks. Everyone sucks. Furkan sucks. Shake sucks. That video was hilarious, bro. You just said everyone sucks.
Because the people want you to be a cheerleader. I don't know how much content you could have if you just came up here and said, okay, guys, we're going to be great this year. Yay, go Sixers. Show's over.
Right.
Not going to analyze anything. I'm just going to say, yay, we're going to win. And then when you lose a bad game, you're not supposed to talk negative either. People will do that too. The beginning of the season, it's only been 10 games. Why are you guys so blah, 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 blah? You're supposed to go the whole season having a YouTube podcast, whatever, and just be like, okay, we lost. We'll get them next time. Thanks for tuning in. See you guys. It doesn't make any sense. If you want to hear people analyze the game, listen to it. If you don't want to hear them analyze the game, go get your pom-poms out, cheer for 5 seconds. If they lose, you probably weren't even watching it. You're probably checking the score while you're watching a Netflix show or something.
I have a question. Like for the people in the chat that call people like us haters and stuff, just a general question. Like every year when we get bounced in the second round, do you sit there and applaud at the television? Good job. We'll be back next year. Is that what you guys do? Like, I don't understand. I'm infuriated. I just want to go to the championship. Like,
No, a dude on my Eagles post game the other day gave it away. I said to him what I said. This is why I'm negative. This is whatever. He didn't have a response, and he said, "I just don't take sports as serious, so it doesn't piss me off as much." And I'm like, my point exactly, bro. Like you don't care that much, so you tune in and you're like, why are you guys so mad? Why don't you just? Because this is what we do. Just accept the fact you don't care that much. It's fine.
right.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not one of those guys who's like, I need a championship. Obviously, I want it, but I just want a team that is gonna leave it all on the court. And I'm gonna be real. For the past 5 years or 3 or whatever, our teams. Well, besides the Toronto Game 7, I like that team. They put it all on the court. But like the past 2 years, that Boston series, like it was just a bunch of guys who didn't care, and it was just a selfish like mentality throughout the team. I just want a team that's gonna have good chemistry, that's gonna fight hard, and if they leave it on the court and don't beat themselves like they beat themselves against the Hawks, I wouldn't be so negative about that series. But we literally beat ourselves half the time, so that's why I'm pissed off.
Yep, wasted opportunity. I agree. It's your boy with the $5 super chat. It says Ben's bum is only back to save money. Hopefully this helps the trade value and balance. They trade him soon. Also, Lyle on Twitter is Ben's boyfriend. Oh man, DJ's over there. Yeah, you never know what to expect on this show, man. That's why I love it.
The stink bug that was on my light, it came back. It was right on my desk, bro, and it's just huge.
He thought you were negative.
Pull up Alexander's comment. Pull up Alexander's comment right now.
DJ, did you see the super chat?
Ben's bum is only back to save money. Hopefully this helps his trade value and balance. The trade soon. Also, dude, Lyle's insane, man. Have you seen him? He went on a show. He went on a show and talked about it, and like everybody thought he was like a 16-year-old fanboy. This guy's like 65 years old. Dude, his picture on Twitter is Ben Simmons, and he just defends him all day long on his like. You are a grown man.
Yo, please pull up Alexander Lavelle. Do you see the comment?
This one?
I'm gonna read it. It says, "You say Ben doesn't give effort, but he came second in Defensive Player of the Year. Defense is effort. Alexander, do me a favor. Go to Romp 2.0 and go to my recent Ben Simmons video. You will see him not giving an effort half the time offensively. The dude just stood in the corner and everyone's like, play him at power forward. The dude doesn't give effort to play power forward. Go watch that video, bro. I'm telling you."
Someone call into the show, man. Let's put the number back up. Is nobody calling, or is he just not answering? Like, this show is fun, man. We still got 500. We've been 2 hours into this. We got 500 people.
Alexander, please call into the show.
You guys
I really want to debate you, Alexander.
You guys are real ones for still being in here, man. 500 people. Give us your thoughts. Call in. Let's take a few more calls. Hopefully DJ comes back. There he is. I'll be right back as well. DJ, hit the phone lines.
Yo, DJ.
What's up?
Someone just commented, Ben Simmons, why you get it on Ben Simmons for not giving effort? Because he's the Defensive Player of the Year candidate. I told him to go watch my video about effort.
He's not going to watch it.
Dude, it's
Ben Simmons only plays great defense because I've said this before and people argue with me. It doesn't require any basketball skill. He's naturally that athletic and gifted that he can play very good defense without knowing how to play basketball. And then he goes extra hard on defense because he knows then his fanboys and he can use that as an excuse. Like, well, I was Defensive Player of the Year, so I don't have to shoot. So he goes extra hard on defense because it's a natural ability to be quick and move laterally fast. It's not. He'd rather be really good at defense than learn how to play basketball.
Yeah, The chat's saying, yeah, defense requires effort, obviously, but so does everything else. Offense requires effort too. Like, defense isn't the only thing. Going for every offensive board when you're 6'10", Joel Embiid even said he could be an amazing offensive rebounder, but he doesn't go after the ball as hard as he should. And you want to see him with full effort? Go watch that Jazz game. Why ain't he attacking the glass like that in the playoffs? Why is he freaking passing and then stopping and then passing to Matisse Thybulle for 3 when he's 6'10" and can dunk it over freaking Danilo Gallinari? Like, people got to realize they didn't do anything to stop Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons stopped himself. They even put like Solomon Hill on him at times and Danilo Gallinari. You're talking about Furkan bad at defense. Danilo Gallinari is like a grandma laterally. Sorry.
Someone said Ben Simmons has a good basketball IQ. The shooting is the sole. No, he doesn't. If he had a good basketball IQ, he would understand a guy who can't shoot should not be standing under the basket when your main scorer is a scoring center. If he had a good basketball IQ, he would understand I have to space the floor for Joel Embiid. He stands under the rim. It's ridiculous.
This is why RB's the host. We're just roasting the chat.
All right, I gotta take a. Somebody said the phone number's bogus because I'm ignoring all of them. So I gotta take a phone call.
How come no Ben stands ever call the line?
Wait, nobody's there. Never mind. I missed it. I'm sorry. Call back. I got you.
Come on, call into the show right now. Give us some thoughts, man. Even some stands. Nobody ever wants to call in. They just want.
All right, here we go. What's going on, man?
Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
Yo, what's up? My name's Peyton. I'm a huge fan from Indiana, actually. Man, I love to show you guys how to day, man. Makes my day, makes my night.
You're
A
from
lot of great basketball fans here.
Wait, you're from what?
Man.
You're from where?
I'm from Indiana.
You're from Indiana? All right. What'd you say? You love what?
Yeah. I mean, just love you guys' show, man. Every Tuesday night, you guys have some great basketball minds out here talking about basketball and the Sixers.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Basically, I just wanted to crush all the people that talk smack and say Ben Simmons are still defending his effort. That's the last thing that man has, man. He literally said, I'm not even going to make the effort to shoot the ball. And that's literally the definition of basketball is you shoot the ball into the basket. He's not making the effort to even show up to training camps and be with his teammates. So, like, number one thing about effort is showing up. And he's not even showing up. So how could you say this man's giving effort? Like, that just blows my mind.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. As an are you an Indiana Pacers fan?
I don't know. Huge Sixers fan, though. Eagles fan, too.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, would you trade for Ben Simmons and as a Pacers fan? But
yeah, what's the pulse over there?
I mean, it would make me feel good seeing all my Pacers fan friends have to struggle with this guy's issues, and I just have to brag the Chris Levert out of it, bro.
Do you have Pacers friends? Are they interested in them?
You know what? I was arguing about this with one of my friends literally this morning because he said, you know what? I'd actually trade Malcolm Brogdon for Ben Simmons. And, you know, like, it really does make sense. Like, that's a move that makes sense for us because Malcolm Brogdon, he's like, he can facilitate the offense. I think he can shoot the ball good enough to just combine really well with Joel Embiid. I think there's a lot of addition by subtraction. Just getting rid of Ben Simmons. We're not playing 4 and 5 on offense anymore.
Yeah.
For sure, man. I agree with you. Thank you for the call, brother.
But
go ahead.
One last thing I'd like to say real quick is, like, I think it's a really good thing that Ben showed back up because he runs out there, plays good defense, you know, puts some shots up. Like, just getting him back on the floor and getting that bad taste out of everyone's mouth as the playoffs, I think it's going to raise his trade value a lot as he plays. Plus, I really can't wait to see him actually have to face the noise and face the fans because he deserves it for everything that he's put the city through this summer, man. He deserves those boosts.
I hope you're right. I think we're all still up in the air on whether or not he's actually going to play or not.
I think he will. I think once he gets in with, like, he has to face Joe Embiid and Doc Rivers, they'll kind of talk him into playing. All right, man. Well, shout out to you guys. It was cool to get my thoughts out. Have a great night.
Yeah, bro. Anytime, man. Call anytime we do this. Later. Wait, is Lyle in the chat? Is that why people were saying that?
I don't know, but shout out to Brandon with the super chat. Says if Lyle calls in, I'll super chat 20 to every channel.
I was gonna have him on the show, and he agreed to come on actually, and I just kind of don't want to because I know how toxic YouTube is in the comments, and it would have just been not nice in the comments for him. So I don't know.
I mean, he's probably like 11 and a half. So,
No, he's literally 60 years old. I'm dead serious. Yes. And he's just a fanboy, and he replies to everybody on Twitter like, why are you talking bad about him? It wasn't his fault. And he just keeps going every day. Every day. It's crazy. Oh, we got another one.
Just a fanboy. Hello?
What's going on?
Hello, I want to call in.
Hello.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you guys about Ben Simmons.
Okay. Let's do it.
Oh, there's a huge delay on my screen. Sorry. I just wanted to say I've been following you, DJ, for like ever since this Ben Simmons drama. You're just so hilarious. I'm not a Philly fan, but I gotta say he's just a coward. Basketball's all about risk, and he's just such a coward. He won't shoot, and it will take strength to walk back in that building and take all those boots. It'll take strength, and he just doesn't have it. And I feel so bad for you guys. I just can't see it. I don't get why you won't shoot. Everything will just stop. All this drama. But he won't do it.
I agree. I say that all the time. He's now gone to lengths and it all could have been fixed by shooting the ball.
How hard is it?
I know.
Like if I threw you on the court, would you shoot? Yeah, I'm pulling up in slides and I'm shooting before I even put my shoes on. You know what I mean? Come on.
Honestly, you pay me the way he's getting paid, I'd shoot from half court. Like, yeah, I just don't get it why you won't practice. Like, we've seen guys like Lonzo come in a completely broken shot. He puts in the effort. Now he's an elite shooter. He has no excuse.
It's all about the drive.
He's afraid to fail.
That's also somebody who grew up with a father that's hard on him and tells him he's not good enough all the time instead of you're great and everybody's just a hater, like Ben's dad tells him every day.
I know exactly. It's really just pathetic, though, because he's an NBA player, and he just posts on Instagram every summer. And I've argued with you Sixers fans for years. You guys defended him. But you guys were never toxic to Ben. You guys were so much more toxic to everyone who pointed out his flaws.
Yeah, you're right.
I've argued with their fans for years that he needs to shoot.
Yep.
He shouldn't be mad at you guys at all. He owes Philly.
Thank you. As an outsider perspective, thank you. I mean,
Clip
we're not
that,
crazy
clip
here.
that.
Like we literally have defended this guy. I have like 4 or 5 pieces of merchandise with this guy's name on it. Like, come on now. And the 1 minute he faces adversity in front of everybody for everybody to see, he's ready to just back out and walk away. Come on, man.
And what adversity? All he needed to do was dunk it. I saw the game.
Nope. Everybody
No
else
one
is
would have
fault.
batted an eye if he had just dunked it. You guys were already content with him not shooting and being lazy. But he wasn't even taking any dunks. He wasn't taking any shots.
Yep.
And people still defend him. He's scared to take shots and he's an NBA player?
Crazy.
How fucked up is that?
Crazy. Hey man, thank you for the call. I appreciate it as a fan, as another team's fan. I appreciate you relating to us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know how people still defend him. I don't at all.
I'm glad
This
that
guy-
you can see like that. It's not like it's like every single excuse has been used. Like, come on, they go to whatever's easy. It's simple. Shoot the basketball.
Dude, he's so reluctant to shoot a basketball. He's gone this far. He left an entire franchise, refused to come back, told billionaires he's not coming to work. He did all of this instead of just shooting a basketball.
Yeah. We're not even asking you to shoot 40%. We're asking you to shoot. Come on, man.
It's October 12th, and Ben Simmons is still on the Sixers.
Romp's like a guy that's just defeated Like you could just see the air being sucked out of him. It's just
if he plays, like I'm telling you, I'm voting against him hard. Like I hope we lose every time he's out there. I hate him so much.
oh man.
I don't care anymore.
But I'm done taking calls, though. Thank you guys for calling in. Appreciate you. I'm just kind of tired.
We've been going for 2 hours, 5 minutes. Still 480 people in here. At what 10:15 on a Tuesday night? Like, you guys are amazing.
That's the first time we had significant like dead air on the show together.
I'm trying to read these comments and like they're just.
I just got nothing left to say. It's just I got nothing left to say.
Justin says it's therapy. Yeah, it is.
Hey, true. Ben Simmons should go to therapy.
Maybe we should just call this the Sixers therapy.
Yeah.
Look at Brandon Drolls. Don't hate on Brock, but he's definitely a fanboy. You just hated on him. What?
Yeah, every time we get to 2 hours, I feel like we all just get loopy up in here. But I love it. Flight to Philly says, I can tell you guys are tired of talking about Ben Simmons. I can see it on your faces.
Yeah, we're gonna still be talking about Ben Simmons till the trade deadline, probably.
Yeah, we're frustrated because we want to talk about the team and we can't. You know, every other YouTube person of another team gets to talk about their team and what's a potential lineup and what do they look like against this team and that team, and we're like, Ben Simmons, and he's not playing, and we want to trade, and it's not happening.
Also, can I just say, like, what makes me even more mad is you got Doc Rivers starting a damn podcast after the most embarrassing playoff debacle in NBA history. Like, you don't start a damn podcast after you lose like that. And not only did he lose last year, but the year before he blew a 3-1 lead. So, like, if he won the championship, you could start a podcast. But after losing like that, no, you can't start a podcast. That's embarrassing. I don't care. Someone's going to be like, oh, it's his personal life. No, fluff that. No podcast for him.
It tells me that he's retired. He tried to retire before he came here. He's not invested. He wants to do other things. He wants to golf and talk about politics on a podcast. That's what he wants to do. And it's fine. Go do that. We'd rather you do that if you're not going to give 100% to basketball. Kyrie Irving, same. If you want to go do that, go do it. Don't say you're going to do this job and you're actually interested in other jobs. Go do those jobs. Please, Doc Rivers, go have a podcast and play golf. We don't care.
Also, Daryl Morey, if you tweet about another NFT, I swear, quit tweeting about NFTs. Once you trade Simmons, you could tweet about NFTs. But if I see another Minecraft figure thing NFT on my timeline, dude, what are you doing, bro?
Quit I don't even know what an NFT is.
It's something that only rich people can make money off. I don't know. But quit tweeting about NFTs, bro. Stupid. Sorry.
Hey, maybe it's just a passion of his.
I don't care, man. You can't. It's about timing.
It's better than tweeting out defensive rating lineups.
That is true too. But like, he should not tweet anything after losing to the Hawks like that. We shouldn't hear anything on Twitter.
I agree.
I care. Be focused. We care more about the damn team than the people who are in charge and making decisions. Doc Rivers starting a damn podcast. Come on.
Can we get some optimism up in here?
You know, like seriously though, on a personal level, everything I do in life, everybody does. Like over a long time ago, I became a DJ, and it was right around like 2009 when everybody wanted to be like Steve Aoki. Okay, and then everybody became a DJ. Every failed celebrity, Nick Cannon, Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy, everybody became a DJ, and I was like, why is everyone doing this thing that I thought? This me being a regular person because I don't have other things to do. Like, why do rich people want to? Now everybody wants to make a podcast. Why? You're millionaires. Go do something. Why does Danny Green want to have a podcast?
because it's easy clicks for him because he's already established, so it's easy to grow for him.
Right, but it's not good though. JJ Redick's is good. Danny Green's is not good.
Yeah, he talks like so slow, and he's just not entertaining. Like, yo, Danny, you want to come on the show?
Everybody's not a good podcast person. Do you think? I mean, I didn't listen to it, but do you think Doc Rivers is anything to listen to on a podcast?
No.
Oh my God,
dude, he makes me want to like jump off a bridge when he's talking after a game. He's so depressing. Like, it's like, I can't believe you start a podcast after the playoff. Like, think about what
Romp is so triggered that this man started.
Think about that.
If Romp had a media credential, he'd straight up be like, Doc, why'd you start that freaking podcast?
I want a player.
Yeah.
I want a player. I mean, I want a coach that is given 100% effort and works hard. A podcast after the most embarrassing. Remember RB when we were talking about in the video, the preview playoff video, we were like, this is the easiest path to the Eastern Conference Finals ever.
It was.
And we lost. And he starts a podcast. Podcast.
Jay King says Doc is way more entertaining than you guys. Well, Jay, I don't know how entertaining your life is, but you're sitting in this YouTube chat watching three
Jay
people
King, it is
that you think are not entertaining.
It is 10:22. You're probably sitting in your bed with your pillow half on your face, with holding your phone up above your face, and you're
listening to us.
Right.
Of all the things you
You're
have,
here.
you have all the podcasts on your phone you could be listening to. You could be watching Netflix. There's so much entertainment at your disposal, and you are here telling us we're not entertaining.
You could be listening to Doc Rivers' podcast right now, and you're listening to our podcast.
Jay said, "You got it, dude. You do have it. You do."
See you, Jay.
Look, man, we need some optimism here.
No, dude, we're screwed.
Sixers are going to be great this year.
If we get Brogdon, you'll hear me. You'll hear some optimism.
The Glenn Rivers podcast.
Dude, I can't wrap my head around that. Am I like going overboard or like?
No, it's not sports related though. It's politics based. So that's what he's like. That's one of the things that he's like passionate about outside of sports. So I mean, whatever.
But like, why can't he just wait till retirement?
He got offered a lot of money, and he's basically acting like he's retired and still taking that money.
He's already got a lot of money. The Sixers overpaid for him. That's why he didn't retire.
That's what I'm saying. Do you remember when Phil Jackson came back to? Where did Phil Jackson go back to? And they said that he never even showed up in the practice facility and all that in LA. Like he was paid for 3 years. No, New York. Phil Jackson when he went to the Knicks. He was paid for 3 years and hardly ever showed up. He's just like, that's what Doc Rivers is doing right now.
Yeah, we got a bunch of like retirees running our organization, and we're expecting them to fix this. And we still have Ben Simmons on the team, and we're supposed to be optimistic. Come on now,
Let's be optimistic, man.
all right.
Like my guy,
I believe in Furkan and Isaiah Joe. That's the only thing I'm optimistic about. Tyrese Maxey, I'm starting to give up because Doc Rivers is ruining that too. And we can't develop players, so like Maxey's probably going to get ruined too. I hope he gets traded because that's the best for him because he has superstar potential, but we're not even starting him. So I'm too riled up right now. You got to get me off this.
we are 3 preseason games in, and we're ready to sail the ship, man. Shout out to Giacomo. I believe the Sixers are hanging a banner this year. Let's go.
Come on, man. That's not true. That's not true. That's the thing. There's these fans every year, and then they get let down. They thought the Eagles were going to be 12-3 or 12-5, whatever how many games they play. They're not.
Hold up. Where'd this comment go? Shout out to Garda said, I can't stand Furkan. Too streaky. I agree.
Yeah, he is too streaky. He needs to be more consistent. That's my only thing about him.
He reminds me of myself, honestly. That's how I was when I played ball. Like, I was either JJ Redick in his prime, or I should leave right away and not play again this entire day. You know what I mean? I was either money or 0 for 1,000. That's Furkan Korkmaz.
Sir count, that's a fact. If you can sit here and listen to these guys talk for 2 to 3 hours and say you're not entertained while your actions say differently. Exactly. We're not even talking. We don't even have anything to talk about. We're talking about nothing right now.
I got another thing.
All right, let's hear it.
Matisse Thybulle got more potential as a vlogger than offensive game.
And Furkan Korkmaz has more potential as a European swimsuit model.
Hey, bro, I saw a comment that said Furkan scored 20 plus points 20 plus times in his career. Has Matisse Thybulle done that? No.
Has Furkan ever racked up more than one steal?
Defense don't matter anymore, bro, especially when you have Embiid.
Yeah, you're right. Defense doesn't matter. Our team can score 154 points a night. You're right.
I mean, I would rather that than what happened last year. We lost to freaking Trae Young and Lou Williams. So that's why I don't care about defense no more.
Tyler G said, I haven't watched a Thybulle vlog since the bubble.
Yeah. He was out.
It was a good time for him to start a YouTube channel. But I don't think anybody's interested anymore, really. Sorry, Matisse.
Nah. RJ's bringing back Trey Burke now. I mean, geez, how far do we want to dive into this thing? Like, we could do this every Tuesday. We could go through we could do 1 year each Tuesday. How we messed up the 2013 season.
That's true.
How we messed up the 2014 season.
Oh, shoot.
All I got to say is that in the 2016 draft, we had 3 first-round picks. We took 2-5, Timothé Luwawu-Cabarrot, and Furkan Korkmaz. That was another thing. I felt like each year we had to draft a foreign player. It was a given. Whether it was Dario, who didn't come over for a couple years, Timothé, Furkan, it always had to be a European player that either wasn't ready or just, it was always like late first round. Why is that?
Can you run polls on this channel?
Those picks, that TLC pick was so bad. And every time that happened, we lied to ourselves. The first 2 years, we lied to ourselves. This guy's going to be good. He's going to be good. He's going to be good. And he would have like one game, or he would show flashes of it, and we believed it, and we believed it. But we knew in the back of our minds we were lying to ourselves. We knew it. Here we are.
We could have.
What about Shaq Harrison?
I don't like him.
What? I thought he actually made some plays at the end of that game. He actually looks like one of the few players in the history of this franchise that can take a basketball and drive to the rim.
He's good, but he just will miss so many shots. I can already tell.
Yeah, I liked Rajon Tucker, but we didn't even give him another chance.
Exactly. That's a good call out, because at least that dude was athletic as hell. Like, what does Jaden Springer do that Rajon Tucker can't do?
Oh my God. Why'd you got to do that, bro? We drafted Jaden Springer over Jared Butler. You know why? Because Doc Rivers like friends with his dad or something like that. Something crazy. Nepotism going on in the Sixers organization.
Chris DeMeo brought up the name Nick Stauskas. Oh God.
That's rock bottom.
That's he's low key. The Furkan's low key the Nick Stauskas of the team right now. If he can't get more consistent.
With the super chat says RB Furkan had 20 points and 5 steals 6 months ago. Well, let's give a round of applause. You're so right, D'Angelo. That 20.5 steal game that absolutely impacted the season. It was a game changer. You're right.
Don't forget about the 40-point summer league game.
Oh yeah, I was on board. D'Angelo, can you pull up the stats from the 5 games after that? I'll wait.
You know what's crazy? And then all the players we give up turn into something great. Jeremy Grant, One guy who I would have never thought could dribble a basketball and hit a pull-up jumper. 20 points per game last season. Is he a number one option? No, but great to see.
Yeah.
Christian Wood.
We knew Christian. Everybody kind of knew Christian Wood was good. That was a weird thing that he had here, where it was like he had flashes and they'd bring him up from the G League and send him back down and bring him up, and they never gave him a chance to play 20 minutes in a basketball game. And he went to where? Houston, and was good right away. Yeah, that was terrible.
Rashawn Holmes is another one.
I loved Rashawn Holmes. KJ McDaniels is the most underrated process Sixer. That guy was awful.
He could just dunk.
Dude, he caught one alley-oop. That's the only play he made in his entire one no-look from Tony Roten. I remember it perfectly, man. Tony, 2 dribbles, no-look alley-oop. That was the process play that lived on forever, and those guys never made another play.
Y'all are sleeping on my boy TJ McConnell. He just secured a bag.
He's gotten better, too.
Yeah, and you know what he does? He plays with heart. He has a heart.
And you know why he couldn't play? Because Ben freaking Simmons. You can't put them 2 on the court.
Well, we had to start him that one playoff game.
All right, but blaming Ben for TJ's deficiencies is the same thing people do with Ben. Like TJ McConnell can't shoot. He can't spread the floor. The ball would swing around and get to TJ McConnell and the play's over. And then he'd have to try to decide what to do with it instead of just shooting it.
Yeah, but he's also like 5'2", so like you gotta give him some slack.
Don't sleep on his 5-footer.
And his mid-range shot is unbelievable, bro. He's got the best mid-range game in the league.
There's probably nothing I hate more than TJ McConnell shooting literally 6 inches away from the rim. He does the NBA 2K.
Lethal,
he does the NBA 2K where you hit square and it should be a dunk, but it does a jump shot right in front of the rim. I can't.
Hey, he plays with heart though. You know what I mean? He plays with heart.
I would play with heart too. That doesn't mean I'm good enough to be in the NBA.
You're right, but at least you play with heart.
Bro, his mid-range is nice, DJ, bro. You can't deny that. That's the only reason he's in the league. If he didn't have that, he would be screwed.
Right, but when you play a good team with good defense, the same thing that happens against Matisse Thybulle, the same thing that happens against Ben Simmons. They literally don't guard him.
Yeah, but I'm telling you this. If we had TJ McConnell starting last year against the Hawks, we win that series.
So, Rob, you hate Matisse.
What is TJ McConnell giving you that Ben Simmons doesn't give you?
Because TJ McConnell they actually respect him a bit. And he could hit a mid-range jumper.
He was good for a couple of plays where he would dive on the floor and show that scrappiness, and the fan base would go crazy. But come on, man.
I think he'll do a better job on Trae Young than Ben Simmons. I also have stated that I think we should have put Ben Simmons on the second best player because Ben Simmons doesn't do good against small guards. And then you put Tyrese Maxey on Trae Young because it's better suited. And Trae Young is going to get 30 no matter what. So whoever you put on him, that's why you put Ben Simmons on the other guy who's going off, like Bogdanovich, because he's better suited. But we don't think that far ahead because we're dumb.
So
TJ McConnell could get steals here and there because he's scrappy. He can't defend anybody one-on-one.
Hey, bro, he hustles.
I don't get how you hate Matisse and then you love TJ. You know, you got to love both of them. They're both scrappy. They're disruptors.
I don't hate Matisse. I just hate that he won't get a shot and he won't even change his terrible mechanics.
Dude, people are actually agreeing with you saying that TJ McConnell can guard Trae Young.
Romp has some stands, bro.
Imagine that. No, imagine if you put them on the court one-on-one. Trae Young would break his ankles off of his legs.
He would do better than Simmons, though.
I mean,
I'm telling you.
Because Romp said it, you got D'Angelo over here praising Furkan like he's the next lord of the world. See, this is the thing about Philly fans sometimes. Like, remember last year when we wouldn't trade Shake Milton for Bradley Beal? Like, some people were saying that. Like,
I remember that.
Stop.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We have to overrate guys like Thybulle and Furkan and Shake and Maxey because we're so used to it. Stop it. We don't have Lou Williams on the bench. We don't have Jordan Clarkson.
There's always going to be people like that overrate all of our players, and you know you get a large part of a fan base doesn't watch the rest of the league. You know what I mean? They just watch the Sixers and they love their Sixers players, and you're not allowed to say anything bad about them. That's just how they are. I mean, Like people got mad at me when I said the Eagles should have traded Zach Ertz like 2 off seasons ago because Dallas Goedert was coming up. It was a no-brainer, but it was like, you can't trade him. The city loves him. I don't care.
People got mad at me for trying to trade Ben Simmons for James Harden. Dude, a lot of Sixers fans were like, no, James Harden sucks. And also, I would have traded Thibault, Maxey, and Simmons for Kyle Lowry at the deadline because we would have won the chip with Kyle Lowry. He's that good. He is on the level of CP3, and I honestly think he's better than CP3, and he's going to finally get recognition that he deserves this year. We should trade for Kyle Lowry over James Harden, to be honest, for this team, for the Sixers team. Not saying he's a better player, but for the Sixers team.
Maybe.
Hey, I agree with the chat that Harden hasn't been good in the playoffs throughout his career. So there's that.
I mean, neither has Simmons though.
And last year he literally pulled his hamstring when the whistle blew. So he didn't get very far last season.
Shout out to Sean with the super chat. Says Tony Roten is the GOAT. Tony Roten, man. Those were the dark days. Like,
yeah.
I remember watching the Sixers and dreading it. Like, I mean, someone just brought up. Oh no, they didn't. But that rung a bell. Jared Bayless was the worst player I've ever seen. other than Jared Dudley. Jared Dudley to me is the worst NBA player I've ever seen. But Jared Bayless is up there though.
I
forgot about Jared Bayless. That guy had one of the ugliest jump shots, and somehow it would go in. He would jump
buckets though.
Dude, he would like jump and then shoot the ball. He would like jump and then like do this like push shot midair. I hated that guy's jump shot so bad.
How much was he getting paid? And where did we got him in some trade, didn't we?
$27 million for 3 years.
Didn't we get him with it in a trade? I remember we got like Carl Landry, Luke Mbamute, Jared Bayless.
Jared Bayless was so bad.
He got hurt, right? And then he was done. Oh man.
Yeah, Tony Roten couldn't shoot at all. He would just get to the rim.
Hey. Dude, my fans are toxic.
Chris with the super chat. Appreciate it. Says Romp, you know B-ball. Trade Thibault, keep Furk. No room on the court for Thibault.
Get him out.
Nah, you know what? You can read it, bro. You got it. I don't even want to read it.
No room for Thibault on the court in the playoffs until he learns to play. Half-court offense, you need spacing. And when Furk is hot, look out. And even if he isn't hot, teams still respect his shot because they know the Turkish savior is going to unload on them. That
Turkish savior. All right, but can we agree that Furkan shouldn't dribble the basketball in the playoffs either?
I mean, I agree, but like half the time, no one else wants to dribble. So he just takes it because he actually has confidence in his ability. Like, it's always at the end of the shot clock when he does it, and half the other guys are just standing around, and he has to take it. Do I want him to do that? But at least he has the ability to do it. If Matisse Thybulle, oh God, here we go, bro. Stats without context.
We are going to sit here.
Look at his per 36.
We are going to sit here. All right. This guy went from 1.6 points a game.
Let's change the name of the podcast to arguing about Furkan Korkmaz.
9 points a game. Whip-de-doo. Let's crown him the next freaking 6 player.
Look at his pure per 36.
In a year, we'll be able to trade him for Kevin Durant.
Dude, 21 minutes per game 2 years ago. 9.8 points. 21 minutes.
2 years ago, bro. You see that 40% from 3 on 5 attempts per game?
Right. So why didn't he put up 8 or 9 attempts in 21 minutes?
Because Brett Brown was trash. And our spacing was trash. I don't know why we didn't play Ben Simmons and Furkan together more. I feel like Furkan was never on the floor with Ben Simmons. Am I tripping on that? And when they were on the floor, and also people forget there were so many runs in the playoffs led by Furkan and Shake Milton. There's like little instances where they led little runs that no one ever remembers. But
I remember those. And I was trashing the team because we're year 6 in the process and we're getting bailed out in the playoffs by Shake Milton and Furkan Korkmaz. That should not be happening. You know what I'm saying?
Just said Furk got rabbit feet.
He does, yo. I never thought about it like that. His feet go crazy when he has the ball.
Bro, he has huge feet.
Korkmaz hits one game winner, and everybody's ready to crown this guy. Like, that's our problem, man. I think if we ever had a Jordan Clarkson on the bench, people would call this guy the MVP of the league. I really do. Like, I mean, come on now. Come on.
You guys
he just makes me laugh. Even when he has a great game, I just kind of laugh watching him play. I don't know. He's just just dopic and like yesterday he had like a one dribble half spin fadeaway, and I was like laughing my ass off, and it went in. But I'm like, just Furkan,
He's
man.
such a meme, bro. He literally
cracks me up.
He looked at Kevin Durant and he was like, I'm taking him. With full confidence, he took Kevin Durant with like, I just love his confidence because it's so funny. It's like, dude, you're Furkan Korkmaz, and he just takes Kevin Durant with no regard. And Kevin Durant's like, what are you doing?
He's on the level of 2.5. This guy's putting out hype videos to publicize.
That was his team, bro. That was just come on, bro. He said he was unaware that it was going to happen.
He's got the
But
Turkish
he did
Rick
say
Paul.
he loved it, and also I watch that before bed every night. So like,
Of course
come on
you
now.
do. Of course. We can all agree.
$5 million a year. $5 million a year.
Let's compare Thibault's playoff stats to Furkan's right now.
You know the team that was about to sign Furkan Korkmaz? You won't guess it, will you? It was the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, he would have dropped 15 points a game if he played on Cleveland.
On the Cleveland Cavaliers, who have 50-year-old Kevin Love, Colin Sexton who wants out, and a coach that resigned halfway through the year.
There's also a period of time where Seth Curry was hurt last year, and Furkan was putting up Seth Curry numbers. I'm telling you. That's another player we're starting to overrate, by the way. We're starting to overrate Seth Curry. He's great. Don't get me wrong. I love him, but he's just a bench player.
You need to be.
And if we want to win a chip, he has to be a bench player.
Look at Philly 0024 for those 2K players that understand the reference. Furkan literally zigzag cheeses in real life.
Oh, he does do that. But also
just run back and forth until the defense like stops following you and shoot the ball.
Also, Seth Curry was pure trash in the beginning of his career. And Furkan is still 24 years old. And he's putting up better production than Seth Curry did at his age. So this notion that Furkan can't improve, I mean, Seth Curry improved, bro. So, like, you got to believe in Furk, bro.
I'm 2.0 equals Furkan Korkmaz is equal to 2.5 equal to Wesley Stone. That makes sense.
Ooh.
Hey, bro.
It's like you won't win the war with Romp, so I get it. I respect it.
Oh, yeah, you won't.
You won't win the Furkan war with Romp. So,
but I don't think he's saying it like he doesn't believe it. I think he believes the Furkan is going to be great. So it's not like he's trolling yet. It's not like he's at the level where these Ben stands are. These guys got to be trolling at this point.
No, I think he could be a key role player on a championship level team.
Oh my gosh.
Furkan.
Asia, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you know you could have Brogdon, Caruso, Van Vliet instead of Ben Simmons in the draft? Your management is straight dumb. Yeah, we could just make a list all day of the players we could have had. I mean, he was picked number 1 overall. So
yeah, Van Vliet was such a sleeper, man, and like we never get that guy. We never have a guy that comes up through the ranks that nobody was talking about that becomes a starting level point guard.
How do you mess up the number 1 pick in the draft? Like, that is like, unless you're like the Raptors or the Cavs with Anthony Bennett, like, how do you mess up the top pick in the draft? You have you can literally do your research. You probably know who's going the year before. Like, you have so much time to research these guys.
They should have traded down. They should have been like the Boston Celtics when they made the Jason Tatum trade. And people can talk about Markelle Fultz and whether or not whatever. But I'm saying like Boston had like 3 or 4 point guards on their roster, and they had Isaiah Thomas at the time coming off an MVP level season. They were not drafting a point guard, so they said we're going to trade down and take a guy that fits and makes sense. We should have said we're not taking a 6'10" guy that won't shoot. We're going to trade down and get maybe 3 first-round picks for this number 1 pick to draft guys that fit.
Yep, that's true. I'm proud of myself because I got the chat talking about Furkan Korkmaz's ceiling, bro.
You really do. And
but,
shout out to Chris with the super chat. So
I would say
regular season, playoffs, a different animal.
Yeah.
All anyone is saying Thibault needs to work on his game. Congrats. So does Furkan. So does Shake. So does everybody else. Like, I don't disagree that he needs to work on his game. I agree with that. All I'm saying is
Furkan's ceiling is Evan Fournier. A taller version of Evan Fournier.
I don't know much about Evan Fournier's early career, but I'm willing to bet he was always a good ball handler and became a better shooter.
Hey, bro,
Furkan is the opposite of that.
6'7". For 6'7", he's got pretty nice handles.
In Turkey.
pretty nice handles. I mean,
I'm just saying. That's what Doc Rivers said it before. He played point guard in Turkey, so what? He gets plucked in the NBA. It's a different game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but at least he does it. No other bench players do it. They just watch and stand. Isaiah Joe, he does it, and I want him to start. Furkan, he does it. Matisse Thybulle doesn't do it. Shake does it sometimes, but he's the most unconfident player I've ever seen. That's why I trust Furkan more, bro.
Okay.
I love Furk.
Dude, you got to be stopped. You're giving these people life.
Furkan's ceiling is Furkan Korkmaz.
Furk needs minutes. He has a ton of offensive skill. Furkan can run a PNR offense. Let's see.
No, he can't.
I mean, Furkan should never have the ball in a pick and roll.
Dude, what are you talking about? Yesterday he was running the pick and roll like a beast.
I'm saying we can't overrate where he came from. He won a dunk contest in Turkey. They're as athletic as me and you. He's in the NBA now. Doesn't work.
Oh yeah, he's not athletic, don't get me wrong, but he actually does things. Name me players who do things on the Sixers bench. Offensively.
Chris Canmore, what's up, man? MVP over there with the super chats.
Shout out to Chris.
Shout out to Chris, man.
Euro shooters take time to grow. Thybulle's an athletic freak. He just needs way more time to grow offensively, and Doc is horrible.
Doc is horrible.
Yeah, I agree. Our staff isn't doing a good job of developing anybody.
It goes back to a point we said earlier, and this is where I do agree with Romp. Like, I feel like these coaches let these guys do the same thing every year. Like, I feel like Furkan is the same exact player that he was.
I disagree with that. I think he's improved, and you guys just don't want to admit it.
Telling me he doesn't play the same style of game?
He has improved, bro. And defensively, he has improved too. But you guys just don't admit it.
I think the problem is when he gets a couple steals, everyone thinks he's a good defender now. But then you see when a player just drives right through his body like he's not standing there, and I'm like, all right, never mind. He's not a good defender.
I'm not saying he's a good defender, but he's not a bad one anymore. He's just out there. Seth Curry is a bad defender. Bad. Yeah. And he doesn't even give effort. He just looks in at the rebound and is like, oh, whatever.
I think a lot of times, even when Seth Curry does give effort, he's just so like small and can't jump high, and he just puts his arm up and is not even close to the rebound.
I think Seth Curry thinks he's too cool to play defense. Like he's like, I'm too cool to play defense. I'll just shoot threes.
D'Angelo, you're an idiot, bro. Honestly, like I just pulled up his literal stats. I'm not giving out false stats. I'm giving out my opinion. Like, come on now. Like,
how'd you give out false stats by showing his actual stats?
That's what I'm saying. Like, go buy his jersey. Go follow him on Instagram and Twitter. Like, come on. You've been in here for 3 hours. I mean, geez. Buy Romp's merch or something. Jeez, man. It's crazy. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, people.
Romp, how much for an autograph? How much for an autographed Boban photo?
A lot. But I just think Furkan is a bench player.
All right.
Now I'm gonna get people when he has a bad game, when he goes 0 for 5, everyone's gonna be like, oh my god, I told you he sucks. Like, no, he's just a bench player. He's gonna have streaky nights because he's a role player. I think Isaiah Joe is better than him. Let me just make that clear. Because I know when Furk has a bad game, I'm gonna get a lot of slack, but I also know he's gonna have those games where
D'Angelo, he said, how many times has he had more than one steal?
D'Angelo's a troll, man. I'm just gonna start throwing things at the wall and hope they stick. Like, Shaq Harrison is the greatest bench player I've ever seen in my life. Let's see how many people. Like, okay, like, come on, like, we're not hating on Furk. I'm trying not to hate on Furk. I'm just saying I want him to be more consistent. Just like I want Matisse to have a better jump shot. just like I want Shake Milton to be more consistent. Like you pick things, and it's the same thing with the 2-5 stands. You're acting like we never criticized Joel before, like we never criticized Tobias. We were ready to run Tobias out of his damn apartment.
Furkan is not athletic enough for his height. That's the thing. Like, if you want his ceiling to be like Hito Turkoglu, that dude was 6'10", 225. Like, he's just not big enough to have this, to only be able to shoot. Like, spot up shooters have to be 3-and-D players. You know what I'm saying?
I think your expectations for Furk are too high.
Didn't you just say Isaiah Joe should be a starter already?
Yes, he should be. I 100% am sticking with that take because I see an actual back.
Paige Stojakovic. That's what I was thinking.
I give you credit for that.
But I'm not saying he's a starter yet. That's what I'm scared of that. Like, people are going to now say Isaiah Joe should be the next two-way guard in the All-Star game this year. Calm down. He's not ready yet. He's a really good prospect.
Oh, he's not ready for All-Star level season, but he could be a starter on this team.
People are going to start saying that, right? You know, the next week, Isaiah Joe needs to be a 40% shooter this year. No, he doesn't. He's not ready.
Guys, we have just scared away a Sixers fan. Zach S. in the chat said, I'm starting to pick a different team because you guys are too hard on the players. So three random YouTubers just made this guy change teams.
Well, I'll tell you this. If Ben Simmons is on the court for that period of time, I'm a Heat fan because that's what we could have been. Because it would have been Jimmy Butler, Joel Embiid, and then Kyle Lowry would have demanded his way to Philly. So, like, as you guys watch the season, just know we could have been the Miami Heat in a different dimension. Just substitute Bam Adebayo for Embiid. And by the way, Miami Heat is going to win it all. That's my prediction.
I'm starting to think, like, I'm so confused here because, like, do we really have this much power? Like, we're just talking here. Like, it's weird how, like, I start calling Ben Simmons 2-5, and now everybody calls him 2-5 in the chat, right?
This is why nobody wants to come to Philly, because
these three YouTubers were harsh. You guys are making me you know what? I'm done. You know,
I'm not going to play for the Sixers. They got that RB Philly guy over there, man. I'm not going to play for them.
Oh my God. This is insane. Like, it's Zach. All right, just let us know in the chat. Like, are you trolling? Because I'll forgive you, but come on now. Come on.
I saw a comment. Someone said, "Stop it, Romp. You're making me depressed." Chris Canmore. So
I don't even know how we still have 400 people in here. The comments are going crazy.
Hey, man. You know, we're not in the middle of NBA season yet. There's nothing to watch on TV. It's got to be it. It's got to be it. When there's actual games on a Tuesday night, I think these people are going to be watching basketball or something.
Nah, it's the Furkan Korkmaz effect, bro. Once you start talking about him, everyone's interested.
He said no.
He's a polarizing player, bro. Like, if he misses, people get so pissed. I'm telling you, there's something about him that, like, people get mad at him.
Doc said this is the hardest working young squad that he's seen. And then he begged for Ben Simmons to come back.
Yeah. They're the hardest working young squad, but Paul Reed still has the same shot mechanics. And it's like, you could work hard as you want, but if you're not working hard the right way, it's not going to translate to the NBA game.
Listen, I think over my years of watching basketball, when I see somebody that doesn't have a jump shot, they never get one. Honestly, Lonzo Ball is one of the first ones I've ever seen that had a weird-looking jump shot and changed it and made it square. I don't know what he did. I don't know how he did it. But most players, they learned it when they were like 12 years old. It's etched in their mind. They can't change it, and they just stay like that forever. Andre Iguodala was a great example. If we just get him to have a better jump shot, he's going to be Michael Jordan. The guy has a broken jumper. And he shot it like that his whole career. He shot it enough to where he got decent at it, and then he hits. You know, he went to the Warriors, and of course, he starts hitting threes. Nothing he did with the Sixers. But it's always a broken shot for the most part. When a player has a broken shot, it's always broken. I don't see it changing.
Because let me tell you, DJ, once you once you make it to the NBA level, like these players are so good. The only thing that separates like the like really good players in the NBA is the mental side. Like half of shooting is confidence, like in my opinion. Like I've experienced that. Like I'll make shots when I don't even think about it. But then when I go in a game and I'm thinking about it, I'm probably gonna miss. It's all mental. Like
Oh, definitely.
once you
Yeah,
have the mechanics down.
yeah,
And that's what
definitely.
separates stars from superstars.
Right, but it has to be the has to be the mechanics though, and that
you gotta have that.
And what you just said is a big reason why somebody like J.R. Smith shoots a higher percentage with three players in his face than he does when he's wide open. J.J. Redick seems like the same way. Anybody, like you overthink it. When you just react and shoot it, it's more accurate. But the mechanics have to be there. If the mechanics are off, you know, there's that much of a chance of it not being consistent. Like if your arm's moving this way, and this way, it's not going to be consistent. Isaiah Joe is a robot. It's perfect.
Oh, it's just so beautiful.
It's just going to be consistent. He just squares up and shoots it.
Beautiful. And he doesn't think about it, bro. He'll shoot from freaking 8-point range. It's just so beautiful. Like, and we're not going to start this, man? Come on.
I'm ready to see a lot of Isaiah Joe.
And there's going to be growing pains with Isaiah Joe, but yeah. I'll say this. Performance increases as thought decreases. That's a fact.
Yeah. Or reaction is more accurate than calculation.
we're getting philosophical on here.
I used to say that when I was playing Call of Duty. Same thing, bro. Same thing. If I had time to think about it, I was missing. But if I just popped around a corner, bam, headshot.
Yeah, it's the same thing with YouTube too. Like if you prepare for a stream too much, you're going to think about it too much and you're not going to talk as well. Well, for me, I didn't even think about this stream all day. I had practice. And as you saw what happened, I went wild, a little too wild.
Well, that's a good thing about a podcast. It's literally just people talking. So, you know, all you have to do is come on here and talk.
So Zach said, do you guys do call-in shows tonight? Because I want to tell you what you guys did to me.
Yo, call. We got to get Zach on.
And then D'Angelo says, my favorite Sixers player is Charles Bassey.
Dude, he should play too.
Oh, my God.
I'm not even kidding. He's nice.
No, I said during the draft that he looks NBA ready, but your favorite Sixers player is Charles Bassey? I don't even think he qualifies as a Sixers player yet. He's not even played.
Zach, please call into the show. Please. Please tell me how we degraded your Sixers fandom. Please.
Does he know the number?
No. Here's the number.
There it is, Zach.
Please, Zach.
Only problem is more people might call and we can't.
Got to be quick, Zach. Zach, you got to be quick.
Zach, we're 10 minutes away from 3 hours, so you got to be quick.
No, I mean you got to be quick at calling because somebody else is going to call before you. He just said, "What's the number?" It's been on the screen for.
Shout out to Andre Drummond though. He's looked good, but I'm kind of scared.
In all honesty, if you guys are in the chat, man, drop a 1 if you're enjoying this. Like, do you get this type of content anywhere else for Sixers wise? Like, we're going on 3 hours. We've been talking on air for like an hour and a half. Like, this is amazing, man.
That's what people do that have opinions, man. We can just talk for hours and hours and hours. All right, man, you're on. Is this Zach?
Yo, yeah, this is me.
What's up, Zach?
You guys are too hard on players.
We're too hard on players. Zach, where'd you go?
Here.
Zach, are you okay?
Zach, pull away from laughing.
Zach, where you at?
We're here.
Did you drop your phone? What's going on here? Are you underwater?
No.
All right, what's up?
So do you have any explanation?
I said you guys are too hard on players.
Okay, how?
Cause
That's it? That's all you got? Cuz?
no.
Just cuz? I'm gonna need a little bit of I need a little bit of info here, Zach.
Too much shit on Tobias Harris.
All right, Zach. How old are you, Zach?
21.
There's no damn way you're 21.
Yes, there is.
There is absolutely
How
no way
are
you're
we
21.
hard on
Zach.
Tobias Harris? Like, can you explain? Like,
Because he's a very good player, and you guys don't think that.
Tobias Harris is not worth the contract that he's being paid. That's all. I think everybody can agree on that.
I mean, we haven't slandered Tobias.
Mentioned Tobias Harris.
That's true. We haven't said his name this entire show.
But you guys, like 2 years ago, you guys will say
Heck,
trade
Are you
assets.
under a pillow? We really cannot hear you.
Just treat it like a normal phone call. Just keep the phone up to your ear and talk into it.
Okay.
You guys will kind of trade him.
All right. I've had enough of Zach trying to talk on the phone. I'm sorry. Thank you for the call, Zach. What in the world is going on here?
Dude, he's
My
screaming at
man's
his
voice
phone.
was just breaking a little bit.
We might have too much power, bro.
But Zach, to
Yeah,
respond to what you're saying, Tobias Harris is being paid like he's being paid like Zach LaVine, like Bradley Beal almost, like Damian Lillard almost, and he's not even an all-star. That's the only thing I rag on Tobias Harris for. He's not worth that money.
I barely slander Tobias.
You didn't
and
even
the
mention
reason-
Tobias.
Yeah, the reason I don't slander him is because he actually tries his hardest. Yeah, he might not be getting that, shouldn't be getting that money, but at least he tries his hardest, and he puts
you're
up
right.
a game for us. So I rarely slander Tobias.
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a slander on the organization than Tobias.
Yeah.
Like, it's not his fault they gave him all that money. Was he going to not take it?
Yeah, I will say this though, he's got to stop his Carmelo post up. That kind of pisses me off. He's kind of a ball stopper.
He is, but that's one of his main go-to. Like, that's his go-to, like shooting over the smaller player at the 4 position, right? Or the 3 position.
Yeah, but he's not good enough for it to be his go-to.
But he's not a good enough 3-point shooter for that to be his go-to.
Yeah, we should just trade him, to be honest.
He's just
And
a
he's-
third option. He should be paid less as a third option.
Yeah.
And he's not, and he's not an ISO player. He's not taking anybody off the dribble. He's like, here we are, trashing Tobias. See what happens?
See what he did? He did. Dude, we have too much power.
Honestly, like Tobias Harris, like I just feel like he's not in the right, like he can't be you can't ask him to be a number 2 option. Like he's got to be a number 3. I do like how he's not too ball dominant at times. Like he can also play off, but yeah, he's a number 3 option. That's what he is.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Too, but he sucks. No,
Props to Tobias' agent. Well, his agent's his dad, and I doubt anybody else offered him a max contract.
My point, I love that somebody said his agent is his dad, because people with the Rich Paul thing, people are coming at me. Oh yeah, well he got Ben a max contract, and he got Anthony Davis to LA when he wanted to go. Bro, you could have got Anthony Davis to LA in that situation. Hey, Anthony Davis at the top of his career, an absolute superstar. He doesn't want to play for anybody but LA. He's not playing, and they had to adhere to it because he was at the last year of his contract. You could have got Ben Simmons a max contract at 23 years old with the potential that he had.
Right.
Doesn't make Rich Paul a genius. Tobias Harris's agent is his dad. It's just a guy that's like, this is what he's worth. We're not taking any less. And the team's like, okay, here you go.
And you know, another thing about Tobias that I respect is that if you remember this guy early on in his career, right? Like with the Bucks, the Pistons, the whatever, like he was not a good player. He actually really took time and developed his game. And when we saw him on the Clippers, like, you know, he just kept elevating, and he had a great year this year. So it took time, but like he put in the work. And
he was coming up for Detroit. He had a 20-point per game year in Detroit, I'm pretty sure. And when they had nobody on the squad.
Yeah, and then he got even better with the Clippers. And
yeah,
they ended up trading him to us. And that, like, what I'm saying is, like, he could barely shoot early in his career, but he put in the work. Like, he really earned at least some type of payday.
Yeah. And Nick said, I like how Tobias actually uses his size to his advantage, unlike some players.
Ooh.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, Tobias is valuable in mismatches too, and that's how he scores most of his points, by strategically running plays to get mismatches. But when he doesn't have that, like, that's one thing that I give credit to Doc Rivers for, or at least Sam Cassell or whoever's designing the offensive plays. At least there's motion, and they're targeting mismatches. Whereas in the Brett Brown offense, they would just pass the ball around, and you would end up with an Al Horford step back three.
Yep. And Chris says not sure why they traded for Tobias. I'll tell you why. We literally were going all in. We had the squad. We were talked about as the best starting five in the NBA. We were the squad. Like, we could have made something happen that year. And that's why I'm most pissed off at 2-5. It's wasted opportunities. Wasted opportunities.
I still don't like that trade though. I don't think it's a fit next to Embiid and Ben Simmons, and you gave up the young 3-point shooter and two first round draft picks, I believe.
For Tobias, you gave up Landry Shamet.
Landry Shamet, yeah.
You gave up what's his name? Mike, whatever his name was, and someone else. And you got Mike Scott, Boban.
The Sixers gave up first round draft picks in that trade, though, right?
I think they gave up a pick or two, yeah. But honestly, like, I thought it was a good trade because if you bring in Jimmy Butler, you bring in Tobias Harris, who was having a great year with the Clippers. That's really all you ask, right? We go all in right there. I thought that was a good trade. Like, Tobias was shredding with the Clippers. He was on some other. I do agree that the fit was kind of harsh because,
yeah.
And also our coach didn't do anything to help the fit.
And Jimmy Butler. And the fact that's actually how good those players were, that they got that far with really three of their starters not being, Tobias, but Jimmy didn't shoot good threes. Ben doesn't shoot at all. You had a lot of bad fits on that team, and they still got as far as they did.
And Greg Monroe.
Greg Monroe.
Mike
Do you remember Brett Brown was so obsessed with playing two centers that there was a game where Joel Embiid was out, and he played Al Horford and Greg Monroe in the starting lineup. I could not believe it. I'm like, now he's just stuck on playing two centers in every lineup.
I'll never forget the time in that Toronto series when Monroe came in for 2 minutes and he was a minus 13. That was something. Big Moose with the super chat. Thank you, man. Hey, shout out to y'all for staying on this long. Sixers talk. Love it. I like the CJ and Rocco and a first round pick. The spacing without Ben was good last night. Yeah, I agree. I would take CJ in a heartbeat right now.
No, thank you for Rocco. Get out. No.
Yeah.
Can't dribble.
Who am I thinking of? No, TV in the chat. Cameron in the chat. You're right. Greg Monroe wasn't on the team without Horford. Who am I thinking of? The backup center that was really bad, even worse than Greg Monroe.
Pell?
No, not Norvell Pell. I remember him.
Norvell was a dog on defense, though.
Oh yeah, he has so many blocks.
That guy was 7 feet tall, could jump so high, and I watched him miss 2 open layups in a row.
That was bad.
He can hit his head on the rim. Yeah, he was.
Oh, Kyle O'Quinn.
That was it. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yo, people are really slandering these trades in the chat. Come on, man. Like, Tobias Harris, that was a good trade for us, in my opinion. And we got Jimmy Butler for Dario and Rocco. And whatever else we gave up. I think
that Jimmy Butler trade was legendary.
That was amazing. Like,
we only got him for 1 year.
Yeah. And then we paid Tobias too much. Like, the fact that we botched that so hard, like, I still can't believe that. And then Jimmy goes to the finals the next year.
Yeah. I bought the nicest Sixers Jimmy Butler jersey too. It's kind of nice. This is like a legit one too.
Dude, it's just Philly sports, man. We signed Bryce Harper and the Nationals won the World Series.
I don't get it. I don't understand. Man. Like, people wonder why we want to win so bad. This is why. Like, think about, we had to watch literally like Spencer Hawes, Tony Roten, KJ McDaniels, TJ McConnell. We watched that lineup, and we got all these draft picks, and here we are. We haven't made it past the second round.
And we got a player who's so full of himself that he just showed up to the arena without telling anybody.
Yep.
Because he thinks he doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't even have to text any players on the team, doesn't have to check in, nothing.
Someone just brought up Amir Johnson. Yo, please don't bring up these names, man.
God.
Amir Johnson.
I'm loving this chat though. Look, this is great. This is the new so from now on the third hour of this stream is us talking about process players and how bad they were.
Oh my gosh, Mike Scott, Vincent Poirier. Oh my god.
Oh, that was the worst NBA player of all time.
I think he's getting run somewhere right now.
Yeah,
super
overseas.
Poirier, man. I was a Poirier stan.
I think I saw him in the preseason. Maybe it was. I think I saw him in the preseason. Maybe it was last year. I don't remember.
How did we trade Tony Bradley and we got George? We traded Poirier, Tony Bradley, and we got George Hill, who forgot how to play.
No,
Who
ruined George Hill?
Who was the white guy that played in the COVID game and hit and scored like 30 points?
Dakota Mathias.
Dakota Mathias.
Oh my god, dude.
The white Steph Curry, I was calling him. Oh man, he was balling out. That was great.
Someone brought up Wilson Chandler.
I think we should sign James Ennis. I'm not even.
I said
a
that.
nice role player.
I
I saw your tweet.
They were getting on me for that.
We can use his size. And
again, Brett Brown. We didn't even have a great team, and this guy cut our best bench player. Both of them, two of them.
Mm-hmm. Sergio
Justin Anderson.
Sergio.
Justin Anderson was the golden child. He was the Matisse Thybulle before. Everyone loved Justin Anderson.
Justin Anderson is a football player.
Yeah, he's just bad at basketball.
He's a football player. He's just
Jonathan
he's huge
Simmons.
and he just plows into people.
We traded Markelle Fultz and we got Jonathan Simmons.
Oh my dude, Fultz! You see Fultz's new shot? It looks so nice.
No, stop it. He doesn't have a new shot.
Yeah, you didn't see it?
There's no way. There's no way they've been trying to fix this guy's shot for 4 years.
I'll get the tweet.
No.
His shot.
I guarantee you it's still a set shot. He still looks like
it's not. I don't think he'll ever be a consistent 3-point shooter, but it's better than what we saw on the free throw line when he was like.
Well, yeah.
I'll send a tweet to RB.
But ever since he whatever he did, ripped his shoulder muscle off the bone or whatever, and no doctor in the world could figure out how to fix it. I mean, literally, the people.
I'm telling you, DJ, this shot looked pure. I was like, holy shit.
Well, that's what his jump shot looked like in college.
And he's legit like one of the best finishers as a guard. Like, he's so good at finishing around the rim.
Another stink bug? What is going on up here?
Yeah, RB, check your Twitter.
I'm about to. I can't even read the chat. You guys are making me depressed. I just saw Hollis Thompson in the chat.
What about Alexis Sved?
Alexi Shved, I remember him, man.
Yo, remember when we had Alex Caruso on the
Summer League.
The Summer League?
Oh, we could use him now, bro. He's a do-it-all type of guy.
We cut Christian Wood, goes out and gets a payday.
Spencer Hall's God,
Corey
that guy
Brewer.
was bad.
Corey Brewer was a James Harden stopper.
Corey Brewer was my guy. We should have re-signed him to another 10-day.
He was fun, man. He was crazy. Dude, I think he was honestly on like speed or a small amount of cocaine when he played basketball.
You know what's crazy? Like what Corey Brewer embodies is the fact that in Philly, all you need to do is give energy.
That's it. All you need to do is try.
Talent. He had no talent. He came out here and got the entire Wells Fargo bumping for like 10 minutes. Got under James Harden's skin. Come on, man.
Now he's remembered forever for that.
Jakar Sampson is somehow still in the NBA.
He's on the Pacers, I think.
That guy can't play at all, man.
Oh shit! I sent you the wrong video. My bad.
You sent me a layup video. Yo,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're not in here, if you're in here, shout out to Superhero, man. If you guys are in here and have not hit
he's
the
the
like
goat.
button, what are you doing with your life?
Superhero's the
Yeah.
goat on Twitter, bro. I'm telling you. His takes are 100% true half the time. Besides, he was a Doc Rivers supporter, but he finally got on the fire Doc Rivers bandwagon. So,
Glenn Robinson twice.
oh, dude, that guy didn't want to be here.
Yeah, why? Remember when he came in and the first, I think it was 2 days after, he literally started complaining because he was like, Brett Brown didn't even sit down with me to explain my role.
Yo, how you do the thing where you take your camera off the screen, but you keep your audio on the screen? You know what I mean?
At the bottom it says stop
Yes.
cam.
Oh, that's it? Oh, that's it? Oh, that's awesome. I should have done that a while ago.
Come on, I can't find it.
I'm just so tired. I look like I'm on drugs on the camera. So
Yo, we've been going for 3 hours and 5 minutes. Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
Shut up. I'm pissed.
you can't find it because it doesn't exist.
No, it does. I'm telling you, bro. It's
There's
gonna ruin your
Dude.
night, bro.
Dude, Drew Hanlon was the shot guru. Made a whole documentary the whole summer, literally about how he fixed Markelle Fultz's shot. And then he came out, he hit a 3 when he came back. I was at the game. Ben Simmons passed it to him. Wells Fargo goes crazy. Oh my God, Fultz's shot is fixed. They were chanting, "Thank you, Drew," because he was sitting on the baseline. And a couple weeks later, the dude's not playing again because he's back seeing a shoulder specialist. And Drew Hanlon has to just run away and act like none of that ever happened. This franchise is insane.
Yeah, I hate it, right?
Someone just put the Andrew Bynum saga. That was the worst of it. Like, I've never seen something like that.
I can't
Dude.
believe I can't find this.
There was 5 billboards in Philadelphia with Andrew Bynum on them, and he never played a game. This city was so hyped for Andrew Bynum.
Yeah, that
People
was
spent a lot of money on billboards, and he never played a game.
My man hurt his knee bowling.
Is that the true story? Is that really what happened?
Yep.
weird.
D'Angelo says, bro, Andrew Bynum was a top 3 option on a championship team.
Yeah, when he was healthy, that's why we traded for him.
Yep.
Yeah, he's also a guy who didn't love the game of basketball.
No.
Oh, I
but,
found
but,
it.
but listen, Andrew Bynum did something in such a small period of time that makes up for the rest of his career. Shaquille O'Neal dunked on him, and he came back down on the other end as a 21-year-old rookie and hit a spin move and dunked on Shaq. Career over. I don't even care. The guy accomplished more than a lot of NBA players. But yeah, his injury, the knee thing just ended his career. And
You got to fast forward a bit on the video, RB. But yeah, Bynum, he was really good, bro.
He was one knee injury, and then I don't think he really had the work ethic to get through it. And
This might ruin your day, DJ.
at least we didn't trade for who's the dude that was hyped as a number 1 pick and had just knee injury after knee injury after knee injury? Greg Oden. At least we didn't trade for Greg Oden.
Kwame Brown.
I'd rather the what could have been than actually. Never mind.
Dude, shout out to Kwame Brown though. I absolutely love his YouTube channel.
He called out Ben Simmons.
Have you watched some of his videos? This guy owns a ranch. He makes YouTube videos driving a truck with a trailer in the back. He's doing like landscaping and shit, bro. He does not care. It's great. And he's out here like plowing a field, and he's like, learn from my mistakes, you little shits, like go get your money. Like he's running a landscaping company in a field. No, I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying the guy's just he does videos. He's like it's 6 a.m. and my hands are dirty. What did you do today? He puts in work, man. Shout out to Kwame Brown.
Yo, RB, show the video. Come on.
I don't feel like it.
No, come on, dude.
His shot doesn't even look that good.
Yes, it does. Are you kidding me?
Oh, you got to put it on the screen.
It doesn't look that good. You're talking
You're
about him
just saying that.
shooting.
You're denying it.
I got to see it because if it looks good, I'm going to tell you I think it looks good. And if it doesn't,
It's not even a jump shot, really.
It's a free throw.
Yeah.
oh, we're talking about a free throw? He's been doing that.
It's not even that good.
I'm talking about his 3-point shot.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll tell you this.
He has the mid-range. He's had the mid-range. He has elevation on his mid-range jumper. His mid-range jumper looks okay when he fades away, when he doesn't put thought into it. When he's at the three-point line, he still does this set shot. He looks like this is not sexist, anybody in the chat. He looks like a WNBA player when he shoots the ball. It comes from his hip because there's not that like shoulder strength. You know what I'm saying? There's WNBA players that have perfect jump shots. I'm not saying that, but most of them shoot off the hip, and he shoots like a WNBA player.
Dude, that's pure.
He's been
That's pure.
Romp, how long have you been following this guy?
Pure. I know, but still, like
He's been shooting like that from the free throw line.
that is pure.
It's been the problem. He has to shoot like that from the 3-point line, and he doesn't.
I don't care about him shooting threes, bro.
This is what he did when he was on our team.
He'll attempt threes. I'll tell you this: if we have Markelle Fultz, a healthy one,
bro, he's still pushing it from his like.
No,
stomach.
that's pure. RB.
He's not pushing it
That's
right there.
pure.
When he was on our team, he did this. I don't understand. You said somebody fixed his shot.
I'm talking. When he was healthy last year, he was really good. I'll tell you that. And I'll tell you this: if we had Markelle Fultz healthy over Ben Simmons, we win against the Hawks. No cap.
He's not a threat from three, just like Ben's not a threat from three.
Yeah, but he'll take it.
You're right. He will take it.
And
I agree, RB. He does still have the little hesitation at the top of it. He brings the ball up and he hesitates for a split second and releases it.
Yep.
But Maxey wasn't a threat to shoot last year, and teams didn't respect his shot, but he was aggressive at all times. And Markelle Fultz is that on the Magic, and he's unbelievable when he gets to the rim. And we trade him for fucking Jonathan Simmons. I can't believe that. Because,
John Simmons, that guy was so overhyped because he came from San Antonio where, I don't know, he looked good for some reason. And then, where did he go, Orlando? Or did we trade him to Orlando? No, we traded Fultz to Orlando. He had a couple of highlight dunks, and people just thought Jonathan Simmons had potential. But Jonathan Simmons was a budding superstar in San Antonio.
Yeah, he was. We needed a Jonathan Simmons, like prime Jonathan Simmons.
And he just fell off.
If we had a prime Jonathan Simmons,
just think about what all these draft picks turned into. It's ridiculous.
Kwame Brown was a Sixer in 2013. You're absolutely right. He was. I totally forgot about that.
Oh, shit. Forgot he was a Sixer.
Dude, oh, man. JaVale McGee was a Sixer, man.
So was Andrew Bogut.
Andrew Bogut was a Sixer. We had I love the players that we signed and released, and then they would put up his stat sheet. It says 0 minutes, 0.0, whatever. And it's like, thank you for everything you've done.
The Sixers were literally like a third-party facilitator for buyouts in big trades.
Yep. Mo Williams from the Cavaliers. Bought him out. Danny Granger.
This is embarrassing. Markelle Fultz had more 2-point attempts last season than freaking Ben Simmons. And the year before that, if you guys want to be like, oh, he didn't play that much.
That is embarrassing.
He's not even aggressive, and he's 7 foot basically.
That's the gripe with him. That's what I'm saying. I've been over him shooting a jump shot for years. He won't even shoot the ball when he's in front of the rim. There's the picture of him under the rim with Trae Young in front of him. The angle that shows it like real clear and close up. And by the way, Jalen Hurts is sitting on the baseline. Somebody pointed that out the other day. Jalen Hurts is sitting there staring at him like, what the fuck are you doing? And he passes that ball. It's the craziest picture I've ever seen in all of my years watching basketball. And there's no way anybody can defend that. There's just no way. Without jumping, he's so close to scoring 2 points. If he stands under the rim and reaches straight up without jumping, he's closer to scoring 2 points than I've ever been in my life. And he didn't put it in the hoop. It blows my mind.
Eastwood was complimenting Ben Simmons after he scored 4 points in the Wizards series. It got that bad, but he had 11 assists or something like that. I remember
it was 15 and 15.
And we were so hyped because he had 10 plus assists. and he didn't score much. It was like,
Well, I was like, dude, that's the thing. Doc Rivers thought he was his new Rajon Rondo, his 6'10 Rajon Rondo. And I'm like, fine, give me 20 rebounds and 20 assists. Give us the effort. If you're finishing games with 4 rebounds and 6 assists, you're not giving us anything.
how many times have you had this rant in your lifetime?
So many times.
You've been saying the same thing for the past year and a half now.
I can't believe he's still on the team.
By
It's
the
horrible.
way, as a Eagles outsider, Jalen Hurts is not the guy.
I'm an insider, and I say that all the time. Fans hate me for it.
That's all. My football takes are outrageous because I don't know shit about football. So it's even worse than basketball.
Would you all do OG and Chris Boucher for Ben?
Absolutely.
That doesn't make us any better than we are with Ben sitting on the bench.
Dude, OG Anunoby's nice. And he's a better defender than Ben for all these Ben defender lovers. OG's a way better defender.
I mean, he has potential to be a good player on the right team and stuff, but
Yeah, we would ruin him too. The only reason he's good is because he's with the Raptors, to be honest. No way any other team would develop that jump shot from where he was at his rookie year.
Dude, what is this? What does this show become? Like, we're out here talking about 2-5 for Chris Boucher and OG Anunoby.
Bro, OG Anunoby's, you guys are underrating him.
Oh my gosh.
He's gonna average 20 this year. Probably be a most improved candidate.
There's something about you with bench players. Can't put my
Dude, he's not a bench player. Dude, you're sleeping on OG hard.
Yeah, I'm sleeping
the
on it.
Raptors are.
He's not a number one option, but
this
he's
is like
a
the
nice
Raptors
QB.
after that first preseason game. They were saying this kid said they're going to be the 3 seed in the East.
All right, that's a little outrageous.
They don't have any. They don't have any like all-star level players on the team.
Yeah, but at
And
least they're not.
reality
outrageous.
is, you need all-star level players to be good.
Yeah, at least they're out. They're not outrageous and try to go after stars that aren't even available, like our franchise.
Not wrong about that.
I'm telling you, OG's nice. I'll take him for Ben and some picks. Give me Fred VanVleet. And I'll take anything for Ben.
Siakam is not an all-star. Was Siakam an all-star last year?
I think the year before that, but
Why?
I'll take Siakam over Tobias.
Why was Siakam an all-star the year before? Kawhi Leonard.
23 points a game. I mean, if you put
Right.
and he shot 6 threes, 36%, not bad. Dude, he's a better three-point shooter than Tobias because he's actually willing to take more than 2 threes. I would trade. I would, dude.
36% last year?
No, the year his All-Star year.
Yeah, the Kawhi Leonard year.
Yeah, but if you put him next to Joel Embiid, bro, I'm telling you, that's way, 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 way better than Tobias Harris and Joel Embiid. Plus, he's a dog.
I think he's athletic, but I don't know. I mean, I don't want him next to Embiid, just like I think Tobias Harris isn't the best fit next to Embiid.
Yeah, but Tobias is so slow and like he's just
I don't think Siakam's really speeding down the floor.
he's faster than Tobias, especially for dude, I'm telling you.
We need a race. The race that nobody wants to watch. Tobias Harris versus Siakam.
Siakam is also a better defender. And he actually grabs rebounds, doesn't let John Collins get 500 offensive rebounds.
Rob,
Tobias,
I do think
learn how to box out.
I do think you overhype players of other teams a little bit too much. I watch a Raptors content creator, and he trashes Siakam every chance he gets.
Siakam's got his flaws.
As soon as he's playing defenders with length, as soon as he doesn't have an obvious mismatch, he doesn't even try to score in big moments in big time games. So
he's not a number one.
He's almost a stat patter. He scores against smaller guys, and then he just disappears when he's playing against the Bucks or anybody else with size.
He's not a number one.
He's basically Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons with heart and determination.
All right, I'll give you that.
You would rather Tobias Harris than Siakam?
Yes.
No shot.
He's more of a perimeter player, at least.
I would take
Tobias-
Tobias.
Tobias don't shoot threes, bro.
He
Yes,
should
he
shoot
does.
more. I agree he should shoot more, but he shoots 40%.
And he's a ball stopper. I hate.
How
And
is
can we talk-
Siakam not a ball stopper?
You know what? I've come to the conclusion that Romp is actually an anti-Sixers person. Like,
Of course, I'm an
I feel like-
anti-Sixers.
I feel
I
like he-
hate the Sixers, bro.
I see that. Like, I really do see it now. Like,
No, Romp, he makes a lot of YouTube videos covering the entire league. So I think those
all
highlights.
positive too.
So it's right. So I think those, but I don't think you actually watch. There's no way you have enough time to watch every game of a Raptors team or every game. So I think you watch a lot of highlights of other players from other teams, and you see the great parts, and you don't see, the
Yeah,
bad.
I like watching players and like going over their positives.
Yeah.
But I'm invested in the Sixers, so I care about their negatives. I don't care about the Raptors, Siakam's negatives.
Vince Ross says
And I'm
the
not
Sixers finished first in the East, and you're talking trash on the players. Shut up.
But I'm not saying Siakam. I don't want Siakam.
Vince,
I would rather him over Tobias.
Vince, please send me a photo of the trophy the NBA gave the Sixers for finishing number 1 in the East. I need to see it. I'm tired of this. Parade down Broad Street because we're first in the East. We didn't win. We were the first seed. Nobody starts a tournament and doesn't win and says, yeah, but I was the first seed. Yeah, you were the first seed and lost. That's even worse than being the 5th seed.
Ooh, OG Siakam Van Fleet for Harrison Simmons. Bro, sign me up. That we win the East if we have that.
I'm tired of being the first seed. I don't want to be the first seed anymore. I want to be the 3rd seed or 4th seed so we can have a little bit of underdog mentality.
Yeah. We need the underdog, especially in Philly. Can we get Nick Nurse in that deal too? Swap Nick Nurse and Doc Rivers, please, for the love of God.
Dude, the Raptors must have some of the smartest owners that they fired the coach of the year because they knew more than the rest of the league. If the Sixers ever had a coach of the year, he would be the coach for the next 20 years, no matter how bad he is.
It's because we just make Band-Aid moves, bro. Just to make the fan base happy. I'm telling you guys, I hate to harp on the chat, but we got to get a little smarter out here. I'm telling you, Doc Rivers was a terrible signing. And Daryl Morey also was a Band-Aid move. Just to make you guys happy because he was
tripping. We are like 3.5 hours in. You were just
Doc Rivers fine. Doc
Rivers-
Rivers fine. I think you can win with Doc Rivers. I think he has a lot of flaws. I think with enough good players, you can win with him.
He wanted
Daryl Morey, we needed a GM that knew what he was doing. There's no way Daryl Morey is worse than Elton Brand, who's now making him
That's
coffee
true.
every morning.
Dude,
Getting
I think
paid
there was
for
a
it
better guy
somehow.
out
both of those were great moves. Now
Doc Rivers was not a good move, bro.
he was a great move for
He's
if
a
you go
horrible-
back to the mindset we had at the time. We didn't know he was going to come in and coddle 2-5, but for everything else, we wanted a leader that had some experience, right? And that's what we brought in.
Dude,
Now we can say he's not a
we
good
just
coach.
totally looked past him
Dude,
blowing
he-
a 3-1 lead and him always blowing leads. And we signed him just because he's a veteran coach.
Right.
And just because he'll
Right.
hold
Who else
guys
did you
The
Accountable.
bar,
Who
the
else
bar
was
was
guys
so
accountable?
low because our coach was not an NBA coach. So the bar was so low that our goal was to hire an NBA coach. That's what we did.
Like, did you think at the position we were in, we should have hired a first-year head coach? Is that what we should have done? That would have been absolutely ridiculous.
That's what the
I
Eagles
would've-
did. Look at them now.
I think
I
you're
would-
forgetting what the mindset we were in because we expected this team to go to a new level. And
I would have liked him more because our freaking ownership is afraid to make ballsy moves. We just make whatever the fans thinks. So it's
No, I
like,
agree.
look,
I agree with you.
like
The-
make
I
a
agree with you
ballsy
on that.
move that everyone shits on, and then 2 months later, everyone's, oh damn, that was a good move. But all they do is listen to the popular choice, and then they make the decision, and then we're happy for 2 months. But
I don't
then
agree with that.
we realize, oh, he sucks.
I don't agree with that because they're
I don't think Daryl Morey sucks. I think Daryl
could've-
Morey made a lot of aggressive moves throughout his career that didn't end in a championship. But he never had a franchise that was in the basement. He came to Houston and he flipped. Yao Ming was done and he flipped Tracy McGrady right away and went all in on the James Harden and gave more than anybody wanted for, at the time, OKC's bench player that wasn't getting enough minutes. Like, he saw that steps ahead. He kept trying to pair players with James Harden that were weird fits. I'll agree with that.
I'll give you Morey. I'll give you Morey. I don't care about Morey. Morey's just kind of been pissing me off lately, but overall he's been a good addition. But these NFT tweets got to stop, and also trade Ben Simmons for the love of God. I'll get off Daryl Morey's back.
All right, Daryl Morey obviously.
But Doc Rivers fluffed that dude. That was a terrible move.
I don't see. Here's where I don't agree with you because, right? So we could have hired Stan Van Gundy, right? And look where he's at.
Oh, heck no. Oh, no.
Right.
I want a new coach that I don't even know the name of.
That's
why that's Brett Brown.
Yeah, that's where you're.
No.
You want to go from Brett Brown to a coach that nobody's ever heard of?
No, the reason they hired Brett Brown is because he was from the Greg Popovich tree. I wanted
hired him to lose, to be a puppet. If anybody, we should have hired Monty Williams or the other guy that we let go from the coaching staff.
Which actually came to a realization. I need to remember to say this on my Eagles shows. Nick Sirianni is Brett Brown. They know they need to rebuild. They know they need to rebuild and stack draft picks. They hired a coach that they know is terrible to lose on purpose. That's it. That's the only explanation. There's no other explanation for it.
Would you guys run the fucking ball?
They're losing on purpose. I now have come to the realization everything makes sense now.
And also Kenneth Gainwell over Miles Sanders.
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing, man. But you got the chat talking about Doc being a bad hiring. It definitely was not at the time.
It was a bad hiring.
Dude,
look at his past, bro.
Let's look at his
collapse
past.
after collapse after collapse after collapse. And he won with Rondo, PG, and Kevin Garnett.
I'm in the middle on this.
He had PG who shot a ball off the side of the backboard.
And he was
for 19.
And he's a coach who just got fired. He just got fired. And he wasn't playing Terrence Mann, who just got a contract extension, and he balled out last postseason.
I'm in the middle on this. I would have been happier with just hiring Sam Cassell as the head coach.
I agree.
I would have been happier with that. Because with Doc getting fired from the Clippers and all the players coming out and saying all the things they said, there was some kind of like, wait a minute, maybe this guy's getting fired for a reason here. And a couple of months into the Sixers season, actually a couple of weeks, I was like, oh, shit. And this is why he got fired.
I think you guys are having too much recency bias because at the time, if you go back to that mindset, we finally got rid of Brett Brown and we were like, yo, we need someone that has experience and that knows the X's and O's in the game, and we're going to bring someone in that it's not like going to be a fresh start. And that's why we hired him. And I think
you're right. That was our thought process, but the thought process was wrong though.
I think but is it the fact that all the surrounding issues come back to a player who is flawed? Like, are we going to act like Doc Rivers didn't create a better Tobias Harris? Are we going to act like he didn't put Joel Embiid in better situations?
No, Joel Embiid did that. I'm sick of this Doc getting all the credit for everything.
Why didn't he do that under Brett Brown?
No, Romp. No, RB, I agree, and I always say that about Doc as far as X's and O's, but because the floor was so low, all he had to do was come in and draw up. He could copy and paste some 2K plays because Brett Brown didn't have any, So I will give him that he came in and drew up some plays, and he got Tobias coming around screens, targeting mismatches, things that an NBA coach should do that Brett Brown somehow couldn't do.
Right. You know who deserves more credit for unlocking Tobias and Embiid? NFT Daryl Morey than Doc Rivers. Let me tell you that. Because, dude, our offense is still crap. We don't do anything besides rely on Embiid and a couple pick and rolls here and there. I'm telling you. The only reason
you should actually go back. You should actually go back and look at. Maybe there's a good video idea for you. Go back and look at the spacing on the 2017 team versus Doc Rivers' team and analyze, like, is it actually better or is it worse? Because I'm pretty sure Ben Simmons was put in the corner a lot more back then versus him standing under the basket like he does on this team.
Yeah, that spacing back then. The only problem with that team is we had like no one who could dribble. It was just a bunch of like sharpshooters like Marco Bellinelli Dario, slow ass Dario.
Covington.
Oh,
Nah,
God.
I think you're wrong because in 2018, we literally had a team that could have won the championship, and Brett Brown had no philosophy. If we had a better coach, and like I said, all the surrounding issues come back to not having a point guard that isn't flawed.
Oh yeah, we still don't have a point guard.
In
And you're absolutely
2018
right about Brett Brown. And how? To this day, I don't understand how. How was he a head coach? So he goes and sits in an office. He has hours a day where he has to create things.
Mhm.
How did he never create anything?
Well,
Ever?
DJ, do you remember that clip from Jimmy when he talked about that tough meeting they had where I think it was like a tough loss and they went to watch film before they went to Portland, and Jimmy literally was like, we sat in that film room and said nothing to each other.
Yeah, and he said that he didn't know who was in charge, and he said, like, at practice, he didn't know who was in charge. There was no organization. There was nothing. So Brett Brown literally just showed up and did nothing all the time.
Yeah, he was there to lose, and I think he knew that. I think they had the convo with him, like, Brett, you're a nice guy. We're not trying to win. Go out there and lose.
But they were trying to win with the Jimmy Butler team, though. So
Right,
he was there to tank.
right.
Then once he got good players, how did he not say, all right, now I'm gonna think about this and research some good play, at least steal plays from somebody else.
Well, why didn't the Sixers say, all right, now we have a squad that can win. Let's actually get a coach.
Yep.
Because of what Romp says a lot. This ownership listens to the fans way too much. The fans loved Brett Brown and they thought that he deserved a chance. He sat there. He went through all of this losing. He deserves a chance with these players. No, he doesn't.
Someone brought
That's
up
like saying a player that's not good deserves a chance. No, he doesn't. He's not good.
Someone brought up the point. I'll never forget that. I think it was the Celtics series. I think the Celtics went on like a 20-0 run against us in the clinching game, and like Brett didn't even call a timeout. He just watched it happen. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, and Doc played all bench lineups. We got to get that guy out of town.
Dude, I'll never forget. Markelle Fultz had 16 points at halftime. He finally looked like a good player. Brett Brown benched him for the rest of the game for TJ McConnell. And in his press conference, he said it was for defensive reasons. And they lost the game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Somebody scored a layup over TJ McConnell to win the game. Pretty sure it was against the New Orleans Hornets. And I kind of think it was Jeremy Lamb that scored on him.
I mean, this is a guy that in the second round of the NBA playoffs, with a minute to go, with your season hanging in the balance, is running JJ Redick dribble handoffs. And Jimmy Butler can't even get a shot up from the corner. Like, come on. Come on, man.
I also realized someone put D'Lo and Beasley. We should have accepted T-Wolves deal because they fired their GM. We could have got something from the T-Wolves.
I think
you can't do D'Lo with that injury history. I don't think you can.
It's better than Simmons, bro.
I like the T-Wolves, and I think with it, since they have a new ownership group, I really think they would be willing to splash. If there is a team, I think it would be the Timberwolves.
We need them to lose, but they're looking pretty nice in preseason.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is a dog, bro. If they start losing and we can fleece him from and Jaden McDaniels, let me just say this. Jaden McDaniels is what everyone thinks Matisse Thybulle is. That's a real guy. Because he can actually shoot and he can take it off the dribble and he plays good defense. Yeah. But of course, we get a guy who's generational defensive talent, but of course he can't dribble or shoot or even do it half decently. Sixers luck. One-dimensional fucking franchise.
Bernard said when we started everyone above 6'7" and couldn't find one mismatch.
Couldn't find one mismatch. We had the tallest team in the history of the NBA.
Dude, I feel so bad for Joel. He was out there on the floor with Al Horford and Ben Simmons and Josh Richardson. Like,
right.
He's like, what do I do?
You know, the sad part is Joel just started playing basketball like not long ago. So he's so good. like one-on-one with the ball in his hands, but I don't think he knew enough about the game to know how bad that team was constructed, so he didn't say anything. I think he found out the hard way.
And people want to talk about Joel getting swept by the Celtics. Yeah. Okay.
Whoever fucking organized that roster with Al Horford and all them deserves jail time. I'm not even like, that's like abuse to like mental abuse to like, how many Sixers fans are there in the world? A lot. It's like mental agony for the whole season.
They said, yeah, we let Jimmy Butler go. Let's get Al Horford.
Elton Brand should be
Crazy, man.
Freaking put on trial.
There's a picture of me with my head in my hands watching that draft. My girlfriend took a picture of me. I was the angriest person she's ever seen because I just could not wrap my head around. Al Horford is who we get in this whole situation. I think the trade deadline, was it? Or was it? I don't remember. Was it before the draft or the trade deadline?
It was that that craziest free agency of all time, where like remember that free agency, like everything happened in the first hour. Like I think it was Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler, and there was like so many deals that happened at once. And
JJ Redick left before his exit meeting even started.
He was the first one, yeah.
They were like, "All right, JJ, come in for your exit meeting." The freaking front desk associate was like, "JJ's gone."
Ethan says, "Man, I'm out. I came here for Eastwood, not for the negative energy that these two bring." See you, Ethan.
Later, Ethan. Thanks for coming through, buddy. I don't know what you think. Dude, I am. If you're not,
no sense. That makes no sense.
I'm here for Eastwood, not the negative energy.
What? Do you watch his channel? Are you even a subscriber of Eastwood?
Ethan is a fried man, like his last name.
Bro, the reason people watch Eastwood is for the reason you're talking about. You don't want to watch us.
Yep. And I think it's why people rock with the channel so much, man. It's why people rock with all of us so much, because in reality, most people in Philadelphia watching sports feel exactly like we do. They hate every franchise. Everything is terrible. Nothing good happens, and they're frustrated. And that's what we put on the internet. The people that hate it are not actual Sixers fans, or they just started watching like last year or whatever. And they're like, "Why are you making fun of my favorite player?" Like, they don't actually understand where we're coming from and what we're saying.
This is the funniest thing. Like, Julio says, y'all aren't even funny. D'Angelo says, nah, it's just RB. If I'm not mistaken,
RB's been positive all night.
You guys have
most positive here.
That's what I'm saying. And you guys have been here for 3.5 hours with us. And one, you can't understand a simple concept. And two, it's like, why are you still here? Like,
no. Don't say that, RB. Please stay here. I need my haters just as much as anybody else.
It's just
not just as much. I don't. We got a lot of supporters, but you need your haters.
We appreciate everyone. I wonder if like these people actually listen to what we say. I don't know, but shout out to all the people that are enjoying the content. We still have like 350 people in here.
Listen, exactly. That says something, doesn't it?
Not
a lot of people. Dude, there's people that have been doing YouTube for 10 years that can't get 350 people in a live stream.
Well, my last video had 1.6K, so.
Did you saw that video that I sent you, bro? I could not believe he said that. I thought he was making fun of himself when he said it. So Nitro Freak, by the way, for everyone in the chat, Nitro Freak, who's on YouTube and comes at us all the time. Sixers content creators are terrible. He won't say our name specifically, but he comes at us all the time. He's like, "I'm the best ever. I don't need fancy thumbnails and all these business tactics to get views." And then he had a video the other day, and he said, "I've been on YouTube for 10 years, and my last video did 1.6K. That's pretty damn good for 10 years. Bro, that's honestly what he said. That's pretty damn good for 10 years.
Like I said, like you said, actually, people are here, man. The fact that you guys are rocking with us, Romp's like half asleep. DJ doesn't even have his camera on. I'm like sleepy, and like We still got 350 people here. Like,
Dude, I'm Tom Arnone right now when he smokes a cigarette, and he takes his camera off.
I think
Shout out to Tom.
amazing,
someone
man.
commented tonight. He said Romp and Nitro Freak would be best friends or something like that. So I don't know how I feel about that.
You guys are amazing, man. Like, look, my guy Lava here in South Carolina. Like, shout out to you, man.
Shout out to everyone, even watching, hating, loving, whatever. We
Right.
appreciate all of you because it's just dope. We can come on here and have a conversation alone in a room, and you guys are watching.
Right.
And it feels good, bro. We appreciate that. Like we're freaks. We are YouTubers, and we find enjoyment of sitting in a room talking to ourselves to record a video. We're freaks. So thank you for watching. If you think about it, it's really weird. We sit in a room and record videos and just talk to ourselves. I don't know. I always think about that and I'm like, damn, I'm a loser. But like I like being a loser, so it's all good.
Oh man. Julio, you say Julio likes DJ and watches me from time to time, but it's not it. So why are you watching it? It is a free country, my man. I know not everybody's gonna like my content. It's just how it is, man. Like, and Mr. 89 says, guess is the hour where trolls get fed. Look, we were supposed to get off here like 2 hours ago. The fact you guys are leading this, not us. Like, again, we have not talked about anything substance wise in like 2 hours.
All right, let's do stuff like that has nothing to do with basketball.
Oh, I was gonna say, like
Best comedy movie of all time.
Oh, fuck.
And yeah, I have no.
I'll say this though, they don't make good movies anymore. That's what I'll
Why
say.
did
like,
you just sound like a 60-year-old man when you said that?
dude? I'm like a boomer. It's like they don't make it's so lazy. Everything's lazy. Like they just make remakes. And
AW Rush Hour 2, I'll give you that.
I'm trying to think. Someone said Dumb and Dumber.
That was my answer.
Oh, really?
Dumb and Dumber
Yeah,
is the
first one's
most
good.
genius
I don't like the
comedy
second
of
one.
all time.
Step Brothers is another one.
Yeah, Step Brothers good.
It's so overplayed though. Like that's on like everything, like cable. But like no one watches cable anymore. I remember
The Hangover's great.
you tweeted
Hangover's one of my favorite
DJ tweeted he was like watch it was like a comedy movie and you said it was underrated and it was with like a bunch of actors and it was like the apocalypse.
Oh yeah, this is the end. Oh
yeah,
my god.
I watched that. That was funny.
Bro, that movie is so funny, man. It's like one of those movies that like you don't even need a script. They just put enough funny people together in the same movie that every single line is hilarious.
And it was unique and like a different concept.
Yeah, that movie was slept on.
But you know why they do it? It's because everyone buys into the trash stuff, like the remakes and all that. That's where they make all the money. So they're like, oh, why spend time on quality when you could just remake it?
It's true.
Super bad.
Thank you for the super chat. Can Thigh will be an all-star? Why or why not?
No, unless he develops a jumper.
Can he be an all-star this year? Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know. This year, definitely not. But can he be defensive player of the year in the next couple of years? Yeah. Can he eventually be an all-star if he starts shooting the ball? Maybe.
Bro,
Yeah.
someone just said Space Jam 2, and let me tell you, I watched that.
I'm not even watching that.
I watched it with the biggest LeBron supporter ever, my friend, and he couldn't even support it. And that movie right there, that is a legacy killer. That's how bad it was. And Jordan will always be better than LeBron because of that movie. And I know I sound like Skip Bayless right now, but my goodness, that movie was fucking horrible. And Jordan, I'll never say LeBron's better than, unless he wins this year, I'll never say LeBron's better than Jordan because that movie's pitiful.
Well, listen, that's how LeBron James is. He's so obsessed with himself. I'm back, by the way. He's so obsessed with himself that he would do that. Most players, especially, I would have thought LeBron James, he shouted out Jordan so much coming up in his young career and stuff, changing his number to 6 because he said nobody should wear 23. I would think LeBron James would say, I'm not remaking Space Jam. That's Michael Jordan. That's a classic. Why would I do that? But at this level of his career, he's so obsessed with himself that he thought that was a good idea. And if that's his Hollywood debut, I got news for you, LeBron James. You need to just, when you retire, just sit on your $1 billion because nobody wants to watch your movies.
Dude, did you watch it, DJ?
No, and I'm not going to.
Don't, because you will find a whole new hatred for LeBron if you even hate. I don't hate LeBron, but like low key now, like I can't stand him.
Also, from a business standpoint and writing and producing a movie, the Looney Tunes characters are not relevant in 2021. No, these kids don't even know who Bugs Bunny is. Why are you making a Looney Tunes movie in 2021, bro? It makes no sense.
Yeah. There's a lot of like lost characters like that. And it's just not the same anymore.
It was a movie for its time period. That was the most popular cartoon on TV at the time. That's why the movie was so huge. You made a movie about the Looney Tunes in 2021. The kids don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I feel like most people now as well, like even like younger kids and stuff, like it's just not, they don't act the same way as they used to, you know? Like it's not like everyone knows this person or that person.
That's true too. I mean, we're in a different era. It's TikTok era. It's all kinds of stuff like that. The game is different for sure.
Yeah. Shout out to Kareem from Las Vegas. Sorry about your Raiders. Let's see. Michael Rosenberg with the $5 super chat. Thank you. Are any of you tired of hearing about LeBron's son, Bronny? Kid is overrated and won't make it to the NBA.
Oh my God.
Also, did you guys hear about Dwayne Wade's son today?
Savage. What did he do?
He stinks too. He shouldn't be there.
He signed with the Utah G League team.
It's only because Dwayne Wade works for him.
Yeah, he's part owner, right? Or he's part of the ownership group.
LeBron will get his kid to the NBA.
Isn't he like 17 years old? And he's already going to the G League? He's 20.
He's not that good either. Like he's good, but
he'll make the NBA.
Not NBA level.
You know, you want to hear my hot take? Michael, I think LeBron's going to be the first player ever to play with his son. And I think it's going to be the decision part 3. And I think he's going back to Cleveland when he's 40, 41. And I think Bronny James is going to play alongside him. That's my hot take.
I think that's an actual goal of his is to play with his son. Would he be 41?
Wait, how old is his son?
I don't know.
His son's in high school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think I think he would be around 40.
How old is Bronny James?
LeBron James Jr. is 17 years old.
17.
This is what's going to happen. LeBron James Jr. is not going to make it to the NBA because first off, his passion isn't there. He doesn't have the same like drive as LeBron, obviously, because they grew up differently. And he's really into streaming. So he's just gonna be a full-time streamer. I could see that because he doesn't love basketball.
Doesn't matter. That's LeBron.
That's another thing with that's another thing with the new era. Like streaming is one of those things where if you're really good at a video game, you can be a good streamer, right? But if you're just famous, you can just play video games. And people will watch you.
Eric R., you're wrong for that, bro. You're wrong for that.
Been listening while driving at work. Can't believe you guys are still going. Better than any radio station or TV. And that's 100. That's because like they got to be like PG and all that stuff. They're not.
Shout out to you, Aaron.
In my opinion, some of those guys hold back because they have to. That's why I don't want to pursue that. But that's another story for another day. But
they definitely do.
You
have to hold back on YouTube these days too, though.
That's true, but not as much.
No, not as much. You don't work for you can tell some of those radio guys. They know that in the long run they work for NBC Sports, who owns like the arena that work. They're they're not going to say like this coach is a loser or something like that.
Yeah.
They're not gonna do the Doc Rivers podcast.
Hey, Ron, shout out to you for the
Besides Howard Etzkin, I respect him though.
D'Angelo, yes, I needed a refreshment. And look, shout out to Premier Craft Glassware with the Philadelphia 76ers beer glass. Look at that. PremierCraft.com. Go get you one. Oh, it's the Iverson step over.
Damn, sponsor this man.
Oh, that's fire, isn't it?
Sheesh. That's something.
He sends them to me for free and asks me to shout them out. He sent me some Eagles ones too that I didn't get yet.
I wish he sent them to me. As Jesus with the super chat. DJ Eastwood is back. Thanks for this 3 hours of pure entertainment. Romp's attitude is spot on for the way Philly fans feel. RB, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We're 10 minutes away, guys, from 4 hours.
Oh, we gotta hit that.
Eric R., you
go on
know
for another
exactly what
4.
you did, bro. You know exactly what you did. That was
What did he do?
You just got to look at his comment above Aaron's super chat.
I don't see it.
I'm lost.
I don't see Eric R on there at all.
Above Aaron's super chat.
Let me look on here. Oh, there he is.
Eric R, man.
Oh, man. All right.
Yeah.
That's messed up. But the thing is, DJ, back to the Twitch thing. If you notice, all the biggest Twitch streamers, they're like entertainers. Like they actually like been on. They're like Twitch, like, you know, they've been there.
Oh, for sure.
Well, like Devin Booker or Ben Simmons, like they'll get their views, but they don't have any like loyal subs or anything because they lack the entertainment value, which is crazy to think about.
It's true, though, because it doesn't matter who you are. If somebody clicks on your stream and you're boring, they're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to watch Devin Booker play video games. Like, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to click on it for 5 seconds and be like, oh, cool, Devin Booker's playing video. All right, I'm bored now.
Now let's go to Nick Merckx.
Exactly.
Tim the Tap, man. Dr. Disrespect.
Although T-Pain on Twitch is entertaining as hell.
Yeah. There's obviously like anomalies and, you know, entertainers who are good. Flight reacts. I don't know. I respect him because he's a character. He's playing a character and he sticks with it.
Yeah.
He's outsmarting everyone.
Listen, I don't know if he's playing a character. I think he might be serious.
That's how good he is at it, bro.
I think he might be serious, but he got rich off of it. So, you know, shout out to him for not. The main thing that he does that people need to learn how to do is not be swayed by negativity. Because that dude, imagine him with all of those subscribers and some of the dumb shit that he says every day. He just gets ripped to shreds in the comments and he just doesn't care and he just keeps it going and he just makes millions of dollars.
Yeah, I like Flight. He'll shoot a 3. It's hideous, but
he will.
He'll shoot a 3.
Bro, who's the one female basketball player that's on YouTube that has like she was in that one contest with all the YouTubers? She played Flight 1-on-1, destroyed him.
Dogged him.
She's so good. She has such a good jump shot. Yeah, he got smoked.
One YouTuber made like a breakdown of like Flight's all his 1v1s and like his stats broken down. And it was like every 1v1 and he was shooting like 10%. He was like 2 of 60 from 3. It's like wild.
Oh man.
Oh, RB Kirby said I like watching you guys disagree. Makes for more entertaining content. See, that's the problem, bro. Not many people disagree like in YouTube land, I feel like, or are
Not many
afraid
people
to.
know how to disagree respectfully and not
Yes,
in their
exactly.
feelings. And like
Exactly.
we're all
Bro.
boys, like, but we're not afraid to have a debate. That's what should be encouraged. It shouldn't be every person comes on here. Yeah, we're ready to be the best team of all time, and you know, I say everything, you say everything, and it's all the same. Like,
Yep. Exactly. And that's what I search for when I want to collab on YouTube. That's why I love you and Romp, because you guys give your opinion. Sometimes we disagree. And sometimes we're like, what the hell are you talking about? How could you possibly think that? And we argue and stuff. And that's just incredible for content. And it's hard to find people that are like this. Most people these days that I'm realizing, they get so butthurt if you disagree with them that they hate you as a person. It's so crazy. Like, did you not grow up with anybody around you? Did you get along with your brothers and sisters your whole life?
It's a
Probably not.
bad time for society. Like,
Probably not.
everybody's just like,
No,
the
I
way
hate my
people are
sister. She's a
feeling.
Ben Simmons fan. Hate her guts.
The way
That was the
people are-
youngest, bro. I got beat up, even by my sister, bro. Honestly, my sister was the worst. She was feisty. Got destroyed back in the day. Nowadays, that would be child abuse and probably wouldn't be allowed, and they would be crying on Twitter.
So yeah, there's a reason like the most popular shows on TV now, like sports talk shows, are all debate shows, and it comes off as fake on ESPN and stuff because now you can tell they do it on purpose. Like, here's a topic, you take that side and you take this side and argue, because that's what engages the people. But hearing an honest debate is definitely entertaining for people.
Yeah, I mean, it shows like we're here without a filter, you know, like we're just here to speak our minds, and you're here to speak your minds as well.
Oh,
So,
the legend is back.
shout out to With God with the super chat. Much love to you, man. Says, am I living
Legend.
in an alternate universe right now? Despite all what this dude has done, he just walked back like a king. He needs to sit his ass home, get fined, trade him when we find something suitable. 4 hours ago, we've been saying the same exact thing. Like, I agree 100%. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous. I've never seen
Right.
something like that. I've never seen this guy just, waltz in here like he's like the greatest thing since sliced bread and just, yo, I'm at the door. Let me in. All right. Thanks for everything you did the last 5 months. You're here. You're welcome. Like, what? This is absolutely
telling you.
insane. This is literally, this is like some paparazzi celebrity type of scheme, and it fits perfectly. This is what celebrities do in LA. Like, oh, did you see so-and-so going back to this place or that place? Like, we caught him on camera with so-and-so. Like, this is ridiculous.
Right, but I just think he got fined twice. He lost almost $700,000 in 2 preseason games. And he said, what do I have to do to get the money? And they said, you have to be in the building.
Yeah.
And he and he's so self-centered that he didn't even tell anyone. He's just like,
Absolutely.
all right,
Absolutely.
I'm going in the building then, so I can get my money. That's it. And
Absolutely.
the messed up part is, he said, with God, he said he needs to sit his ass at home and get fined. You're not allowed to not let him come in.
This
He
is
signed
pay
the
him.
contract, so now he's allowed to come in and
Just
get his
pay him.
money.
Just
This
pay
is-
him
this
and
is
let him
such
sit.
this is such a celebrity act right here. Like, he has not stepped to the podium once to give his thoughts or just his take on anything, and he's let all this go on, and then he shows up unattended to and doesn't even talk to anybody and just gets what he wants. Like, this is absolutely insanity.
They should still fine him. He wasn't ready to play that. Well, they're still fining him. I mean, they didn't like agree to give him his fine money back or anything. He's looking at the lost salary. That's the big number. $330,000 a game. Like when they were talking about, $15,000 fine here or there, are you serious? Ben Simmons could burn $15,000 and laugh about it. But when you're talking about almost $400,000, that's a different story. That'll get someone to show up.
He just walks right in here and just acts like he's the man. Q Sims, thank you for the super chat. Do you think we'll actually hear from Ben soon? I think he's going to take the route of not speaking, just doing what he has to do and finding some loophole to get paid and not talk at all. That's my take on it. But a lot of people wouldn't agree with that.
The way that he looked when he was walking in, because there's a video of him walking in. And I don't know who got it, but it was on
Yeah.
YouTube.
That was
I think that was fake.
really.
Do you?
I think this man, I don't know if you saw my skit earlier. I think this man went full hoodie and sunglasses, and had just a mask on, didn't say anything to anybody. Yeah, I think it was fake.
But I think damn, I was gonna say something I forgot. It's been a long one.
I think it was fake, and I think he literally pulled up at the door, texted Elton Brand. He was like, "Yo, I'm here," and Elton called him, and he was like, "Yeah, like, why are you here?" He's like, "I didn't tell anybody. Just let me in." And Elton's like, "Okay."
Yeah, I think he cares about the big money. Like he'll do what he has to do to get that 300,000 for a game. But if it's like you don't talk to the media, you get fined 10 grand. He's gonna be like, all right, cool, 10 grand. I'm not talking to the media.
Dude, there's no way this guy plays. He sold his properties, and he hasn't said a word. He hasn't even talked to Joel since the end of last season. There's no way he's playing with this guy. Like,
And I think he's still mad at the organization and everybody. He thinks it's everybody else's fault, and he's angry. And he's like, "Fine, I'll just go there. So they have to give me my money. Like I'll just go there. I won't tell anyone. I'll just show up. They have to give me my money."
yeah, I really think this guy is so petty. He does not even want to, suit up and sit on the bench. He doesn't even want to come out to a press conference and say like, just a bunch of nothing. I don't think he wants to do that.
I mean, you can't like choose not to play though. Like that's part of the contract too, right? You probably have to play basketball.
Yeah, but there's going to be some loophole, I'm telling you. And maybe he'll just sit on the bench and not talk to anybody. And I don't know.
Watch, it's going to be Ben Simmons out with back tightness.
Just pay the man and let him sit.
Watch them play him up the next like 3 days in practice and like put out videos and stuff, and then they trade him.
Like paying him and letting him sit, like that is better than having this situation. But at the same time, not that billionaires care about like the future of the country and society, but what precedent does that set for spoiled ass kids? Like there's people busting their ass every day making $10 an hour. This guy gets to sit at home and make 150 million.
Guys, it's going to get ugly at the Wells Fargo. I'm talking about like
it's the wrong city to do it too. That's what I'm saying. This is a blue collar town.
You might have to pop up to that opening night game.
Yeah, that would.
Oh man,
Wednesday. It's next Wednesday.
Yeah. What if he? I
kind of want to go there and interview fans in the parking lot.
Oh shit, that would be a great video.
What if he? I wonder if there's a loop. I wonder if there's a loophole if he comes, suits up, and sits in the locker room. If he would get paid.
That's the crazy part. I don't think maybe
or comes out for warm-ups and then goes back in.
Maybe like something like this has never happened before, so those kind of things are actually not like detailed in contracts,
Yeah. And Rich Paul's like, all right, I'm gonna have my client run out there, shoot some corner threes for 54 seconds, walk back into the locker room and not come out. Like,
what if the lawyers went over everything and was like, no, basically like all it says is you have to be in the building.
You have to be in the proximity. You have to be within 500 feet of the court.
He's in the stands in the nosebleeds.
Oh man, they'll be like, yeah, Ben Simmons has some back flaring in pregame. He's going to miss tonight's game.
Yeah, Ben Simmons in the nosebleeds. He's never even been there. He would never step foot in the nosebleeds. He's never lived that life.
He'll be in a box with Josh Harris.
Exactly.
Oh man. PG Gaming with the super chat. Appreciate you. Says, would y'all do Scotty and Fred for Ben and Maxey? And question mark.
Oh.
Yes, because we're in the process of ruining Maxey, so it's hard to ruin Fred VanVleet at this point. So I'll do it.
I think Scotty Barnes is a good young player too, but I would hate to give up on Maxey, but if it gets Ben out of here and we get a point guard like Fred VanVleet who can shoot, who can run an offense, it would be beautiful with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, I want to be. That's tough. It really is. Depends if we can get a better trade after, in my opinion, with those pieces. But
fair enough.
That's a tough one. But
Pray
I do
for
like
Maxey, bro. If we ruin Maxey, bro, that might be the breaking point.
We've hit the breaking point. Stuff is like,
That's true.
oh man,
4 hours. Holy
4 hours.
fuck.
Yeah,
All Ben needs to do is fire Rich Paul and hit 2 15-footers, and he'll get 80% of the fan base back
Nah,
on his side.
That's so
In-
true, though.
in all honesty, you know how he would get some fans back if he calls a presser by Friday, and he comes out and literally just puts it all out there. Like, you know what? I acted childish. I should have been more accountable. I should have done this. I'm going to work on my game. That's how he would win the fans back. Screw the court. If he comes out here and handles his business, but he won't do that.
If he
He
said
will
that,
not
I
do it.
would give him credit. If he
I'm telling you right now.
actually-
I would too.
I would give him credit.
He is not interested in winning anybody anything. He's only doing exactly what he has to do to get that money.
That's why I'm saying that if he does indeed have a press conference, like that is going to show so many different things. They're going to ask him all the hard questions. Is he going to answer them? How is he going to answer them? Is he going to play? That would answer everything.
He's going to wear the biggest mask he can find to hide all of his facial expressions.
And a hoodie. And a hat. Maybe
And a
some
hat.
sunglasses. And he'll only do a through Zoom interview, no in person.
I would rather his girlfriend report than him.
She's probably pissed off at this too.
No,
That'd be-
she don't even know what basketball is, bro. She's from like
No, she
France or
doesn't.
something.
Yeah, she just wears his Sixers t-shirt and says, "Everybody hates my man."
That's another issue too. Like
Bunch of haters.
he can't focus with that. Come on now.
He's a grown man. He has to be able to focus with that.
Nah,
I just like I see him playing as the best way for him to get out of here and get to a place he wants, but I just don't see him playing. I'm sorry.
I don't want him to play. RB,
I don't see him playing.
I can't watch that guy on the court for the Sixers again.
I agree.
He's so annoying. He's the most uninteresting player to watch. Like in his prime, he was good, but like in his prime, he's
His prime was his rookie year.
yeah. But like the last 2 years, he's so boring, bro. He literally doesn't take jumpers.
I'm about to tweet his rookie stats and put prime Ben Simmons with the to greater than signs.
Simmons had a meeting with Morey and Rivers, physical and expecting to play first game of season. Yeah, see, I could honestly see that as more of a what's it called? Like a distraction. Like I could really see them trading this guy in like the next couple days. But who knows? I mean, those conversations got to be so awkward. He won't even speak to Doc Rivers. Now he's in there talking in a meeting. But
Doc should have him on his podcast. That'd actually be a good episode. Also, Ben Simmons has the most boring personality I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's he's not an entertainer by any means. He's gonna have to be really good at Call of Duty to keep his stream viewers up.
shout out to the viewers that have been in here for 4 hours. You guys are amazing.
It might not even be the same people. We may have accessed a late night Tuesday night crowd that we didn't know existed.
We have people in different time zones, you know. Shout out to Kirby. Kirby's been in here a long time.
We probably have more Boston fans at this point with the negativity. They're probably like, "Oh, is this a Sixers podcast?"
Shout out to who was it? It was Crystal Rich on Twitter. She was like,
Oh
her,
yeah,
her man tweeted and he was like, Ben Simmons didn't complete the holdout. And Crystal retweeted it and she was like, yeah, only 33% of the holdout was completed. You know.
Oh man.
Oh man. Shout out to brother 3 in the AM here. Elijah from Australia. Man. Eric says, is this live? Yeah.
no, it's.
I don't even know what we're saying at this point.
Are we alive? No.
Oh.
Is this live? I think I'm gonna say like a code word at the end of this, and then like when it's up on YouTube, see who, if anybody, actually listened to 4 hours.
Wonder what the average view duration will be.
Sheesh.
I'm gonna do a series just critiquing NBA players and coaches podcast. Like Danny Green's podcast. I try to watch it. It's like,
dude, you got for the off season, you got to have a whole bunch of ideas for things to do, and one of them is like rank your top 10 like NBA players and coaches podcasts.
I hate JJ Redick's too because I just don't like JJ Redick. Like his personality, he was cool when he played, and then his like sidekick there, like he doesn't talk. Like, why is he there? You know
exactly.
I don't. Yeah. Why is he? What does he do? He just listens to JJ. It's like,
yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I don't think he's entertaining. Like, there's podcasts that I like, but it's not just because it's an NBA player. That's what I'm saying about the podcast thing. Like, why are you making a podcast just because you're an NBA player? Who's like, oh my God, I can't wait to listen to Danny Green's podcast.
No.
I don't get it.
No. If anyone's saying that, bro, their life sucks. Like if you're
like, I would listen to Anthony Edwards. I would listen to an Anthony Edwards podcast all day long. Have you ever heard that guy talk?
Yeah.
Bro, he's hilarious. I would listen to Anthony Edwards podcast all day. There's a lot of NBA players that are probably entertaining. Just Danny Green's not one of them.
Bro, Anthony Edwards would have like 550 topics in like 20 minutes because he just goes from one thing to the next.
Yeah, he's a funny dude, man.
Danny Green.
Ben is such a failure, he couldn't even complete a holdout. Man. You know what? We were in the fourth quarter of the holdout. That's what it was, man. I think, you know what, also, the Sixers did what NBA teams do to Ben Simmons when he has the ball. They didn't push back. They didn't step up and play defense. They retreated. They backed up, and they were like, all right, fine. Shoot it.
Triple A is too late for this, man. It's too late. You'd say, come on out, 2-5. We banned all popcorn sales in the Wells Fargo.
Oh, because they dumped the popcorn on Westbrook. Did they? Did they ban all popcorn sales in the Wells Fargo?
I think he's just playing around, but
because now that I think about it, they're going to dump all the popcorn on him as soon as he comes out the tunnel.
It's going to be bad, dude. You're going to have drinks flying, burgers.
No.
Could you
bro, listen, I hate Ben Simmons. I'm not throwing an $11 beer. I don't give a damn.
No, I'm not. But you know, Philly, like the first one's going to go on the floor or just the first like hat or something, they're going to have to stop play. Like it's not going to be good, man.
I think they're probably going to give warnings when you walk in. Like, listen, you will get banned for life if you do this. You know what I mean? So if they're smart, they'll give clear warnings to people. Try to keep it under control.
People don't give a fuck.
D3 with the $10 super chat. Thank you, man. Only way Simmons' value increases is if he shoots. Otherwise, this is nothing but a distraction that hurts the chemistry and spacing. Value is set at fringe all-star at best. I would agree.
I agree too, man.
Amazing.
What sucks is like you could raise his trade value if Joel Embiid wasn't playing, and then you have like those couple of games where he can have a 20-point triple-double because the whole painted area is his. Yeah, with Joel Embiid on the floor, there's no way to raise his trade value.
If he comes out and says a word to the media, maybe he could. Elijah says they might have to play with no crowds. Could you imagine?
They're going to have to make up something like, oh, sorry, there was a recent COVID outbreak. No fans are allowed at Ben Simmons' debut.
There's a leak in the ceiling. We can't let anyone in. This documentary in 20 years is going to be amazing. And they should feature us in it.
Yeah, you know what it's going to be called? Bust the process. It's going to be an entire process documentary about how we went from that to this. It's literally going to start in like 2011, 12, 13. And it's going to end this year. It's going to be an entire timeline.
Ben Simmons for TJ McConnell. We had that debate earlier. Basically. Talked about everything tonight.
It's just all right.
If they want to raise his trade value, they need to showcase Ben, Seth, Joe, Furkan, Yang lineup.
Yo, Niang, stop dribbling, please.
Yo, Gossip Girl, what's going on?
Damn, Gossip Girl's still in here.
There's already a YouTube video on the fall of Ben Simmons.
Yeah, that's the one I was watching. And he talked about the entire thing and just he talked about the reports out of LSU and all that. It was a good show. How strong will the F Ben Simmons chance be? Man, you can't even imagine. And the media, ESPN's going to talk about us like we're like the worst city ever.
That's what I mean. That's why it's like, why do we want this to happen? Like, why would you want this to happen? It's just going to make the whole fan base look stupid to the national media and all that stuff. Like, I agree. If I'm there, I'm chanting it too. But it's going to be the first time ever that a team is like attacking their own player, and everybody saw it coming.
Who do we play the first game?
Pelicans.
I'm gonna order a Zion jersey. If Ben Simmons is playing. And we're literally going to be voting against our own team. That's crazy.
Eric Rayner said, do you think we can get enough subscribers to get all you guys supporters, all y'all plus supporters sideline tickets for the season opener?
Sixers.
Well, no, you can't.
Happen, bro.
Well, you can't get them anyway. There's none available. I checked already for a courtside seat. There was one available when I checked, and it was $2,600. So.
Holy. That's on my bucket list. Courtside game.
Hell yeah! I wouldn't. I'm not doing it for. I'm not doing it for $2,500.
Heck no.
Like once a year, I'd probably pay $1,000 to be courtside. Like once a year, maybe.
Bro, I have the worst luck with games. I went to the Mavericks Sixers. Luka's out. Went to the Hawks Sixers last year. Trae Young's out. I went to a game before Joel Embiid was out. I shouldn't even just. I should just not go to games anymore.
I went to 2 games in a row one time, and Joel Embiid was out for both of them. The second one, I found out like on my way there when I was almost there on the radio. It's like, oh yeah, Joel Embiid's not playing tonight. Oh, sweet. Glad I drove down here.
Oh. I love Isaiah Joe though. He's so cool. Just like an actual basketball player.
Yeah. We've talked about an entire era tonight.
It's true, we have.
Now we're back to Isaiah Joe.
I'm just taking... Dude, I'm more... I think Isaiah Joe might have a better year than Maxey because Doc will just ruin Maxey.
Am I blurry to anyone else? What's going on here?
Yeah, you're blurry.
Rich Paul.
Rich Paul's hacking my internet connection, man.
Remember when Rich Paul took down our stream? We forgot. Bro.
My power went out.
Bro, me and DJ's streams are just so toxic. When RB left for like 5 minutes tonight, we just started roasting the comment section. That's why we have RB in the host.
Yeah, we need a host. We need somebody to keep the order for sure.
This has been the craziest show. Like,
RB, you're like the point guard.
Yeah, except I'm not afraid to shoot.
Yeah, you're not afraid to shoot.
The only point guard the Sixers have right now is RB. It's crazy.
Yeah. Honestly, if you put me out there, I think I could hit 1 out of 7 shots. Like from 3, like NBA 3-point range. Like I could definitely hit a 3-pointer. And I would shoot it.
Dude, I think I can go 4 for 10. I think I can shoot 40%.
Oh yeah. I was just saying like I could hit one of my first like 5 or 7.
40% from 3 in the NBA.
I'll hit 99% from the line though.
Well, wide open, not with an NBA defense.
You
Like
put me
empty,
like-
empty gym?
Is it like a legit game?
No, like empty gym. I shoot
Just
10
empty
threes.
gym? Oh yeah. That's a whole different ball game.
you put me at the line. I'm knocking down 9 out of 10 free throws.
Not my first 10 though. Like I haven't played in a long time. I need a solid 2 weeks to get some shots up, and then I could shoot 4 for 10.
I don't think people like realize on Twitter. Like I see these Ben supporters, usually just these positive journalism people.
9 for
And they're
10
like-
from the free throw line.
Not and
Yeah, I'm shooting 9 for 10 from the line.
No warm up at all.
shot-
Nah, no warm up.
At practice today, I shot 8 for 10.
I'm a good free throw shooter.
So I usually go 8 or 9 for 10.
Yeah. Free throws are you either have it or you don't.
Yeah, I was always a good free throw shooter. I just think, it's one of those things I think too much.
Yeah, it's mental, all mental. Whole
Like,
game
I-
of
like,
basketball is mental, bro.
Like I was always a good free throw shooter, and one time I had a game winning free throw, and I banked it in. Like that's how nervous I was. I fucking banked it. It was so off. It hit the square. It went in.
You know how I knew Ben Simmons was never going to change? It's actually from personal experience. My problem was always like I would be too passive, and like just the way I played basketball back then, it's just like it. Like people will say it to you. Like my dad will always be like, "Yo, shoot the mid-range shot. It's there every time," and I just wouldn't do it. And like you really have to make it an effort to change the ways. And Ben Simmons is obviously not willing to do that. And when you have that type of passive mentality where you're thinking get someone open rather than score for yourself, it's just so hard to change that mentality. And Ben Simmons is 6'10", so like it's sad because if he had a scoring mentality, oh my god.
Right, but I think
It's so hard to change that if you're not willing to admit you have an issue with it.
that's more common in everyday type of basketball players. Like most players that get all the way to the NBA have that confidence.
Yep.
You know, it's weird for somebody to get all the way to the NBA and be like, "Oh my God, should I shoot it? Should I not shoot it? What should I do?"
Yeah, you shoot him before in summer league. Ben Simmons blue balled the whole entire city of Philadelphia.
What's minute of the podcast is this? 4 hours and 22 minutes. I got to remember that. I'm clipping that out, dude. That's just
Blue ball Simmons.
Oh man.
We gotta end this shit.
I remember in the summer league, he was shooting jump shots, and he actually said in an ESPN interview, he was like, "Yeah, my focus today was to shoot jump shots from the corner because I want to show people that I can shoot jump shots." He was focused on showing people he could shoot jump shots, and he was shooting them and making them in the summer league. And then all of a sudden, he just completely stopped and never did it again. Superhero's still here, man. What's up, Superhero? I thought we only had like newcomer night shift people.
We still have 275 people in here.
Zach McGill. You said I went from shooting twice a game in high school to scoring 20 points a game after I graduated because I changed my mindset. Yeah, dude, change your mindset. And that's like a coaching thing too. If you don't have the right coach to just be aware of, oh, this dude has potential, but he's holding himself back because he has a confidence issue. I think that's with Shake. I hope the coaches realize that and trying to help him.
Yo, I think Comcast bogged down my internet. Like I've been on here too long. They cut me down to like 1 gigabyte speed or something.
How many people we got in here?
300.
All right, so there's probably some young hoopers out there. If you're a young hooper, go watch There's a YouTube channel called Deep Game, and it's all about like the mental side of basketball. It helps a lot. I just want to help the young hoopers out there because it's a really good channel.
It's all about confidence, bro. It's all about confidence. I was more of a playground legend back in my day, and when I would play on like, I'm serious, like, and when I would play on the organized like the school team, like, I don't know, I was so young. Obviously, I was in high school. I was just like nervous. I didn't play the game the way that I played it at the park.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's because
so many people would be like, "Why don't you play this on the team? Why don't you play like this on the team?" And I just did not have the confidence when I was on the team, in the gym, in front of the lights. Maybe you know what? I was Ben Simmons in high school. That's what I was.
Same. But
because at the YMCA, he's out here shooting half court jump shots.
Because number one, most high schools are political, and number two, most high school coaches are dumb as hell because like they don't realize that high school kids don't have the maturity to like take the pressure. Like you got to be like when you go into a game, obviously young kids are going to be like nervous like you were. Mm-hmm. But like most high school coaches, one mistake, yank them out. And then,
for sure.
Because you got school for fucking 8 hours a day, you're probably depressed during high school. So like most high school coaches don't know how to handle the mental and emotional side. And that's what happens to a lot of kids.
First game I ever played organized, I was in 9th grade, I think. I got in the last like 5 seconds of the game. I got a steal and a fast break and blew a wide open layup. And I didn't play for like 6 more games. Straight up, didn't put me back in.
I was literally Matisse Thybulle in high school. Now that I think about it, like my shot was so pure off the court. But like when I got into a game, I was so nervous just because the atmosphere of the coaches and my high school was just so political. But like I was immature at the time where I couldn't like get over it. Like now I play for my college. Like I just play just to play. And like I'm not afraid to make mistakes. But like in high school, I couldn't shoot. But outside I could shoot. And I would literally just play defense. And that's how I got on the court. Like just playing defense. So like I'm literally Matisse Thybulle. Damn. Maybe that's why I'm so hard on him. It's all coming full circle.
This guy said even Airbud had no pause and was still able to shoot. No excuses. I'm sending Ben Simmons a clip of Airbud shooting the ball. Like, bro, a dog shoots a basketball and you won't do it.
Shout out to Walt. He says 4 hours, 20 minutes. What's the record for you guys being on the longest? This is the longest stream I've ever done. There's one YouTuber, shout out to Bad Dog. He does 24-hour live streams.
The hell does he do on 24 hours?
He gives all the donations to charity. It's absolutely insane. He just talks sports for 24 hours.
That's awesome.
He does it once in a while. I'm like, holy. I think YouTube cuts off at 8 hours and you have to restart it.
He gives all his donations to charity. Damn, man, I got bills to pay.
I don't. Do you guys think you could ever do a 24-hour stream?
I
think I would top off at like 10.
Does he like eat during the stream?
I have no clue, but he does like 3 8-hour streams, and I don't know. He's a New York Giants fan. He's a great content creator.
Didn't you guys used to play like Call of Duty at like you'd start at like 9 p.m. and then go to like 5 a.m.?
Yeah.
Basically the same thing.
That wasn't even 12 hours. You just talking about 24
but like
hours.
I could have kept going, but like, you know, like my parents would walk in and I'm like,
are you still
my
awake?
eyes are red. It's like not a good look. So I would have to like turn it off and then like fake sleep. And then once it was a reasonable hour to get up, I would go back on, play zombies.
Facts, armpits sweating.
Yeah, you just smell like shit.
Dude, I was a legend at Modern Warfare 2. That was the game for me. Modern Warfare 2 was the game for me.
Black Ops 1, I was legit. I was a legit 15th prestige.
So was
legit. I didn't cheat. I was addicted.
I stayed in the house all summer one summer. Like, I did not see the outside.
I was in a clan too, XDJX. I got kicked out because I changed my clan tag, and he saw the leader.
Black Ops 1 was that game. I could play zombies for like hours too.
Oh, dude.
Those used to be the days, man.
They don't make games
about
like that
time.
anymore.
They don't. They don't.
I mean, also like technology got too ahead of itself, and people started hacking the games and shit. And then the developers are trying to make a game that people can't hack, and then like it's just ruined at this point.
You know what I think it is? I think they make games too complicated sometimes. For example, Fortnite.
Oh
like,
yeah,
the original Fortnite was goated. Like
I was addicted to that.
it was amazing, and then they just added all this extra stuff, and it just gets like you get two kids that sweat and that don't leave their room.
Yeah,
it's like
that's what ruins the game. Those sweats because they get so good. That's what ruined Fortnite.
right. Like
They're not worried about but that's a business. They're not worried about what anybody thinks.
Yeah.
It's all microtransactions, man. Let's make new content,
That's
new
what
content,
ruined
new
it.
content.
That ruined 2K, bro.
Microtransactions.
Yeah,
Yep.
Even like Black Ops, like zombies used to be amazing when it was just zombies. Like you knew exactly the entire map, you knew what to do, and it was just simple.
Yeah, microtransactions ruined everything, bro.
Dude,
I mean, even Grand Theft Auto Online right now. Like I didn't play it for years. I got back into it a little bit. You can't buy anything. Like literally everything costs $10 million, and you get like 10 grand for finishing a mission. How the hell am I supposed to buy anything on this game? Oh,
dude,
you want me to drop $50 a week or something to unlock the new thing you put out? Like, nah, I'm not
That's
doing
what I'm saying, bro. They want you to spend like $50 to upgrade your 2K player to like a 90 overall. Like, come on now.
Yeah, I used to buy the $100 2K game, use all the VC, and then I would pay an extra $30 in VC to max them out. So $130 off the rip to have a player that was good enough to play on the park and not get trashed.
And he would only be like 85 overall, and then you go to the park and you'd see like a 99 overall, and you lose every game. I would love to know how much money I spent on my parents' money from like Madden Ultimate Team, Call of Duty, just like because I feel like,
bro, a couple years ago,
so much money if I didn't do that.
NBA 2K17, I got obsessed with my team for like a couple of months. Like I was deep in it because I started to get on the leaderboards. This is how they get you, bro. I started to get on the leaderboards and shit in these tournaments. So I was trying to go better and better. I swear I spent at least $1,000 on my team over the course of it 2K17.
Dude, 2K,
and I ended up and by the way, Diamond Allen Iverson and Diamond Joel Embiid on that team. Should have been unstoppable, and I still got my ass beat.
Dude, 2K, like I'm telling you guys, like I was legit at 2K on the park, but man, that thing just went downhill.
Oh yeah,
it went into the ground, and I can't play it anymore.
2K16 was the
best game ever.
So good.
That was the best.
Was so fun.
I was
they
lost 2K.
They lost me now. I played 2020. I played 2021 on Xbox One, and I actually enjoyed it for the most part. And then I upgraded to the next gen version. That shit was horrible. And then I couldn't go back to the current gen because I already put time into this. Yeah. And I didn't even try 2K22 at all.
Yeah, I heard the new game was good, but like it's just like you've lost your entire fan base. Like 2K had the ability to be like the monopoly. Like nobody was touching 2K, but they just didn't keep developing. They made it worse. Like
microtransactions. They kept adding stuff. Their whole goal, dude, this is literally a business model for video games these days. Make people spend more time on the game. That's all they want. So they made you have to run through a city to get to a basketball game to wait for a freaking hour to play a game.
Yeah, and
because they want you to spend more time on the game.
They tried to make it so complicated, and they just make it worse.
And they're still doing it. They're adding skateboards and bikes and rocket packs. What the hell? Make the game better. But their goal is for you to spend time on the game. That's it. They want it to be like World of Warcraft or something. They want you to spend your whole life on this shit. I'm trying to hop on, play a 3-on-3 basketball game, dude. I don't have time to be riding a fucking skateboard.
Right. And what the worst part is? It's like if you don't buy this is how they get you. If you don't buy stuff, you got to grind your badges for 5 million days before you can even compete. You go up against some 99-year-old or 99 overall 12-year-old sweat who just will not miss a shot. And like you physically cannot beat that guy Unless
I
you're
will say there is a little bit of a skill gap where you will come across like a 99 that sucks at playing basketball and doesn't understand where to pass it and when to shoot it and stuff like that. But for the most part, you're right that it's an obvious formula. Make people pay money to play the game. Make everything too expensive. Make everything too time consuming. Make them buy the game, and it's ridiculous at this point. But I've stopped playing online games for the most part in general because I don't know. I got sick of it.
You know what?
I got sick of.
I agree.
This is what ruined it. Because of all the paying shit, nothing means anything anymore. Like Black Ops 1, when you got the golden camo, you were the shit. I'm telling you, you were the shit because you had to grind for that, and there was no other way to get it besides grinding. But now you could buy like wild camos, wild skins in Fortnite, and it takes the grind away, and nothing means anything anymore. The coolest skin in the game means nothing. So that's why Call of Duty's dead, because there's no system to grind. Besides, like, if you want to be a competitive, no-life loser playing competitive COD. Like, I don't know. It's
insane.
It's
Shout out to Aaron with the super chat. Thank you. Says, bro, got off, took a shower, played 10 rounds of Apex, and you guys are I love the grind.
10 rounds now.
Dude, we might have. Are we really gonna stretch this to 5 hours?
Sure, why not?
mean, I would probably be in like my bed watching YouTube videos.
I was gonna play Far Cry 6 on Twitch a while ago, but it's too late for me to even consider that now.
I was gonna continue watching a Netflix show I'm on right now.
What show?
Squid Game.
Everyone wants me to watch that.
Dude,
I'm
not even close. Don't spoil anything for me. I keep trying to watch it late at night by myself, and I fall asleep every single time. So I restarted the second episode, I swear to God, 5 times. I can't stay awake. But
you know what's weird? I did the same thing, and then I watched episode 2 through 5 on like the same night. Like it just, I don't know, it's just different.
It's interesting for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those that just is unique and it hooks you, you know.
And it's nice that it's voiced over, so you don't have to like read the subtitles the whole time.
Oh,
like,
it's English?
It's voiced over in English, yeah.
It's voiced over in English, yeah. But it's
that's what was tripping me because I'm so lazy, I can't read it.
Yeah, they're like, you can see like
it's like delayed,
like it's worded different, yeah. But at least they like voice over it,
and it's translated directly, so sometimes you can tell like the wording and the slang and stuff is just weird, like, you know what I mean. And the voice actor probably isn't as good as like the actor on the show, so but. Yeah. It's good enough though.
Yeah, I switched it like to the actual language, and like they sounded so much different. It was funny. But man, that show is nuts. Shout out to Superhero. You are a goat, man. He says this is the most epic live stream in Sixers podcast history.
We haven't been giving any substance for like 3 of these 5 hours.
Yo, we it's not even like we have games to talk about. We talked about a preseason game. Like, this is crazy, man. I mean, it's the comments. You guys keep it going, man.
Somebody said we should play 3. We should play threes on 2K22. That would be hilarious, actually.
That would
be PS5 because it's like $900.
Oh yeah, the stupid game is
PC. So why are the new consoles so expensive? Weren't they? They used to be like 400.
They are 400. You can't get them out of this factory. No, you can only You can only buy them on eBay or Facebook or wherever, and people resell them for $800 or $900.
Yeah, I can't do that.
But also, it's not cross-platform either, which is lame as hell, and they do that on purpose too.
Mm-hmm. Everything's a money-making scheme.
Yeah, fuck.
And I was gonna play 2K22 this year because I have a brand new gaming PC and everything, and the PC version is not the next gen version.
I hate that.
Can you believe that?
Wait, what?
2K22 next gen is only on PS5 and Xbox Series X. The PC version is the Xbox One version of the game.
It's literally the last year's game, basically.
I'm like, what? I have a graphics card that costs more than a PS5, and I can't play the best version of the game? That makes no sense.
See, here's
I didn't buy it.
Ronnie 2K sitting there in his Lamborghini, and he doesn't care.
Fuck that.
But I started playing Far Cry 6 last night. That's my type of game.
Yeah, I felt good when I saw that tweet. I was like, DJ deserves some relief.
Like these days, I love single player progression type of games where you're just in a story mode and you just grind and like unlock shit and like do missions and kill people, and yeah, that's my shit. Like I don't play a lot of online stuff anymore because too many trolls, too many little assholes that exploit the game. Like even 2K, you play 2K online, bro. All they do, they run a zone defense. They run a zone defense. They hit the switch button on their controller fast, so their players are flying across the court back. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and I just turn it off right away.
Dude, let me tell you, 2K online, like the last one I played was 20, I think, or 21. Bro, that thing was so trash. Like, even the guys don't even move natural anymore. It's like, are you kidding me?
All sports games are ruined because they're way too realistic, specifically Madden. Madden is it's way too realistic, bro. I miss the days where like people would run so much. It's just too realistic in my eyes. Madden especially, and 2K because like they move like Furkan, like they just look dorky, like the animation. It's like I don't know. Games have gotten way too realistic, and like why do we care about the way characters look? Like, they're always posting new screenshots of how they look. Who cares about that?
It's been the same since 2014. Like, graphics have hit the peak, bro. Like, we're not impressed by screenshots anymore. They just add more sweat.
Exactly. And, it's just, I don't know, man. It's been it's just, like, outplayed now. Like, there's nothing much else you can do except make the gameplay better. And
yes, sports games are cooked basically. They've hit their kind of limit to what they can do. Like because back in the day, technology was advancing so much that every year the graphics were so much better, and every year it was like, oh my god, we got this new technology, we got this new engine that simulates this or this. And now it's like there's literally nothing left for them to do. It's the same thing as an iPhone 13 Pro. Literally an iPhone 8 is not that much different. You know what I mean? Like everything is done. It does everything. You can tell it to order you pizza. There's nothing else you can do.
Yep.
It's over.
Except for
video games. It's over.
It's over.
iPhones are about to take.
So it's done.
iPhones are going to take like professional cameras out of business. Like eventually,
technology is done.
Through cameras, let's just have an iPhone, and people will just keep paying whatever amount. Like we constantly get screwed by it anyway. And one day the next iPhone will go up to like $2,000 and everybody will be fast to buy it. And it's like, okay.
Bro, I still use my iPhone to record my videos. Like I don't even use this mic. I just use my iPhone.
Yeah,
that's like people watching who want to start a channel, bro. Equipment does not matter if you have an iPhone. Like it's just
it doesn't matter.
Obviously, you need
especially the new. And I just got done saying all iPhones are the same, but the newest ones, like this 12 Pro Max and the newest one, the microphone on these are getting so much better. Hey. You almost can't even tell that I'm not like if I record just myself on the phone, the audio sounds great just by itself.
Yeah, and they're about to take, like I said, professional cameras, like these iPhones, like they're showing like movie like effects and stuff. Like, you can literally record a movie on an iPhone. Like, it's just
you're people are just gonna subscribe for you. Like, look at me. I'm in a fucking basement, wooden wall, and people are still listening. So like, obviously, it's good to have the DJ Eastwood set up. It's cool, and the RB green screen.
It's all about the content, man.
You don't necessarily need it.
No, it's all about the content, bro.
All you got to realize, like, if you go back on our old videos, like everything is developed through the support of the channel. Like at one point we were all the same dude, just like in a basic room, bedroom, whatever, with literally just like a basic setup. But
yeah, it's all about the content, man. You can have expensive mics and backdrops and whatever you want, and not be entertaining or say dumb stuff, and nobody's gonna care.
Yeah, like Romp's sleeping right now.
Not that I don't say dumb stuff. I do.
Damn, there's a
15 more
Korkmaz
minutes.
supporter here. Let's go. Korkmaz 6th man of the year? Holy.
Romp, you only get views because you have Boban on your wall.
I don't even do face cam, bro. I'm too lazy.
You only get views because you have Boban on your wall, this guy says.
Hey.
Shout out to Boban.
Such a guy.
Here's the thing, like, and you just stick with the Boban. Like, there's not like you didn't think like, let me put another picture of somebody else.
Nah, because I feel like
a bigger picture of Boban. Just
I feel like there's a deeper meaning to like my setup because like I'm gonna get deep because just the way I am, like this represents me perfectly. Like I literally wear the same thing every day, like fucking shorts and a t-shirt. Like I'm on my college team and they're like talking about drip. I'm like, what the fuck is drip? They call me white boy. I'm like, I literally just wear this. I have like the same 5 sweatshirts. Honestly, I wear like the same sweatshirt every day because I like the specific sweatshirt. And I have Joel Embiid shoes, very comfortable shoes. And like I ruined them because I played them outside with them, but like I refuse to get new ones because like it's just like they're just so nice. But I did get new ones and I got the same kind. So I'm pretty happy about that. But this setup has a deeper meaning because it represents like I don't give a fuck about like.
We are gonna get you a boom arm though, so you can sit back without having to hold the microphone.
That is true.
Yeah, we're gonna get you
What
one
the
of those.
fuck is a boom arm? You know those like what are those things? What are those things called? You set up food. You put food on it if you're like eating in your living room.
A tray.
No. Like
I think it's I think tray's the right word.
You look like Dante DiVincenzo.
well, anyway, but that's what the laptop's on. It's on like a TV.
Oh, like a fold out stand thing.
Wait,
Yeah,
you're on a
it's like
laptop right now? Is that
I'm on a
thing
laptop.
Is that thing breathing fire?
No, it's doing pretty well. It's really warm now.
I would think so. After 5 hours of streaming with no like actual like fan in it.
Dude, my laptop has like no space anymore. Like before every video, I gotta delete like everything, just to, like get room. But like, I need a new laptop bad. But
dude, I knew I knew I had to buy a PC when I was trying to do OBS on a MacBook Pro, and that thing would be like maxed out. It'd be hot as hell. The shit would be glitching all over the place. That thing almost like blew up. I'm like, all right, I gotta.
The first video I ever tried to record was on like a MacBook 2017 Air, and like I went to edit it and like
can't do a damn thing on an Air.
That
dude.
thing almost blew up.
Yeah.
Like I touched my finger to it, my finger got like a burn mark. I was like, Jesus,
Yeah,
I can't do this.
bro, I remember I got a Chromebook, and I was a dummy, specifically to play Minecraft, and I couldn't even play Minecraft on that shit. I was like in 7th grade. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna get the PC version of Minecraft because I was playing on like the PS4, and I got a Chromebook, and you can't even download Minecraft on it, and you can't run it either because it's so shit. I was pissed. Got it for Christmas too.
Shout out to Skip Bayless.
So yeah, here I am talking about expensive computer, and I'm the one with the blurry screen.
I got a Logitech webcam. It's pretty nice.
So do I. People always hit me up on Instagram, like content creators. They're like, dude, how do you get your picture so crisp? They're like, what camera lens do you have? I'm like, I don't have a camera.
Yeah,
I'm like, I just have a webcam. It's all
Yeah,
about
it's the what's it? Logitech 7. What is it?
C920.
C920. Yeah, that's what literally the most popular webcam you can buy, dude.
I've had it forever. It's all about the lighting.
Yeah, it's all about the lighting.
DJ recording off the Chromebook.
The messed up part is I have a $800 camera and a $400 lens. because I like the depth of a DSLR and I like the wide angle lens because I can have the camera right on my desk and it doesn't take like it's right in front of me, but you can see like the whole room and stuff. Like I've spent way too much money on things that don't matter. So you're absolutely right. None of this matters, but I'm actually going to buy another one because there's a wide angle lens that has a higher depth of field. I'm kind of a nerd and I spend too much money on random shit.
You're a DJ too, so you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, true.
Brother says you look great out of focus, DJ.
That's fucked up.
And it says, holy crap, you guys are still going. Yeah, we're pushing that 5-hour mark. We got 10 minutes to go, man. We still got a bunch of people in here. If you guys haven't subscribed to all the channels yet, what is wrong with you?
This is how far we've come in 5 hours. There's a comment right here that says the table that rotates in a Chinese restaurant is a lazy Susan.
What the fuck?
That is the state of our content right now.
Yeah.
Total randomness.
This is a legendary stream. Like,
dude, what has to be going through your head to be typing that? Is he talking about what I have? Because that's not what I have. Like,
I don't know. It's the funniest comment I've seen all night.
That is.
brother says it looks like you have a 56K dial-up modem.
Bro, it didn't even straighten out. I swear to God that Comcast just bogged me down. They were like, listen, you're taking up way too much bandwidth on whatever you're doing over there for 5 hours. All right, we're done.
Oh, man. Skip Bayless in the chat. Q Sim says this is goated. What do you guys think is going on with Lane Johnson? I have no clue. There's something going on.
Talking about Lane Johnson.
No, he had like a family issue and he wasn't playing for a couple of days.
Yeah, but did you see what they said?
What?
They said he might miss the entire year.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, like I don't know what's going on with him, but there's something happened, man.
I mean, it's got to be. If it was something like an injury, they would have already said it.
Yeah, there's something. Someone said that he might have a third PED test, but I don't think so.
They would have already said that too.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Mark says in OZ had yous on at lunchtime at work, got home, had a shower, got out, can still hear you. Shout out to you, Mark.
Oh, I can't
Mark
wait.
Hughes, what's up, man?
Yo, everybody in the chat, we got
lunchtime. Mark is, I think
yeah,
Mark's in Australia, right?
Yeah, that's what I want to. So we got 262 people in here. Everybody drop right now in the chat where you are from, like where you're tuning in from. I definitely want to hear this. Superhero says, I can't believe someone sat at a recording booth for 36 hours. Someone did a 36-hour stream. Holy.
No, there's these things called subathons on Twitch where like every sub it increases the time they have to stream. And this one guy, Ludwig, he went for like 2 months or something, but he like slept on stream and had he had his mods like take over when he was like sleeping. But he was like always on stream. He was just sleeping at times and like, but like,
holy crap.
It's
didn't go outside for 2 months.
No, he couldn't even see his girlfriend either. Like his girlfriend would walk in and be like, I can't wait till this is over, but keep going because he probably made a shit ton of money.
Oh man, must be nice to have a girlfriend that understands the hustle and what you're going
she's
for.
Also a streamer. She's really good too.
I ignore mine for 5 hours and she's like, oh my God, you chose YouTube over me.
DJ relationship problems at the 453
This guy went for 2 months and his girlfriend's happy about it because she sees the bigger picture.
You're gonna use that against her, bro.
She's not watching. There's no way she's watching the 5th hour of this stream. I can say whatever I want right now.
4 p.m. in Australia, Brooklyn, Kentucky, Chicago, South Philly. Skip.
Shout out to Philly. Los Angeles.
Philly, Bloomsburg, Korea, Australia. 1 a.m. here, y'all. I got work in the morning. Gossip Girl, you have been here the entire. Go to sleep, Gossip Girl.
Yeah, go to sleep.
You've been here. Like, shout out to you.
Yeah, I love Gossip Girl.
Tell your boyfriend that Ben is back.
Sydney.
He can sleep peacefully tonight.
Brazil. I can't
Shout out to
believe
Brazil.
Live. Melbourne.
Bloomsburg.
Toronto, New Zealand.
That's where my brother went.
Shout out to Nazir with the $5 super chat. Ben Simmons is a GOAT. Well, thank you for the super chat, man.
All right, so is he an actual goat? Like not a person, like the animal? Or is he the greatest of all time?
Speaking of goats, do you guys think Tom Brady is like a robot? Because that dude's weird.
He's
Like,
a robot. For sure.
When he like looks into a camera, like it seems like he's trying to like what's the word? Like seduce you. He's like, great win.
I gotta go to the bathroom, bro.
I don't know, Romp. That might just
great-
be how you feel when Tom Brady looks at you.
Great win. Great win today, guys. On to the next one. And then he smiles, dude. He's weird as fuck. Dude, that dude is a robot. And also,
It really does feel like he's not a real person.
And he has drugs that the government does not even have. That's why he's the GOAT. Because
Why doesn't anybody else have those drugs?
I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, that dude's different. And
I just think he's obsessed with he's a perfectionist. He's obsessed with being the best forever, that he doesn't live a normal life. It's an obsession, just like anybody gets obsessed with anything. This guy wakes up in the morning. I've read this a couple times what his diet is. He wakes up in the morning, he drinks electrolyte-filled water, not just regular water. Tom Brady can't drink regular water. He drinks electrolyte water, okay? Like 2 gallons of it or something insane. Then he eats eggs and what's the green vegetable that people put on their eggs? Avocado. He eats eggs and avocado every morning. And the rest of his diet is fish and vegetables. Literally, that's it.
bro,
He doesn't eat bread. He doesn't drink milk. He doesn't have a single like calorie outside of fish, vegetables, and water.
and like everyone like fantasizes over him. Like, I don't even care because like outside of football, this dude's weird. So like it just ruins everything for me. Plus, I hate him because he's the luckiest QB of all time as well. I mean, at this point, I can't even argue he's the GOAT as much as I want to, because I hate that guy because he's too good at football.
He's the GOAT for sure.
But, yeah, he's a GOAT, but fuck him too. That's all I'll say.
He's still so damn accurate with the ball.
He's so smart. Like,
At what point do you slow down? You're 44.
Because he's got drugs the government doesn't have, bro.
No, I'm telling you right now. Anybody in the world can do this, but it's not easy. He just eats fish and vegetables. That's it. It's all, nothing else. Nothing else.
Yeah, because he's not real. There's no way he's real, bro. Do you see him talk?
Like, we all do things. I mean, I'm 35. I have a pretty good diet and I go to the gym, but I don't focus on it like Tom Brady does. I drink beers. I fucking eat cheese fries if I want to. Like, you know what I mean? I live life. This guy does not live life.
Do you think he enjoys life?
I don't know. He said in this one interview, he was like, my diet is not like super strict. He's like, I have cheat days and stuff here and there. He's like, but like, you know, like say I eat a slice of pizza. This is how he said it. And this made no sense. And it was weird. He's like, say I eat a slice of pizza. Like, it's going to have to be the best pizza in the world. Cause I'm going to be like, why am I wasting a cheat meal on this shitty pizza? That's all he said. And they're like, what?
What do you think he does like on an off day? Like, besides make out with his son, besides do weird videos? Like, I don't get how people like.
Dude, do you realize how? I think he is a robot. Did you see the video of him throwing the ball back into the ball launcher?
Yeah.
Like 3 times in a row. Do you know how accurate you have to be able to do that?
I just hate his smile so much. Like, he's like.
I think
dude,
he's actually funny, and he's funny on Twitter too.
Oh, he's funny for the wrong reasons, though.
He has a good social media presence, man. And listen, he did this. You know how famous you have to be to do a Subway commercial, and at the end of the commercial, the guy goes, "Wait, you don't eat bread," and he just smiles. Like, they just admitted on the commercial, you don't eat Subway, but he's on the Subway commercial and he's laughing about it. Tom Brady can't lose, man.
Yeah, he can't. But is it to a point where he's so good and he's winning at everything that he's actually losing. Because sometimes it feels good to lose. No,
Romp's about to start talking about the universe and all kinds of shit, bro. I don't know what the hell's going on.
No, because sometimes it's fun to fail, you know, because then like you could laugh at it like a couple years down the road, you know.
Well, he failed. He laughs about him getting beat by Nick Foles.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Tom Brady's a weird man. He destroys cell phones and evidence.
I feel bad for his son, bro.
Obsessed with winning, dude. Obsessed with winning. That's why they got caught cheating a couple times. They want to win no matter what, and it's weird because why are you that obsessed with? You already have now 6. You know,
5.
Just retire. Go do something.
2, 1. Yay! 5 hours.
Someone said Romp and hanging out with AI.
5
Dude, I'm
hours.
sorry. Like I talk about Ben Simmons and his lack of a work ethic. If I had all the success and money that Tom Brady had, you wouldn't catch me at a practice facility at 6 a.m. There's no way.
Hell no. That's why I kind of respect Simmons in a way, because like he does not give the slightest fuck. And like, I don't know, like you gotta respect it. Like he doesn't care about anyone besides himself.
We just hit hour number 5. This man Romp goes, yeah, I actually do have some respect for Simmons.
Because it's like, I don't know, like
we've hit the point of deliriousness in hour 5.
How does he not feel bad?
He doesn't care. That's why. DJ, the super chats for you.
Magic Tricks, what's up, man? What y'all doing up? I don't know why we're still here. But let's go back to that though, because this is a very rare thing. There's a lot of spoiled children in this world. A lot of them. They hit adversity because their parents bring them up without teaching them how to. They never say no to them their whole life. You can do everything. Everyone around you is wrong. You're right, and they grow up and they end up in jail or they end up somewhere else because they don't understand the rules of the world. But you gave that person $170 million instead of, and he was gifted with talent that got him to the NBA. It's just different, but he got all the way to the top of the top without trying and got handed this money. He's never been taught that other people are right and you're wrong, to the point where he literally told billion-dollar corporations, I'm not coming to work. And then he just showed up without telling anyone. There's whole security systems. You can't just show up.
He showed up.
Coddled, man.
He doesn't understand the rules of the world at all, but he has so much money now and so much privilege that he's not going to ever have to understand the rules of the world. It's just the way the world is. Some people have it like that.
Dude, like Ben Simmons is so fascinating. Like just like thinking about it, like I always thought like, yeah, he probably hates his life because like probably in the back of his head, he knows he's wrong in the situation, but I don't think he knows that. So Ben Simmons is probably like, if that's the case, he probably is like the happiest person alive because he does not give a fuck about anything and he just does what he wants. It's crazy.
He doesn't care.
There needs to be like there needs to be a psychology study done on Ben Simmons. The psychology of Ben Simmons. If there's any therapist or in the chat, go do that and you'll get famous, because like that would be an amazing documentary, man. Let me tell you. Just like
you said Tom Brady has drugs the government doesn't. Somebody said Romp has drugs. Romp has drugs the government doesn't.
Bro, I'm sober, bro. I'm completely sober. I'm not.
Why are people saying that?
I don't know.
You're on stream for 5 hours. You look tired. That doesn't mean you're on drugs, bro. You've just been here for 5 hours.
I mean,
turn my
camera. You know what I'm saying, DJ? I mean, I kind of understand it, but
why is anybody talking about me? Look at my eyes. I have eye allergies, especially when the seasons go from summer to winter, like right when it starts to change right now. Like my eyes get bloodshot. I put allergy drops in all day long, and I've been sitting up here for 5 hours. My eyes are wrecked right now.
Do you guys Do you think Ben Simmons likes his life or doesn't? That's my question.
He loves his life. Are you serious?
But
Romp,
like,
listen to me. Listen to me. You wake up in the morning in satin sheets that a maid washed before you got in the bed, okay? I can go through this in detail, okay? You probably turn off your 90,000-inch TV in your bedroom with a voice remote or something like that. You put your feet out of your bed into your Gucci flip-flops.
and he's
You
got
like
Maya Jama.
Got my jam and making you breakfast.
you might put the effort into walking over to your elevator that takes you to your kitchen. Okay? Maya Jama is in your kitchen. She's not cooking because you have a chef for that. She's just standing there in her underwear.
Oh,
And then you realize, oh yeah, the Sixers are mad at me.
I feel
then
like
you
DJ,
laugh.
I feel like DJ's thought this out like for many days and nights.
Why would you care at all what the little peasants in Philadelphia, PA think about you?
but he's got to have somewhere in his mind where he's just boggling it up inside. And one day he's gonna crack and just realize,
Oh man.
holy shit, I'm a loser. And I want to see that live, and I would do everything to see him just break down, like, it'd be like,
That's what's funny.
it's all a lie. It's all
That's
a
why.
lie.
That's why all that stuff I described was true until that $400,000 fine or that lack of payment. You know what I mean? Like, you can live that life all you want. As soon as you get $0, all right, now I got to go back to the arena, bro. Like, I can't live my lavish lifestyle if I'm not getting the money.
He got a call at like 9:30 in the morning. It was Rich Paul, and he was like, Ben, what you up to? He's like, yeah, just cooking breakfast. And Rich Paul's like, yeah, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to put on your shoes and we're gonna have to go back to Philly. You can't get your money. He's like, are you kidding me? And he's like turning off his 5 TVs, and he's like, oh, this is ridiculous. Like, I really feel like he does not care.
No, not at all. He was probably annoyed that he had to go through the process of like walking into an airport.
Shout out to Jack.
He probably took a private jet, honestly. He probably took a private jet to somewhere in Philly.
Dude, I'm telling you, this guy pulled up in a full hoodie and a hat, sunglasses, and he was in the Escalade. Like,
Magic said, give me 180 million and I hate nothing.
yeah, dude.
He probably has a hoverboard instead of walking.
Give me $5 million and I'm out on a tropical island, not worrying about anything. Jack says, y'all three are still talking about Simmons. Tell the truth. You know the Sixers are absolutely terrible. That is playmaking and defense.
We lost to the Hawks with his playmaking and defense.
At this point, I don't
Response.
care about defense. I'd rather just let him score at this point. I'm so sick of defense. Just
Dude,
give him 2 points
exactly.
every time.
I'm pretty sure I can score on Trae Young. He beat the Sixers in a playoff series. He can't play defense at all. You have to score more points than the other team. If Trae Young averages 30 and Ben Simmons holds him to 20, okay, he saved us 10 points. If Ben only scores 5, we are still a -5. That's basic math. You have to score more points than the other team.
This man, Ben Simmons, didn't even want to be out there, right? I remember game 7, I think it was. This man got like 2 fouls immediately, had the same old expression on his face, no motivation, nothing, like no competitor came out where he was like, damn, let me get engaged, let me get locked in. He literally just had that same mug put on his practice tee and sat on the bench, like a little, with his hands crossed and everything. I'm like, are you kidding me? Where's the dog in you? He didn't even complain at the ref. Come on.
The worst thing about
Ben slander in the chat is killing me. Ben makes multiple trips to carry a bag of groceries.
he ain't ever seen groceries in his life.
Hell no. He's gonna be. You remember when? Oh, you probably don't remember. There was a quote one time that Oprah said out loud she's never been in a Walmart, and people were like blown away by it.
Dude, I love Walmart, bro.
I mean, yeah, but she's
They
a
got
billionaire. She
nice-
doesn't go to Walmart. She tells people, "Hey, I need batteries," and they
Bro.
bring her batteries. She doesn't go to Walmart.
Walmart's underrated. Let me tell you that. That's my drip. Cheap clothes. I love Walmart.
Ben is not why we lost Game 7. Oh, we're in hour 5. My guy Giacomo is still in here, and he's gonna give us Ben is not why we lost Game 7. Wow,
dude. At this point, we don't even care. I'm trying to. I just want to talk to Simmons like one time in my life and be like, why are you the way that you are? And just
hold on. Here's another good one. Ben Simmons stops at red lights on GTA.
yeah, I saw that before.
Oh man,
dude, I was gonna say something. Fuck, Ben.
We gotta.
This guy's Simmons, man. Oh, I was gonna say, like, the worst thing about this is like, I have so much thoughts about this guy, like just randomly, like throughout the day, and it just pisses me off. And like,
he's living in your head rent.
He lives in my head rent free easily. Not even like
he doesn't know who you are.
And he has no clue who I am.
He doesn't know any of us.
Dude, brother Chris said he's right. He's right. Ben is why we lost game 1 through 7.
That's good. He doesn't even know who I am, bro. Like,
I mean, Brandon said Ben can't even join the game chat no more. He said he can't even stream because of the hate.
He definitely has burner streams, dude. He definitely has burner accounts.
He doesn't even know who I am, bro. It's fucked up.
He's probably paid Call of Duty like $1 million straight up. Like, listen, just give me a new account with all my stuff. I know you don't do that for anybody, but I'll give you $1 million straight up.
This man literally is sponsored by a wine company.
That's typical of Ben Simmons.
Well, when you think about his sponsorships, you really have to reach a demographic that doesn't watch basketball.
Yeah, you be on the commercial.
His girlfriend's demographic, bro.
You really have to reach a class of people that don't watch basketball at all, so you can sell them wine. Like, they don't know who Ben Simmons is. Oh, American basketball player Ben Simmons. That's all they know.
He drinks wine in his bathrobe.
Yep, exactly, man. He's on a different level. I'm in the second level at Sixers games drinking a 22-ounce Bud Light, screaming about Ben Simmons.
And he's such a...
Remember when he said they asked him about the fans or something, and he was like, you know what, stay on that side.
Yeah, like...
Yep. If you're going to boo, stay on that side.
I stayed on it, bro.
He was getting on.
I stayed on it.
I actually did stay on that side. Thank you, Ben.
I remember they asked him how to like improve his jump shot. He was like, repetition. Oh man,
Makes no sense.
Yeah,
Makes
repetition. Repetition. I blame the coach's son, Seth Curry.
Got to figure his kill death ratio is higher than his free throw percentage.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah, he better be a fucking stud at Call of Duty.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is. He's probably pretty average.
Remember when he threw the fish in the ocean and missed?
Oh my! No, remember he had that big ass ball and he was like shooting it and he missed it?
Dude, he missed that too. Man, he couldn't throw a fish in the ocean.
Man. Shout out to Chris with his super chat. He's got work in the AM later. Doc is trash and lives in my head rent free.
Dude, they all live in our head rent free, bro.
Rotation, the man living off a championship team with how many Hall of Famers on it? Peace.
They all live in our head rent free, bro. We literally had a 5-hour stream talking about them.
We're a professional basketball team and we play coach's son. That's how low the rent the 76ers are.
Thank you,
He's
Chris.
not the coach's son.
Yeah, it's coach's son-in-law.
Yeah. But he's actually good, so.
Oh, man.
True, too.
Should he be a starter?
Aaron's still in here. Shout out to Aaron, man. Still listening while working. My face is hurting from laughing so much.
Where do you work?
He's driving a truck.
Oh, he's a truck driver?
We're a professional basketball team. We play the coach's son. Are you kidding? We're a professional team, and we play a guy that won't play the sport. Like, come on now. Come on, man.
Bro, how do you drive that truck, bro? Like that, I could barely handle my little car I got. I got an accident in high school. Was backing out. Like I Can't even imagine a truck.
You couldn't drive a truck, man.
I actually drove the first day I got my license. I went to work with my dad in Baltimore to help him out. And on the way, he pulled like an all-nighter. And on the way back, like he was falling asleep and he was like, yo, you have to drive back. First day I got my license, I'm doing his work truck. And it's like, and so I'm driving back and it's like 4 a.m. and I'm like falling asleep too. And we get to like like those circle things. What are those called? With like a bunch of stop signs around.
Yeah, roundabout.
Yeah, roundabout. So we were driving to that and I was like falling asleep. And he just woke up in time and he's like, yo, Luke. And I stopped, like, luckily, but nearly crashed. That's my story. But I drove from Baltimore to PA, first day of license, in a truck.
So your name's Luke.
Yeah, my name's Luke.
So where did Romp come from? Or is that
My last name is Rompilla, so.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Luke Rompilla.
Wow. So that's crazy.
So I
your last name.
I used to be called Rompy, like in the neighborhood, but Rompy's kind of like a little too girlish in my opinion. So I was like, Romp.
That's what's up. So why is it Romp 2.0?
Because I got my first channel taken down.
Have you ever thought about switching it back to Romp?
Nah, because like the 2.0, like it means something and people don't know it besides me. So I like that. And all the people in here know and know.
That makes sense.
Because everyone's like, dude, what was it 2.0? And it just confuses the fuck out of them. And then like I know, but they don't know, so it pisses them off. So it kind of gives me some satisfaction. Probably how like Ben Simmons is with us. Like he probably gets some satisfaction of us hating him.
Sorry, boys. I just got off work. I've had coffees in the last hour, so I'm ready to defend Ben.
What the fuck?
What are you going to say? All the coffee in the world can't give you enough ammo to defend this guy at this point.
Sheesh.
You're going to need some strong coffee.
Will force my wife to watch what I've missed tonight. Dude,
You're gonna force her to watch the last 2 hours. Like that's probably abuse at that point. Maybe the first 3 hours, but
Aaron, please do not force your wife to watch the last 3 hours of this stream.
This is one of those streams like just don't even watch it back.
Don't watch it. just don't.
Only the people that are here have witnessed history. And
just accept it for what it is and don't rewatch it.
People will reference this stream, but you have to have been here to enjoy it. Like I can't imagine someone watching this back.
I think I'm gonna timestamp it like intro and like 3 topics, and then the last 4 hours just put nothing.
You gotta get the blue balled Simmons part.
I remember 4 hours and 22 minutes. I'm remembering that.
Hey, Romp, you're gonna have your works cut out for you on the Sixers take on the clip page.
How many clips can you get from this show?
Probably like 25.
Take a while.
David Grill has an issue with you, Romp. You got to settle it.
Bro, I agree with it, to be honest. Sometimes I say something, I'm like, dude, what the fuck was that?
Dude said, look at our record without Ben. He said, look at our record without Ben.
Look at our record without Embiid.
What's our record without Embiid? Like, it can't be good.
It was 10-11. Ben Simmons without Embiid was 10-11. And it's bad without him for the whole career.
Superhero. So pretty much I can see when I'm using this thing called StreamYard, I can see the comments that are like whatever channels are live, I can see all the comments together. Now, some streams are on OBS, which is another thing. So it's just like one channel. But for this, like these collabs, I can see all the comments. They're all combined into one.
Yo, Brandon, come on, bro. It's gotten too late.
What did Brandon say?
Hey, he's got to chill. It's us.
This is coming at Brandon just came out on stream. I'm playing, Brandon. Don't cancel me, please.
Oh man.
Why is Ben Simmons so handsome, low-key?
Yeah.
Romp 3.0.
Scary hours, man.
Oh my God.
I'm a Ben
Dude.
Simmons apologist, and I feel empty inside.
Tyler G said, nah, Ben low-key is pretty sexy. Come on, bro. This is out of hand.
Hey, I'm leaving.
This is... That's some fucked up shit.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, and this shit.
It's been,
It's a good time to end it, man. I don't know
Yo,
what to say. It's not gonna get
Tyler
me in
G.
trouble.
I think deep down we all have feelings for Simmons. Nah, that's just you.
this is the greatest comment to end on. Like, look at Giacomo says, like, we're 5.5 hours in. He says, I feel empty inside.
Dude, and next week it's gonna be a repeat stream.
If you
Bucket
are,
Getter says he is, and so is Kyle Kuzma. Bro, what are you guys doing?
if you are, yeah, I don't even know what this has turned into, but if you are watching this on the replay somehow, some way, like,
Comment.
you made it this far, comment.
Yeah,
in
we
the
need like a
comment
word.
section.
We
Comment.
need like a secret word.
Here's what we
There's
need.
no way somebody
It's-
watched this for 5 hours and
If
20
someone
minutes. There's no way.
watches this on the replay, comment in the comment section. I'm a Ben Simmons apologist, and I feel empty inside.
I feel like there should be a award for if someone does that. Like we should give them like $1 each, so $3.
There's going to be dudes that like
And
skip to the end of the stream and are watching us like delusional right now.
bro, I'm getting Brandon up out of here, man. You're on timeout. Brandon's on timeout, bro. I've had enough.
Ben
had
plays Call
enough,
of Duty
dude.
to run around because he won't shoot.
Ben showers in a bathing suit.
Dude, can we talk about how Devin Booker owns Ben Simmons? He took his girl, he made it to the finals, and he's a better streamer and probably COD player than him.
Goo Rob,
And
what's going
He
on,
both
man?
owns Ben Simmons.
Hugh Sims with the super chat says, Ben here from the start. You are a freaking MVP, bro. Like, honestly.
Well, are you working or something? You got to be doing something that's like occupying your time. There's no way you're just sitting here watching us on YouTube for 5 hours.
Dude, that is no people are coming back in from like hours ago. They're like, yo, you guys are still on. Trade Ben for Kendrick Perkins.
Why not? See his ball handling video?
I'm a Ben Simmons. Now, commented on the video after. Shout out to you for the super chat. More late night streams. This is great. Sheesh.
I can agree with that, Andre. And
Ben for Grayson Allen.
yeah. I'd think about it.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe we'll just start doing it.
ban Tyler right now. Come on, bro.
What do you say?
Timeout.
Ben is a great ball handler.
Yeah, with a heart eye emoji.
Pause. Maybe Q Sim says was rewatching games and waiting for my girl to finish working. Shout out to you.
I'm putting people on timeout. Anybody that makes the chat awkward gets a timeout right away.
The chat, it's gotten so far. The chat is awkward. Just
Dude,
like the Sixers is going to be awkward when Ben comes back.
It's true.
Maybe we should just start doing like a 1 a.m. show. Could you imagine that? Like,
Bro, by the end of it,
dude,
I would be talking about theories on life.
I remember one time.
Ben and Kyrie are both retiring this year.
I remember one time, like, these live streams had like 10 people. We have 250 people still in here. Like, why are you guys here?
Why are you here?
Why are we here? That's just...
No. Okay. Good topic here. I'm gonna put Guarev on timeout for this. Kylie Jenner over Maya Jama. Does anybody agree with that?
Hell no. Maya Jam is the real generational talent in the Ben Simmons family.
I completely agree with that.
Didn't some like I think it was like Clutch Hoops or something put out an article today and they were like Ben Simmons has dated more girls than he's made 3-pointers or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yep.
Um
You know why that is, right? because he loves the attention, man. He loves the spotlight. He loves dating celebrities.
It's crazy.
It's all for him. The crazy part is it's all for him.
D-Book stole his girl and absolutely shredded him that one game.
Yeah, D-Book owns him.
He doesn't care. He just goes and gets another famous one because it's for his own image. He doesn't actually care.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm talking about Ben now I'm talking about Ben in a relationship. And I don't care, bro. He doesn't care. He doesn't. There's no way he cares.
Chris with the super chat. I thought you left, bro. Shout out to you. Says, for real, I work 7 to 4 and play 2K. Have you guys on the background. Love laughing and hating our team's problems.
Wait, what? He plays 2K? Where does
He plays 2K after he works.
Oh.
But like even with everything we've talked about, at the end of the day, like this is more of like a laid back type of like podcast. Like we still put out like news coverage, like regular content. Like I feel like this show is just more of like the laid back Sixers, like talk it up with the guys kind of talk, like
yeah, for sure. And like the first, if you stick around for hour 5, it might just be it might just be a bunch of nonsense. But the first like solid hour, 2 hours is full of like legit stuff,
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Brandon with the super chat. He had the super chat because you timed them out. He said, "Bro, I'm sorry I made the stream."
Hey, that's a new
new money maker right there
for you.
You got to put everyone on timeout so they have to super chat.
That's something Ben Simmons would do.
I'm sorry I made this stream sus.
Yeah, brother, exactly. This is like going to the bar with the
What
guys
is going on?
just talking sports. Like we should do a live stream one day, like from an event place, and just talk like for hours.
Like, bro, you're at a bar and you're talking sports, and all of a sudden Brandon's at the end of the bar and he's just like, "Yeah, but Ben Simmons is cute though, right?"
No, some people are like that, bro. Like there's always those kids who like, make those jokes and they're like,
I mean, if he's joking, it's one thing. If you're serious, fine, like whatever. But I don't think you're serious. I don't think he's being serious.
Superhero, sorry for taking time to yourself tonight. I'm really sorry about that. And yeah, we're gonna go for 4 more minutes until it reaches 5.5 hours.
Yeah, Aiden Ross does that. Is it Aiden Ross or Aiden?
I don't know.
It's Aiden Ross.
See what that was the dumbest question ever. Added.
I heard
Ben is a rich man.
Anti-vaxxer. Yeah, he refuses to take shots.
I was in one of his Twitch streams and he had like 80,000 people in the stream, and somebody in the chat said you fell off, and he's like, "Yeah, I fell off from when I used to do over $1 million when I streamed 2K." Like, what? Bro, he did over 1 million people in a stream?
Dude, that kid struggles to formulate a sentence. I feel bad.
He's rich.
I know, but like
he's actually hilarious.
Yeah, he's pretty funny though.
And he's
a good kid. He's got a good heart.
Bro, he's so funny. And he just the one that I happened to be in, which was probably one of the funniest of all time. He's like, "All right, let's go react to some videos." And he goes to his DMs where people send him videos so he can react to random videos. And the whole thing was Rick Rolls, like the song that used to pop up on YouTube of the guy from the 80s. And it was all Rick Roll videos, every single one of them. And he couldn't figure out why. And he's sitting here screaming and like slamming his mouse and shit. And the whole chat's laughing at him. They trolled the shit out of him for like a half hour. So maybe it's being laughed at more than laughed with, but it's making him a lot of money.
Yeah, all the Twitch streamers are. It's crazy. Like, I was thinking about this the other day, and I was talking to my friend. I was like, the funny thing is, like, a lot of the Twitch streamers, they're like no life, like video gamers. So like when they get rich off streaming, it just doesn't amount to anything. They still do the same thing because they're just so used to sitting in their house playing video games and like eating bad and doing all that. So it's like those are the rich people, it's like I'm trying to formulate it, but I can't because it's way too late. But you know what I'm trying to say. it's like, why? Of course, those guys are the rich ones. Like, of course, it's crazy.
Still very few. Very few people can get rich playing video games.
True.
Those that do are definitely blessed. But the one that you mentioned who plays the one that you mentioned I was trying to follow your whole thought process right there, man. It was
Bro, me too. I was trying to formulate it and I just couldn't. And that was after I made fun of Aiden for not being able to.
You said you're about to fall face first into your camera.
Who's the one that you were talking about earlier? The Twitch streamer you were talking about earlier.
Ludwig?
No, another one.
Nick Merckx?
Yes, Nick Merckx. He plays what's he play?
He plays Apex now. He plays
Apex, yeah.
Fortnite. He played Call of Duty.
Yeah, so he's rich. He makes so much money doing it, but every time I open up the Twitch app, this guy's on there.
Yeah, because it's like
So they never do anything else.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Like they're still playing video games when they could just be like in fucking Florida on the beach
Investing or doing
they're in front of a camera sweating their fucking armpits out.
But it's the amount of money though. Like they get to the point where they're making $500,000 in a month.
But it's like why not get to a point where you like stream, like once a week?
I think you just start to treat it like a job. Like I'll just play this video game for 8 hours.
I mean, I would probably do the same thing. Like, so I can't hate, even though I'm hating.
It's a lot of money.
I'm allergic to Bum Simmons. What does that even mean?
I guess you don't like him.
Romp is the most allergic to Bum Simmons out of y'all. No way. I'm more allergic. I want to take the crown on that. I hate that guy.
Are you going to vote against the team, though, when he's on the court?
No, but I'm still taking the crown. I talked about Ben's family 2 years ago, and I wasn't supposed to do that. Everybody hated me for it. I talked about his dad. I talked about his upbringing, how soft he is, and how his parents never taught him anything. People were so mad at how I was talking about his personal life. I don't care. DJ should use the kids the college fund to buy them PCs so they can start streaming.
Hey, there's parents buying Fortnite coaches and trying to train them to be professional Fortniters. So
good Lord.
Well, like nowadays, like remember back in the day, like you go around in kindergarten and everyone would be like, I want to be a football player. I want to be a rapper. Now it's like, I want to be a YouTuber. But
I want to be a Twitch streamer.
I want to be a Twitch streamer, but like, I want to be a TikToker. But in reality, like, YouTubers are just like, I don't know. I got nothing. I was gonna say losers, but I didn't want.
Don't be us. Be something more.
Yeah, don't be us. Because this takes more time than you think, Plus, it's like you're talking to yourself half the time. It's like,
kids still got to be realistic no matter what. If they aspire to be a TikToker, like, listen, it's a very, very small percentage of people that gain enough followers to make money on TikTok. Like, you might see your favorite one, try it out, but kind of have a backup plan here. Same thing with YouTube, same thing with whatever else, try it out. But not everybody's good at talking on a mic. Not everybody's good at being themselves on a microphone. Not everybody's entertaining for people to listen to for 5 hours on a stream.
And it's okay,
Yeah.
It's good to
fine.
fail.
I'm only here because I don't do anything else in life.
Okay, it's okay to fail. If you're watching. And
I'm only here because
I fail, Ben.
Yeah, I'm literally only here because I never succeeded at anything.
I'm only here because, like, I have like 2 friends, and then hang out with my parents, and the rest is dedicated to YouTube. So like, if you want friends, don't be a YouTuber.
What's the movie where he's like, "Oh yeah, we can't go back there. My roommates are home," and they're like, "Your roommates?" He's like, "Yeah, my parents." All right, I gotta get out of here. Not gonna lie to you guys.
We gotta wrap this up.
Definitely gotta wrap this up.
I'm only here so I don't get fined.
Brother Crab said, "How could you not want to see Ben on the court for the Sixers again? It's going to be so fun watching him mentally implode under the pressure."
Jimmy J's entered the chat. What's going on with Jimmy J? David says, I fail on purpose. Is that bad?
I mean,
hey, Thomas Edison failed 1,000 times, apparently. At least that's what they tell you. I think that's a lie. I think he made the light bulb in the first try, and he's just shitting on the world for the rest of eternity.
Romp looks like he's in Cloud 9.
Did you hear how Doc Rivers said that he recorded all his podcast episodes in advance? Did you hear that?
No.
In advance? What does that mean?
He already recorded the entire podcast.
Was he bragging about it too?
Yeah, he was like, when they asked him about the podcast, he was like, yeah, like, oh, no, like, they're all done. We already recorded everything.
Yeah, I already recorded all of it. I already recorded it.
So it's not like reacting to certain news or something. It's like so it's basically like a scripted, like a book.
Yeah.
Like chapter 1, chapter 2.
Yeah.
Lame. Oh my God. How boring is that? That's got to be the most boring podcast of all time. There's no way.
We should do a stream just reacting.
Dude, Doc Rivers is not entertaining. There's no way. Doc Rivers is not funny. He's not. There's nothing he's going to say that's going to make someone want to listen to him on a podcast.
That podcast rant will go down in history. I'm saving that.
Well, no, you can't. You're not going to be able to. No, you're not going to be able to talk about Doc's podcast because I already know what it's going to be. It's going to be very political, very social justice type of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you just gotta let him. You're just gonna have to let him do his thing here.
Mr. 89 says this should be a once per week podcast. Well,
I think it is.
I think it is.
At this point,
it's now
every
the
Tuesday.
Wednesday morning podcast.
We should call it the Tuesday Sixers into Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm. Oh man,
how
are you guys still asking questions? Like,
dude, I could keep going. I could go all night.
Not you. I'm talking about the chat.
You've given up on me.
No, I know you can talk forever. I can do this.
Romp is
In
crazy.
fact, my freaking jaw kind of hurts, to be honest. Like, I'm hitting that point where I'm like,
nah, like I kind of don't. I don't want to end because like I know when I get up, like I'm gonna be so hungry.
Romp,
then,
if
like,
you drank a sip of water,
yeah, I got.
I was about to say, like, you're about to be like what's his name, SpongeBob. He needed water.
Bro, I'm about to go eat lasagna, and I'm gonna get a shower, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Well, probably not go to bed, honestly. Like,
Tyler,
just
you got to
don't
get out of
do
here,
it.
bro. You need to stop it.
Tyler, what the fuck?
Tyler, you're on timeout again, bro.
Wait, are we allowed to do that, or is that like, will we get canceled because we got to accept everyone in today's? Can we ban him or?
No, I put him on timeout. Every time he makes the chat awkward, I put him on timeout.
I can't believe this is still going. I'm right there with you, Angelo. We didn't even expect to do this today. Shout out to Steven Conrad. Hope he's having a good night.
Oh yeah, Steven.
Yeah, why wasn't he on here?
I don't know.
He didn't even respond in the group message.
I thought he did.
Not even good enough for a text back, man.
No, he texted. Didn't he say he was like packing or something?
Oh, I thought that was you. He was back from the Poconos unpacking.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Oh, I didn't save it. Here,
No,
let me
it's
save
still
your.
going.
I have both your numbers in here, and I didn't save either of them. I don't know who's who. Well, I'll ask you. I'll ask you, and I don't want you to. I was gonna say, tell me which number is yours. Say your phone number on this stream. Do not do that.
Aren't you dead inside yet? We definitely are.
I'm the one that said, yeah, I'm down. It's all good.
All right, thanks.
I think every viewer should drop a like right now and
I
subscribe.
think so too.
To every channel. And
They're probably like too tired too. They're probably asleep, honestly. Like
That's why there's 164 people on my stream watching, and there's only like 3 people in the chat. There's 161 people asleep.
there's still 240.
Jesse's a new
people.
chatter. I haven't seen a Jesse all night.
I cut my hair at 10 p.m. listening to you guys. Went to bed, woke up, and you're still on.
Wow.
What? I have so many questions. Why'd you cut your hair at 10 p.m.?
Did you fall asleep? Like,
Well, Jesse's probably a girl, so
You cut
girls usually cut their own hair, right?
Do they?
I think
Oh.
so.
definitely not. I think
Should
guys
they?
cut their hair more. I think guys would cut their own hair more. Right?
No, I feel
I
like
would think so. Girls are more like, oh my God, it has to be perfect. I have to have like professional salon and all that shit.
see.
I prefer a barber myself, but I'm just saying, like,
I just grow it out and then buzz it and then just rinse and repeat. And I go to Holiday Hair. It's like I go in and there's like freaking like old men there, and I'm like, yeah, can I just get a buzz cut?
I love that it's called Holiday Hair because I feel like that place started as just like a thing for like a month. Like, all right, we're gonna open this thing like during Christmas time, and then like people like you were still there. They were like, oh, let's keep it open, but we'll keep the name Holiday Hair.
Yeah, they're pretty. I like it. I think they're pretty good. Okay, chat. Yeah, I'll be honest. I've been on a cold streak, but like at this, I don't even try anymore. Like I'm gonna be honest. Like I hate talking to people. Like I'm very, very to myself.
Romp goes to the bar. Romp goes to the bar, sees a pretty girl, and she's a Ben Simmons fan, and he like pushes her off the bar stool.
He's like, you like Matisse Thybulle? Screw you.
Bro, I got my right hand. It's working pretty well. So
You guys should do a sleep stream with donations. I think if everybody in this chat donated $1, I think we'd be the next big thing. Like, imagine that.
R.I.P. Brutus the barber.
I am into the Turkish girls. Me and Furk on the weekend we go out and get those Turkish girls. Buzz cut romp on Matt. Yeah.
Yeah, they were great though. You kind of do give off that Slim Shady vibe a little bit.
Oh yeah, dude.
Say mom spaghetti one time.
Mom spaghetti.
All right, there we go.
Arms are. I forget the words. In arm.
It's just mom spaghetti. You know, he opened literally a like spaghetti shop thing
Really?
called Mom Spaghetti in Detroit, and he at the grand opening he was serving spaghetti out of the drive-through window. Yeah, billionaire Eminem serving spaghetti out of a drive-through window.
Fucking.
What are y'all talking about at this point anymore? Just random stuff. I can't even tell you the last time like I thought
We need better comments. Really, the chat's letting us down right now.
Yeah. Fuck you, chat.
I can't even I can't remember what the stream was actually about other than Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
It was just us being angry that Ben Simmons showed up by himself without telling anyone, and for some reason, somehow we talked for 6 hours about that.
Dude, this is a whole day of like.
This is almost a quarter of a day.
Holy Wow. What
My
are we
wife
doing?
cuts my hair with clippers. Wow. Yeah, that's true love right there. You really trust her, man. I don't trust my girlfriend to parallel park a car. She's not cutting my hair.
Facts. Jeff, thank you for the super chat, man. Instead of Jeff Bezos, it's Jeff Tezos. Says over under Ben Simmons games played. All right, let's go around. Over under.
I might go on a betting app and see if that's an option because
That would be awesome.
I'm leaning toward. I want to say 0 because I want to say that he's figuring out a way to get paid without playing for the team. And I think behind closed doors, they came to some kind of agreement that we don't know about.
I'm gonna say 1. Price is right. It.
I'm gonna go 0.
1 game. What would be the point of that?
The over under, right? So
Oh,
the
okay.
over
Well,
is
yeah, okay.
I'm going.
So you can go
under.
0.5.
I'm going under.
yeah. Like I think honestly that would be an interesting bet. Like, does he actually suit up and play? You know?
It's tough, man.
We're the laughing stock of the league.
Yeah.
Like you go to like somewhere and they're like, what fan are you? I'm a Sixers fan. And every time it's the same thing. Oh, that dude Ben Simmons. Like there's
Dude,
always
remember
random the
Remember the process days though? I walked into a gas station with it. I always had a Sixers hat collection. I probably have like over 100 Sixers hats just over the years. Dude, I walked into a gas station one time during the process years, and the clerk looked at me and said, "Did you buy that hat?" A gas station clerk asked me if I bought the hat. Like, yeah,
messed up, bro. Were you offended?
nah, I was just like, yeah. But the people were like, who would buy a Sixers hat? Like, that's how bad we were. That's how just the general public thought we were a complete joke. Like when I first met my girlfriend, I met her dad for the first time, and he's like, is he really a Sixers fan or does he just like the hats? Nobody could believe that I had this Sixers hat collection because the Sixers were just so bad. But I'm like, I was a fan when they were kind of good too. I went through the whole thing, so yeah.
What a guy.
Oh man.
1995, guys. 1995, I started watching the Sixers.
You should get like an award. You should be a shrine at the stadium.
Aaron with the super chat. Thank you. Says I fell asleep for an hour, woke up, and you guys are still streaming, bro. It's nearly 2 a.m.
I know I'm getting off because I really wanted some Far Cry 6 time tonight, and now I'm gonna have to go 2 to 3, and cut myself off at 3.
Oh, we know you ain't cutting yourself off at 3.
Dude, weren't we supposed to get off at like 4 hours? It's like 5 hours, 47 minutes.
Well, no, I have to take my kid to school at 7 in the morning, so we're at we're at 2. Pushing it here. I'm pushing it here.
Just a little bit, right?
RB, you got to end this stream.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I do have to end it. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Might as well go. We've been on for so long. Like people super chat, and we're like, "Thank you for the super chat."
I'm so sorry. Like I'm so like
no enthusiasm at all.
Is it ASMR at this point?
I feel like if we go back and watch it like from the beginning of the stream till now, I feel like our tone has just significantly dropped as a whole. I feel like we're just whispering.
For sure.
How did 6 hours pass like that, though?
We probably sound like Ben Simmons when he encountered the security guards at the front door. And he was like, "Hey, let me in. Come on, lightweights." Lightweights? Oh, my God. Mark, you said start drinking. No. Terrible idea.
Yeah. How does anyone have kids? Like, we're watching. We're watching 4. I have 2 dogs, but we're watching 2 other dogs, and like, I'm like pissed off because like they're just annoying. So I was like thinking, like, how do people deal with kids? DJ, how do you do it, bro?
I mean, you have no choice when you have a kid. Like, here's the thing. So, the worst part about it is the first like 6 months. It's horrible. If I ever have another kid, I will pay somebody as much money as they want to take care of them for the first like year and then give them to me. You know what I mean? It's terrible. There's nothing good about it. The kid doesn't know what's going on. They can hardly open their eyes. They just wake up and scream for food. The whole thing is terrible. But after that, you know, it's good times, man. It's
Yeah,
fun.
because I love my dog. Like, So I could imagine a kid's probably even like more like satisfying, like the good moments. So I understand it, but then like the work just like turns
It
me
is.
off, you know?
It is definitely work, but it's like it's not something that you. I guess you can choose to not do it. A lot of people choose to not do it. You know, I mean, you can go that route. If you have a kid, you don't want anything to do with it. You can pay a lot of child support or something like that. But it's a lot of work, but it just feels like something that you naturally do, I guess.
Someone said it's the first 23 years. Trust me.
Yeah, listen, my kid's 6. My kid's 6, dude. I just had him in the grocery store today. He insists on pushing the cart. He's driving the damn thing in all different directions, running into shit. I'm like, all right, I'm pushing the cart. He starts freaking out. I want to push him. Like, then drive it in a straight line. And I'm like, dude, get all the way to the end, like, just trying to pay for the stuff. He won't stand still. And the cashier goes, "You got a psychopath on your hands." That's what this guy said. I'm like, dude, it's just a 6-year-old kid. Like, they're just like, they want to do cartwheels and like bounce off the walls. They can't stand still. It's just crazy. But yeah, it's fun. Fun times.
You should start a family vlog channel.
You should start a podcast. Angelo says, "Does YouTube scale your revenue up the longer the video goes?"
Yeah, you could put more ads.
I mean, when it comes to a live stream, like we essentially just make money from super chats.
Yeah, I don't think I get much off of like video ads off of a live stream.
Yeah. So we appreciate the support. We're now under 9 minutes from 6 hours. This is absolutely absurd.
DJ's comparison to the mental toughness of his child and Ben Simmons will forever be the greatest NBA comparison. I forgot I said that. How did I say that, man? I forget, man.
Oh man.
I was like, I was like, I have a 6-year-old, and I tell him he's wrong, and I tell him he's in trouble, and he cries. And I was like, you know why he cries? Because he's 6 years old. Ben Simmons is 25 years old.
I gotta be
and
honest.
Can't be told that he's wrong.
The funniest thing I saw from you, DJ, was when you were going off on the Sixers for hiring. You were like, "What the hell is a free throw coach?" Like, that was the funniest thing I've seen in a while. Honestly,
I was like, "You're telling me a shooting coach isn't also a free throw coach?"
What is
I was a
free throw
shooting coach. No. I'm a shooting coach. I'm not a free throw coach. You got to call a free throw coach for that, bro. That's the craziest thing I've ever. We hired a shooting coach and a free throw coach. How is that not the same thing?
He said, "Nah, I can't do that. It's not in my job capabilities. I'm a free throw coach."
Then we hired a layup coach, and we also hired a 3-pointer coach and
dunk coach.
Oh my god, Doc Rivers, man! If you want some content, just listen to this guy talk.
He's got a podcast.
I'm making a T-shirt that just says "free throw coach." Good call, Magic Tricks. Just gonna say "free throw coach" on the T-shirt. Okay, buy it.
Someone earlier said, "I want to be on the Glenn Rivers podcast." I don't know why. I just laugh when, like, even when I do it, like when I jokingly call him Glenn Rivers, like I feel like it's such a disrespect.
Wait, is it actually called the Glenn Rivers podcast?
No, but it's just like, I don't know. Like, just imagine that.
I'm gonna look
Coming up next, the Glenn Rivers podcast. And his name has 2 N's. It's not even 1 N. It's GLENN.
I think he's the only Glenn in the world with 2 N's.
He doesn't even look like a Glenn. Like,
there's no way you look at Doc Rivers and think his name is Glenn. There's no way.
2 N's.
Doc Rivers narrating new podcast on impactful speeches in sports history. That's the headline.
Oh God. Snore.
Good.
Holy shit.
We've streamed more hours than Ben Simmons will get 3-point shots.
Like, you know what? If I go downstairs in a couple minutes and I'm laying in bed and it's 2:30 and I'm still not asleep, I'll put on the Glenn Rivers podcast.
You'll fall asleep right away.
Hey, what's going on? It's Glenn Rivers here, and
Philly podcast is surprised we're still on.
People are talking about Plain white tee, black writing, free throw coach. All right, I'm making it. And then I think I'm going to make Glenn Rivers podcast special guest number 1.
Yo, shout out to my man, Philly the podcast. What is going on, bro?
Yo, Joe Castro still in the building.
Oh man,
I don't know how these guys did it. I drank 4 beers during this whole thing, so that's how I did it. I don't know how you guys did it.
I don't know. Shout out to S Jesus for the super chat. You guys are only here for the super chats. Nah, we're here because we're just freaks of like nature when it comes to talking sports.
We're generational extreme.
He gives a super chat and says that.
Right. Like honestly, we just worked almost a whole shift. Honestly, like this is like we don't have to do this. Like
This is actually my full-time income. I just sit here until you give me money.
I live off of 199 super chats. Come on, man.
I'm gonna tell. Yeah, I'm gonna tell. Yeah, I'm gonna tell them
to be the MVP of this stream. Dude, dogs are a lot of work, man. I'm a good dog owner. Let me tell you, I take pride in it too.
Dude, no lie.
I'm good.
No lie. I didn't get to say that to you. When I got my dog right now, we got her at 3 weeks, which is don't ever do that. Buy a dog at 2 years.
Yep, puppies are crazy.
The 3-week-old puppy was more work than the kid.
It's
like,
crazy.
Seriously.
I want to show you guys something, right?
Because you can't put a diaper on a dog. You can't teach it anything. It just shits all over the house for like months.
I walked 4 dogs at once today.
Yeah. So
yeah,
this
crazy.
Ben Simmons stand just DM'd me on Instagram, right? So keep in mind it's 2:06 in the morning, and first I'm going to show you everything that this man has DM'd me, right? So this is the first thing he ever DM'd me, right? I don't know if you guys can see this.
Who is this?
Some Ben.
Hey,
Simmons,
I love you, RB.
right? So what up? Let me.
Holy shit, bro!
This is the first message he ever sent me, right?
Like
So
laughing at you about Ben Simmons?
just absolutely defending the guy insane. So I responded to him like once, and then he sends me this like every day.
Oh my God, what is going on?
And he comments on the YouTube videos. Now he just sent a thing. If I can even scroll to the damn bottom here.
You have not responded for weeks.
No,
Why is he dancing on
just,
you?
He just sent me this thing at the bottom here. And he said, lame, ass, hypocritical, pseudo dudes like you. You want him back so you can trade him and his back. Chill out. It's his life. Sorry you'll never get to his achievements, though you managed to achieve your low-level budget ways of thinking. So what are you, stupid, retarded, or slow? This dude just took his time out of his day at 2 a.m. Like, there's something wrong with this guy.
Yeah, you gotta be like, dude, I feel bad for you.
That's actually kind of scary. That's why I
feel
say
bad for him. Bro.
That's why, yeah, don't ever accidentally say your real phone number or where you live or anything, because it's kind of scary.
I'm gonna say there's something
People are
wrong
weird.
with you, and then block them.
Ben Simmons burner.
And the fact that this
Ben's sitting here every day sending you paragraphs.
dude, he's got 12 followers. He can't even like put together a sentence. But like, I wanted to throw that out to the chat. Like, some of us receive messages like this. Like, I'm sure all of us on here have, and it's like, really, like, what is wrong with some people?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's weird.
3 more minutes till
Ben Simmons has a cult, Loki. I know it's really weird because I've never seen a player be defended like this. I don't understand where it came from. Why does he get defended so much? I've never seen a player absolutely fail and flop and hide and run, and people defend it. I've never seen it before. Why does that happen?
I don't understand. I really don't.
Raphael with a great comment.
Texting back, I'm a Ben Simmons apologist, and I feel empty inside.
RB, you remember you near shot your shot on your video upon hiring Doc. What does that mean? Like, I don't know.
Near shot your shot?
I don't know what that means. Like,
Oh, you said you were flirting with Doc Rivers.
what?
Yeah, you were shooting your shot for him.
I was excited that we hired him.
Why do people say? Why did he say it like that? Why did he say nearly shot your shot? It's just such a weird way to say it.
Damn, is that you in the picture? He's got like the biggest fish in existence.
I don't.
That's
understand.
Mark Hughes,
That's
man. I'm
actually
pretty sure.
him?
I'm pretty sure Mark's from Australia, but apparently he thinks RB shot his shot.
That fish is probably worth like a lot of money. That thing is huge. He says Aussies talk different, or someone else says it. So maybe
I don't know, but we got 20 seconds here. Shout out to everybody for coming through. Thank you.
Why in the world have we been up here for 6 hours?
6 hours. Break records. I don't think anyone's ever done a Sixer show this long.
we got to contemplate life after this. Like, what are we doing? I'm gonna go look myself in the mirror and be like, am I doing the right thing in life?
I only got 251 likes in 6 hours.
And I
Ben Simmons gets that in 0.1 seconds.
I got 7 dislikes in 6 hours, man. Damn.
I'm at 160 likes. It's crazy. You guys
Go
are
for 7, do a line and push through.
Do a line.
Hey,
How
RB,
still
you're trying to defame Ben
commenting
Simmons, and it's
real
not
things.
okay. You have a large audience, and you're turning the city of Philly against.
It's fucking 2:11 a.m. and he's going at you 6 hours into the stream.
There's so much, like my jaw hurts from talking. Like, there's so much I want to pick apart. Like, one, like, how am I defaming Ben Simmons?
You're
like a legal charge. Like,
Hey.
second off, like, dude, I am not like I am a
All right.
dude on YouTube. Just like,
All right, so
I don't
yeah, he doesn't even understand the audience of YouTube compared to people that the amount of people that watch Sixers games. So there's 40,000 seats in the building. Okay, the average Sixers game gets 150,000 viewers. Nationally televised Sixers games get 1.5 to 2 million viewers. How in the world are me or you
RB
with
faming him, bro?
With 14,000 followers on YouTube turning the city against Philadelphia? The funny part is so many of our followers aren't even from Philadelphia. You know what I mean? So it's like when we go to a Sixers game, I get recognized by people here and there and stuff, but it's not like everybody knows me. So I definitely don't have the power to turn the city against Philadelphia. I don't know about you, RB, but I don't have the power.
I don't think
RB
I'm on that
power,
level,
bro.
I mean, I did get people to start calling this man 2-5. Like, some dude in my live stream yesterday was like, "Yeah, I started calling him 2-5 because of you." But other than that, like, I don't know. I think you're giving me a little bit too much credit, Ben.
I don't know, man.
And also, Ben, the city of Philadelphia is a hard-nosed place. The real city of Philadelphia, trust me, before most of them ever watched one of our YouTube videos, they hated Ben Simmons.
It's not even like I rake Ben Simmons either. Like, I just speak the facts on the situation. Like, this is pathetic. Like, it's just
Why? I'm still wondering why someone said you shot your shot for Doc Rivers.
You nearly shot your shot. I think that's like, is that some Australian slang, or is that like, or did he mean what we thought he meant?
I have no clue. I didn't know Ben lost that much money. He's going to sue a Philly podcaster for defamation.
Yeah, you gotta watch out, RB. You got a lawyer?
That's crazy, man. The crazy thing is these people, they like ride or die for this guy that never met them and doesn't care about them at all. Like, are you serious? If like the only time Ben Simmons would talk to you is if you were at a Ferrari dealership, like cleaning carpets in his car. And he probably wouldn't even ask you what your name is.
Wow.
He would be more likely to pee on you than talk to you.
All right, hour 6 is already getting out of hand.
All right, let's read this last one.
That's true.
Hey, Ron, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. If I could divide my money by 3, I would. DJ owes you an IPA on me. Shout out to Aaron
Shout out to you, Aaron.
and Aaron with the $5 super chat. When we trade Embiid and Luke Mbamute, and you will see the truth, dude.
Nah, Aaron's trolling.
Aaron's definitely trolling.
Yeah, he's a good supporter.
Shout out to
Smart
Aaron, man,
supporter.
long time supporter.
Shout out to your last name, Cabbage. That's some.
Solid last name, man.
It's a good conversation starter.
Ben, look, Ben, you gotta stop it, Ben. Okay, and it's funny because your name is Ben too. But he goes, did you see Ben after Game 7? The man was sad and needs some.
Yo, he's trolling.
No, you know what? No, this is the new generation too. Like everybody thinks everybody's a mental health patient. Like, no, it's just an arrogant millionaire that's scared to shoot a basketball. He does not need support. He needs to get the hell out of here and play somewhere else.
Dude, are you kidding me? This man literally sat up there and said, I don't give a crap. I am who I am. Come on, man. All right. That being said, shout out to everybody in the chat.
We out.
230 people in here. Drop a like. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. And if you have watched this on the replay.
I can't wait till the replay shows 6 hours.
It's gonna take like 2 days to render. It won't be on your channel for like 6 hours.
If you guys are on the replay, comment in the chat. Simmons
It doesn't even make sense. How do we go for 6 hours? I don't understand what happened to time.
Comment in the chat. I'm a Ben Simmons apologist, and I feel empty inside.
Oh man, I just got an advertisement on my other, like I have this stream up on YouTube. I just got it hit with an advertisement, so that's how long we've been on. They start charging me on my own stream.
Everybody, have a good night.
Peace.